From the cracked earth, an army of skeletons rose in an eerie purple smoke. The horrified elf soldiers screamed, trying to flee in vain from the terrifying sight. The numerous army of the dead crawled up, ready to engulf the battle. A colossal monster appeared, making the soldiers realize it was the ultimate threat. Han Ji-hyuk stood with his back to the chaos, a self-satisfied smile fleeting across his lips. He turned, revealing a face so confident it was arrogant, while Teros stood beside him with a worried expression. Teros approached, his weary face showing a questioning of Ji-hyuk's recklessness. Ji-hyuk responded with an annoyed look, asserting that Teros, who had summoned him, must stay to witness. The pent-up rage of 30 years erupted on Ji-hyuk's face, his eyes blazing as he roared a silent accusation of responsibility. Teros trembled, backing away from the fury, as Ji-hyuk declared that to him, enemies and allies were one and the same. Amidst the ruined battlefield, Ji-hyuk asserted his sole purpose was to fight to return. Ji-hyuk's gaze was sharp as a knife, issuing a silent command that forced Teros to be quiet and accept. The Demon King roared a world-shaking sound, its injured body exuding madness. A skeletal warrior stood silently beside the fallen, blood-soaked corpse of the demon. Teros looked at the scene with a stunned expression, unable to believe that the final battle had ended so swiftly. He trembled with disappointment, muttering about the 4 ultimate weapons he had prepared but had no chance to. Ji-hyuk turned back with a sinister smile, his eyes reminding Teros of the promised reward. A colossal treasure of gold bars and coins appeared, glittering brilliant. Ji-hyuk joyfully pressed a gold bar to his cheek, savoring the feeling of wealth within his grasp. He reclined on the pile of gold, his eyes dreaming of a luxurious and peaceful life awaiting him. Teros appeared, announcing that everything was ready for Ji-hyuk's return. Ji-hyuk scoffed, flying towards Teros, and clearly showing his impatience, not wanting to delay another second. He gestured with his hand, demanding Teros quickly fulfill his promise. Teros held up a magical crystal orb, explaining that this was what had kept Ji-hyuk in this world. He further explained that when the orb was shattered, causality would reverse, returning Ji-hyuk to the exact moment he was summoned. Ji-hyuk stared at the orb, his curiosity focused solely on destroying. Teros issued a final warning, asking Ji-hyuk to accept the reversal voluntarily. With a self-satisfied smile, Ji-hyuk summoned a colossal scythe, swinging a decisive blow to shatter the orb and sever all ties. From a low angle, the ceiling of a modern room gradually appeared. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes snapped open, recognizing the familiar surroundings. A wild, contented smile spread across his lips. Han Ji-hyuk spread his arms wide in a gesture of ultimate triumph, celebrating his return. To savor the first taste of freedom, he tore open a bag of chips. He leisurely enjoyed each piece, closing his eyes to feel the peaceful moment. Then, he sat down on the floor, tossing the bag of chips aside, completely relaxed. To begin his new life, he reached out to summon his asset. A dark spatial gate, glowing with a blue outline, opened from thin air. He thrust his hand into the gate, but a fleeting surprise crossed his face. The spatial gate suddenly contracted and clung tightly to his arm. He tried to pull his hand out, but the spatial gate seemed to be pulling him in. He knelt to the floor, bewildered, as the spatial gate enveloped. Images of his treasure, army, and retirement fund flashed through his mind. All that he had fought to obtain. He clutched his head in panic and disbelief. His reality collapsed. A purple light enveloped Han Ji-hyuk as he suddenly appeared in the middle of a magic circle in an ancient room. He stared in astonishment at Teros and 2 robed attendants standing before him, realizing he had been teleported to another world. His eyes narrowed in extreme shock and disbelief. Memories of the arduous years flooded back. Starting from a gloomy study in the past, Han Ji-hyuk sat opposite Teros, an annoyed expression clear, as he was forced to read an ancient book. Teros, losing patience, yelled and threw the book away in a fit of rage. The memory shifted to Han Ji-hyuk, in warrior's robes, slaughtering enemies on a bloody battlefield. Teros tried to warn him of a danger, but Han Ji-hyuk dismissed it with a cold gaze. Asserting his right to self-determination, he walked through the streets, his dark presence frightening a child and causing villagers to silently keep their distance. Back in the study, Han Ji-hyuk questioned Teros about the duration of their agreement. Teros cheerfully confirmed that exactly 25 years had passed, his hand touching a dagger as a reminder of the agreement. The memory of the betrayed promise made him collapse, feeling as if he had been stabbed in the back. He roared a silent scream, his eyes burning with hatred towards Teros, who had betrayed him. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes twitched from an unusual sensation. He sprang up in his apartment, bewilderment evident, as he tried to pinpoint the source of a mana wave right on Earth. Outside, life on the streets continued normally, the people unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, a blue energy ripped through the city sky. A gaping black spatial rift opened, signaling a terrifying event. Han Ji-hyuk stepped onto the street, his face stunned as he witnessed the anomalous sight. The crowd began screaming, scattering in panic as they realized the threat. Han Ji-hyuk stood amidst the chaotic crowd, his gaze still fixed on the rift in the sky. He froze, confusion and horror rising in his eyes. From above, winged, dragon-like creatures began to descend upon the city. Sowing destruction, a monster landed on the ground, its roar shaking the entire neighborhood. Han Ji-hyuk looked up at the monster-filled sky, roaring a furious question into the void, questioning Taros about where the old man had brought him. In the chaos, a boy stumbled. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes immediately drawn to the child in danger. The boy fell sprawling on the ground. Only able to look up in fear, a monster swooped down, aiming directly at the defenseless boy. Child trembled, his face pale with terror as death approached. Unable to stand by, Han Ji-hyuk decided to intervene, purple magic beginning to gather around his hand. His eyes glowed with a blue light, a silent vow made that anything daring to ruin his new life would pay. A streak of purple magic flashed, blocking the monster's claws right in front of Han Ji. A soldier in tactical armor suddenly appeared, swinging a sword to create a powerful energy slash. The sword-wielding soldier stood in front of the boy, gesturing with his sword for him to run to safety. Han Ji-hyuk and the boy stood side by side, both looking towards the warriors with astonishment. Throughout the city, rapid response teams acted in unison, fighting the hordes of monsters. The sword-wielding soldier stood firm, preparing for the next attack. Two other warriors, an archer and a bespectacled mage, coordinated their long-range. The sword-wielding soldier raised his magic shield, blocking a fiery attack from the monster. Han Ji-hyuk froze, the harsh truth dawning on him. Earth was not as ordinary as he thought. It also had powerful warriors like those on the Siron continent. The bespectacled mage shouted a warning, and the weapon in his hand erupted with fierce magical flame. The memory of a destructive beam of light tearing through the night, nearly taking Han Ji-hyuk's life as he faced a flying monster, flashed through his mind. A terrifying explosion engulfed the city in a sea of fire, pushing him back. Amidst the desolate scene, a bitter and desperate smile appeared on Han Ji-hyuk's. The image of Taros appeared in his mind, calmly giving a thumbs up as a farewell. Confirming he had kept his promise, Han Ji-hyuk stood amidst the rubble, his eyes bewildered as he looked around, wondering where he had been brought. Currently, in a dark room, he sat before two brightly lit computer screens, typing continuously. He paused, his face hardening with fatigue and resignation. Computer screens displayed news reports about gates and monsters appearing on Earth. The information confirmed the existence of individuals with extraordinary powers known as Awakened Ones. Memories of Taros' words and images of other Awakened Ones surfaced, confirming a new reality. He looked at the banking app on his phone. The meager sum on the screen made him clench his fist in despair. Han Ji-hyuk leaned back in his chair, sighing wearily at the prospect of having to worry about making a living. His face contorted in disgust as he considered registering as an Awakened One, a thought he utterly detested. He envisioned himself commanding an army of skeletons in a dungeon, an effective but risky matter. He sat up straight, his eyes gleaming with determination as a plan began to form in his mind. The two researchers looked at each other with extreme astonishment at what they were witnessing. Han Ji-hyuk stood with his arms crossed, observing while three researchers surrounded a newly summoned skeleton, discussing it with curiosity. The lead researcher challenged, raising a baseball bat, signaling the skeleton to attack. The skeleton raised its arm, weakly attempting to defend itself. With a cold gaze, Han Ji-hyuk issued a silent command. While the researcher swung the bat, the lead researcher delivered a devastating blow, shattering the skeleton with a single strike. The shattered skull fragments of the skeleton rolled across the floor, its red eyes slowly faded. The lead researcher and his colleague exchanged an unimpressed look regarding the skeleton's power. After discussing, the lead researcher turned back to inform Han Ji-hyuk of the result. He focused, a blue energy flickering around his eyes as he activated enhanced hearing to eavesdrop. He overheard their discussion from behind the closed meeting room door, smirked to himself as he overheard their final decision, rank F. Han Ji-hyuk received the Awakened One card, which clearly stated his name and the lowest rank, F. With a confident smile, Han Ji-hyuk resolved to begin his money-making plan. His mind replayed the conventional summoning method, a mage channeling energy to control a single skeleton. He continued to envision the limitations of that method. As the mage struggled to maintain control over multiple skeletons, a new idea sparked in his mind, a different method envisioned as his skeletons overwhelmed a large orc. The orc collapsed, spewing a stream of toxic energy. One of his skeletons absorbed that energy, its body enveloped in a dark aura. Back in reality, Han Ji-hyuk observed his newly enhanced skeleton warrior with a hint of surprise. He focused, envisioning the complex commands he would program for his subordinate. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes glowed blue as countless intricate magic circles appeared around him, demonstrating the power of his unique system. He envisioned his system as a logic diagram, programming automated behavior algorithms for his undead warrior. In his mind, he saw his programmed units automatically attacking enemies according to predefined commands. A fleeting expression of annoyance crossed his face as he recalled the complex process of creating this system. He envisioned a humorous example of a programming error, a skeleton buying 6 cartons of milk instead of 1. Frustration surged as Taros's image reappeared. He gritted his teeth, hating the one who had made him lose his perfect. He's had. Accepting reality, looking at his skeleton standing over the corpse of a defeated orc. After a while, Han Ji-hyuk checked his phone, realizing how much time had passed. The dungeon's stone floor was strewn with bloodstains, signaling the end of the hunt. He turned on his heel, stepping out of the dark dungeon. Meanwhile, another group of awakened ones happened to pass by, astonished by the battlefield he had left behind. They saw Han Ji-hyuk from a distance, escorted by his skeleton army, and discussed how he was merely a weak Ephraim. Han Ji-hyuk stopped, his sharp gaze flicking towards them. A large man with a top knot, the buyer, cheerfully greeted Han Ji-hyuk upon his arrival. The buyer expressed astonishment at the large number of monster corpses Han Ji-hyuk's skeleton warriors brought. Han Ji-hyuk gestured confidently, requesting a quick calculation, while his skeletons loaded the goods onto the truck. He nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the final quote. A transfer notification appeared on his phone, but his smile faded as he realized the path to financial freedom was still very long. The buyer waved goodbye as Han Ji-hyuk departed. Han Ji-hyuk let out a long breath, telling himself that staying unnoticed was the best way to survive and refine his power. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes sharpened as he overheard a conversation about the expensive cost of porters. Warrior client complained about the prices, while mage client A seemed more cautious as they approached a dungeon gate. As the two passed by, warrior client dismissed the idea of teaming up with a summoner, believing their styles didn't match. Han Ji-hyuk stepped forward, politely calling out to them, causing warrior client to turn back in surprise. Seeing they were discovered, mage client A frantically tried to cover his friend's mouth and hastily apologized to Han Ji-hyuk. Han Ji-hyuk ignored the apology, went straight to the point, and made a direct business proposition. Warrior, client, and mage client A looked at each other in surprise at the unexpected offer. With a decisive gesture, Han Ji-hyuk clasped his hands together, indicating a cooperative agreement. He smiled confidently, raised a finger, and offered a free trial for his new product. Inside the dungeon, a fierce explosion demonstrated the power of the offer. Orc monsters fell in droves, struck down by precise arrows and attack. A sharp blade slashed down, finishing off the last orc. Warrior client stood over the monster's corpse, looking at Han Ji-hyuk with an inquiring gaze about his business idea. The warrior lifted an orc's head, examining the loot with satisfaction at this convenience. Mage client B and the other two watched in astonishment as a skeleton porter MK2 effortlessly carried monster corpse. Han Ji-hyuk proudly explained his product to the stunned client. He held up 3 fingers, confidently stating the price and asserting that the skeleton porter's efficiency was equivalent to 3 people. Mage, client, B, and warrior. Client exchanged glances, quickly realizing this was an incredibly good deal. Han Ji-hyuk smiled brightly, offering a special discount in exchange for word-of-mouth advertising. He smiled contentedly, accepting the compliment that he resembled a businessman more than an awakened. At an outdoor market, Han Ji-hyuk leisurely oversaw his thriving business with a line of skeleton porters. A cheerful customer raised 2 fingers, ordering 2 skeleton porter MK2 sec. A white-haired woman, white-haired mage, observed the scene from a distance with a serious and questioning expression. White haired mage placed her hand on a complex magic circle surrounding a skeleton porter, analyzing its structure with intense focus. Memories flooded back, taking Han Ji-hyuk to a dark dungeon where he was perfecting the system with a tired but determined expression. Suddenly, his gaze halted, detecting something unusual ahead. His skeleton warriors also stopped, turning towards a human corpse lying motionless on the stone floor. Recognizing the potential danger, Han Ji-hyuk narrowed his eyes and ordered his creatures to remain silent and not in. Han Ji-hyuk stood alone in the dark dungeon corridor. Lost in thought, he sighed in frustration, blaming himself for not being able to ignore the trouble. A thought flashed, and he realized he could recruit more people as a purple magic circle glowed in his hand. Memories flooded back, taking him to a fateful moment with a dying white-haired girl. In that memory, the girl's younger brother and frail grandmother appeared with anxious expression. The younger brother earnestly expressed his willingness to take on extra work to help the family, not wanting his sister to struggle alone. The girl, Han Seo-wa, smiled confidently, reassuring her family that she was an awakened and could take care of her. Returning to the moment of intervention, Han Ji-hyuk's eyes shone with determination. He would not let her die in vain. In the dark dungeon, Han Seo-wa desperately reached out, pleading for help. She collapsed on the ground, injured and dirty. Her hand contemptuously brushed away by a teammate. The group's leader gritted his teeth, mocking her stubbornness. He turned to scold his bewildered teammate with a cruel smile. The leader decided to abandon her. Despite his teammate's worried expression, Han Seo-wa desperately watched the backs of her departing. She continued to reach out in vain as they faded into the darkness. The figures of the three betrayers diminished and then vanished, leaving her to die. A hand radiating purple energy appeared before her. An unexpected offer in her deepest despair, Han Ji-hyuk faced Han Seo-wa, extending an offer of cooperation. The injured girl, identified as Han Seo-wa, looked up with a stunned expression. He pointed directly at her, a straightforward offer that completely bewildered Han Seo-wa. The memory ended, returning to the present, where Han Seo-wa was now working efficiently alongside Han Ji-hyuk. Han Ji-hyuk's expression turned cold as he thought of those who had abandoned. He pondered deeply, weighing his options. Ultimately, he decided to put aside his thoughts of revenge, deeming it too troublesome. He glanced at his skeletons, realizing his supply was dwindling. Han Ji-hyuk narrowed his eyes, assessing the limits of the current area. He signaled to Han Seo-wa that he would be right back, using the excuse of going to the restroom to buy time for observation. He stood up and quietly scanned the area. Searching for new opportunities or threat, a group of three porters stood together, their faces dejected due to their failing business. The blonde woman irritably complained about the competition from the skeletons, suggesting to her teammate, Chansu, that they move to another gate. Chansu, the brown-haired porter, objected with a worried expression, arguing that this was the closest gate. The blonde woman came up with an idea, while Chansu and their bespectacled teammate looked at her skeptic. Chansu expressed extreme skepticism towards her bold plan. Meanwhile, at a nearby stall, Han Seo-wa oversaw the thriving skeleton porter business. She used her phone to take a picture of one of the skeleton porters, documenting their abundant inventory. Returning to the group of porters, one member argued that changing locations wouldn't solve the root problem. Chansu was surprised by his teammates' unexpected. Two new men approached. The leader, a freckled man named Kim Young-gi, recognized Chansu from a distance. Kim Young-gi pointed towards Han Ji-hyuk, mocking his use of low-level summoners for porter work. Kim Young-gi's teammate frantically warned him not to provoke an awakened. Kim Young-gi smirked confidently, reassuring his teammate that he had a plan. He revealed he had backing from awakened friends, telling Chansu's group to just follow him. Kim Young-gi made his offer, leaving Chansu's two teammates stunned. Chansu vehemently objected, arguing that unfair competition was wrong, but still believing they could negotiate. The blonde woman and the bespectacled teammate turned to Chansu, their faces resolute. They apologized to Chansu, stating that they would give Kim Young-gi a chance. Kim Young-gi turned and walked away with his new followers, mocking Chansu and inviting him to join if he changed his mind. Left alone, Chansu watched them with a pained and conflicted expression. Determined, Chansu whispered to himself about needing to warn the other person about the impending danger. He walked towards the public men's restroom to find a discreet place. Chansu was startled as a voice rang out right behind him. Han Ji-hyuk was already standing there, his gaze sharp, directly asking if Chansu was trying to warn him. Han Ji-hyuk looked at Chansu, an amused smile slowly forming on his lips. Chansu froze, stammering, asking Ji-hyuk if he had heard everything. Han Ji-hyuk admitted to hearing everything, explaining that he hated being set up but found Chansu's actions somewhat amusing. With a mischievous smile, Han Ji-hyuk lightly poked the stunned Chansu. Han Ji-hyuk made an unexpected job offer to Chansu, who was stunned by the opportunity. Ji-hyuk explained that he wanted to expand his business and would pay generously, outlining a specific deal. Chansu presented a plan with a hopeful expression, believing it would solve everyone's problem. Han Ji-hyuk smiled in agreement, appearing pleased with Chansu's enthusiasm. However, Ji-hyuk's smile turned sharp as he inquired about the porters who had betrayed Chansu. Chansu became flustered, sweating at Ji-hyuk's direct question. With determination, Chansu asserted that the others weren't bad people and that he could convince them with the new deal. Ji-hyuk narrowed his eyes, showing skepticism, but also a hint of empathy for their difficult situation. He issued a calculated ultimatum, tasking Chansu with convincing the others as a test of loyalty. Chansu, with a resolute gaze, accepted the assigned task. Afterward, Chansu walked away decisively. Beginning his mission, he led a group of porters to a meeting point facing the waiting Kim Young-gi. Kim Young-gi looked at Chansu and his accompanying group with a sarcastic expression, seemingly having anticipated their arrival. A new man, Kim Jong-hyuk, emerged from the shadows with his henchmen, greeting them with a smug smile. Chansu's former porter group showed concern. Realizing they were about to face a formidable force, Kim Jong-hyuk confidently declared the purpose of the meeting was to deal with a common adversary. He turned back, explaining that Han Ji-hyuk's service was too efficient, threatening everyone's job. Kim Jong-hyuk put his arm around Kim Young-gi, asserting his right to protect the porters. Kim Young-gi forced a smile, reluctantly showing agreement under Jong-hyuk's pressure. A cunning smile appeared on Kim Jong-hyuk's face as he prepared to reveal the rest of the scheme. He outlined a trap in which his henchmen would provoke Han Ji-hyuk first. The plan continued with staging a fake attack, turning Han Ji-hyuk into the aggressor in everyone's eye. The group of porters showed understanding, drawn in by the cruel logic of the plan. Kim Jong-hyuk revealed one final detail. He would increase their protection fees by 25% after eliminating the competition. Kim Young-gi was stunned, protesting this sudden change as it was not part of the original agreement. Kim Jong-hyuk turned to confront him, his cold gaze extinguishing Kim Young-gi's resistance. He issued a cruel ultimatum, forcing Kim Young-gi to choose between compliance or losing everything. Completely subdued, Kim Young-gi bowed his head in acceptance, abandoning all resistance. Kim Jong-hyuk clapped Kim Young-gi on the shoulder assertively, affirming his control before signaling the group to leave. With a contemptuous look, Kim Jong-hyuk led his henchmen away, leaving behind a tense atmosphere. Kim Young-gi, his face full of worry, tried to explain the new situation to the other porter. Anga flail. Kim Young-gi pointed into the distance, blaming an absent person for their dire circumstances. The porter wearing glasses issued a bitter challenge, while the blonde woman standing next to him bowed her head in resignation. Kang Chan-su suddenly rushed forward, spreading his arms to try and prevent the impending argument among his former comrades. With an urgent expression, Kang Chan-su tried to calm the chaotic crowd, urging them to be quiet. Kim Young-gi turned to face Kang Chan-su, his eyes full of contempt and accusation. Called a traitor, Kang Chan-su shook his head vigorously, trying to explain while Kim Young-gi angrily brushed him off. Standing before the shadows of his former comrades, Kang Chan-su earnestly explained that he was only trying to find a way for everyone to survive. He asserted that he had found a solution, trying to sow hope into the skeptical faces. Cornered with a question about the specific solution, Kang Chan-su fumbled, unable to give an immediate answer. Kim Young-gi sneered, mocking the vagueness in Kang Chan-su's promise. Though flustered, Kang Chan-su still looked directly at them. Affirming his belief in the kindness of the person he had met, he placed his hand on his chest, earnestly pleading for their trust one last time, repeating his name as a guarantee. The blonde woman spoke up in support, recalling Kang Chan-su's past kindness as a reason to trust. Rage boiled on Kim Young-gi's face as he gritted his teeth, unable to believe his side was wavering. In a final attempt to regain control, Kim Young-gi yelled, trying to incite fear about losing their livelihood. Kang Chan-su's face lit up with surprise and relief as the blonde woman and the man wearing glasses expressed their trust. Isolated, Kim Young-gi turned his back and walked away with a final threat. his eyes resentful. Under the night sky, Han Ji-hyuk and Han Seo-ah walked on a paved road. Han Ji-hyuk took out his phone, while Han Seo-ah stood beside him with a tired and hungry expression. Suddenly, their path was blocked by the shadows of two large men. Kim Young-gi stepped out of the shadows, glaring at Han Ji-hyuk, questioning him about the presence of other porters. Han Ji-hyuk shrugged casually, answering with feigned innocence. He glanced over Kim Young-gi's shoulder towards the henchman standing behind, his face unconcerned, his patience exhausted. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes turned cold as a purple magic circle began to form in front of him. With just a gesture, magic chains from the circle shot out, binding Kim Young-gi and his accomplices in utter astonishment. Han Ji-hyuk raised his hand, purple magic circles appearing as he issued a silent challenge, calling for those hiding to reveal themselves. Immediately, magic chains shot up from the ground, binding and incapacitating a group of people screaming and bound in midair. Kim Jong-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat, his face astonished as he realized his perilous situation. Han Ji-hyuk's gaze was icy, locking onto his target with an air of absolute authority. Facing the bound enemy, Ji-hyuk realized he was the one who had troubled his employees. A cold flash of recognition in his eyes. Standing nearby, Han Seo-ah watched with an indifferent expression, as if this retribution was inevitable. Sweat poured down Kim Jong-hyuk's face, panic evident as he stammered incoherently before. A cruel and amused smile spread across Han Ji-hyuk's lips, signaling an impending ruthless punishment. With glowing red eyes, Ji-hyuk looked down at the tightly bound Kim Jong-hyuk, clearly relishing his enemy's helplessness. Ji-hyuk offered a silent taunt about Kim Jong-hyuk's thuggish appearance, further enraging and incapacitating him. Kim Jong-hyuk gritted his teeth, letting out a silent scream full of pain and resentment. With a flick of his hand, Ji-hyuk flung Kim Jong-hyuk away, sending him rolling painfully on the ground. Ji-hyuk's expression turned stern as he issued a final warning, his gaze allowing no room for repeat offenses. To instill terror, Ji-hyuk summoned an illusion of an army of skeletal warriors rising from the shadows, their eyes glowing red. Bony hands grabbed Kim Jong-hyuk, making him shriek in utter panic as he was engulfed by the illusion. Han Ji-hyuk observed the scene with sharp eyes. A lesson having been taught, Ji-hyuk turned to Han Seo-ah, who maintained an impassive expression, and confirmed that the retribution was complete. An illusion of skeletal warriors appeared, illustrating the mild punishment method Ji-hyuk had just used. In a paved courtyard, Kang Chan, Su's group of porters collectively bowed, expressing deep gratitude to Han Ji-hyuk. Ji-hyuk smiled amiably back at Kang Chan-su, beginning a conversation to recruit them. With a curious and slightly worried expression, Kang Chan-su asked about the fate of the group of thugs Ji-hyuk had just dealt with. Ji-hyuk turned back, a fleeting smile on his lips as he prepared to give his answer. Ji-hyuk's smile turned cunning, indicating that his answer about a friendly warning concealed a much darker truth. Ji-hyuk raised two fingers, beginning to present his job offer to the attentively listening group of porters. With confident eyes, Ji-hyuk made a firm promise that they would never lack work again. A hand reached out, showing the porters' curiosity about Ji-hyuk's bold promise. To prove his words, Ji-hyuk summoned a gigantic, six-legged, skeletal transport creature, standing, towering beside him. Kang Chan-su and his group were stunned, their eyes wide with astonishment at the strange and powerful creature that had just appeared. A modern city appeared under a clear blue sky, with tall buildings and lush trees. A group of three warriors, consisting of a burly man holding a spear, an older man with a mustache, and a brown-haired woman, discussed rumors of a skeletal transport service in the next town. A bony foot unexpectedly stepped into the frame, drawing spear-wielding warrior. Client turned to see who had just arrived. Han Seo-ah, acting as an operator, sat on a bone carriage, pulled by a six-legged skeletal creature, confidently offering her service. Warrior client companion A and warrior client companion B looked at each other, astonished and skeptical at the strange sight. With a professional smile, Han Seo-ah explained that her service was only offered as a package, including the operator. Warrior client considered the offer, while his two companions seemed hesitant about the additional cost. Han Seo-ah clasped her hands brightly, delighted that the clients agreed, and promising they would not be disappointed. A black boot kicked an orc's corpse into the container on the bone carriage. From atop the skeleton transport carriage, Han Seo-ah turned and signaled to warrior client's group that they were ready, she announced that they could start immediately, as collecting loot could be done even while moving. Warrior, client, companion. A expressed surprise at the unexpected convenience. Warrior, client suddenly warned of approaching monsters, while Han Seo excitedly ordered them to prepare for battle. While the group of warriors fought at the front, the skeleton transport cart stood firm at the back, ensuring the safety of the spoil. As soon as the battle ended, Han Seo immediately maneuvered the cart forward to process the new monster corpse. Warrior, client surprisingly asked about the corpses from the previous battle. Han Seo pointed behind her, revealing that she had already processed them while they were fighting. Completely convinced, Warrior, client gave a thumbs up, expressing admiration for her efficiency. He immediately offered to book her services for tomorrow's hunt, and Han Seo happily agreed. In a modern apartment, Han Ji-hyuk and Han Seo stood overseeing long lines of skeletons. The result of their booming business, Han Ji-hyuk crossed his arms, a look of dissatisfaction evident on his face as he looked at the results. While Han Seo was engrossed in her phone, Han Ji-hyuk's face hardened with anger as memories of the contempt the undead suffered from the nobility flooded. An advertisement image for the skeleton transport MK Quattro Delivery Service appeared, illustrating Han Ji-hyuk's thoughts on the potential of this business. He mused, weighing the prospect of making a fortune against the risk of being discovered if he expanded the business, which could disrupt his peaceful life. Han Ji-hyuk realized that he had exceeded the normal summoning limit, a fact that made him cautious. He scratched his head in confusion, worried that further summoning would surely attract unwanted attention. Han Seo's focus on her phone annoyed Han Ji-hyuk. He squinted at her with displeasure, wondering what she was watching. Han Ji-hyuk looked over Han Seo's shoulder with a puzzled expression as she was engrossed in watching an idol video on her phone. He stood next to Han Seo, his gaze distant, contemplating the price of fame versus the desire for a wealthy and quiet life. A spark of realization flickered in Han Ji-hyuk's eyes as he suddenly thought of wealthy, powerful figures, those who are famous without being public figures. He placed his hand on his chin, a self-satisfied smile forming as he decided to abandon caution and embrace a bolder. Without hesitation, Han Ji-hyuk took out his phone and quickly dialed a supplier's number. Han Ji-hyuk held the phone to his ear, his voice decisive as he ordered an increase in monster bone procurement, causing Han Seo, standing nearby, to look up in surprise. He glanced at his phone screen, checking the balance of over 32 million won in his bank account to calculate the investment. With an ambitious smile, he announced into the phone his decision to invest the entire 32 million won, a figure that stunned the person on the other end of the line. He affirmed his new strategy, declaring that he would reinvest all future profits into bone procurement. After a moment of silence, an enthusiastic commitment echoed from the phone, promising to provide the best materials. Han Ji-hyuk hung up with satisfaction, turned to Han Seo, and began outlining his next plan. While she gave a thumbs up in approval, his eyes sharpened, envisioning a large-scale operation with warehouses, a legitimate company, and the distribution of dozens of units daily. Paused, a new and even more ambitious thought sparking in his mind. A cunning smile appeared on his lips. Han Ji-hyuk decided to unleash all his resources in a single, impactful move. Meanwhile, in a modern glass office building, the headquarters of the Gate Management Bureau, awakened registration. The director of the registration office sat behind his desk, hands clasped, and asked his subordinates to report any unusual activities. Jung Sang-hoon, an employee, initially shook his head, but then suddenly remembered a special case that needed to be reported. He mentioned Han Ji-hyuk, a subject on the special management list, causing a nearby colleague to scoff at his skeleton. Jung Sang-hoon checked the records on his tablet, reporting Han Ji-hyuk's old record of 32 skeletons and questioning this sudden interest. The colleague revealed that Han Ji-hyuk had just established a company named Saran with a stylized skull as its logo. Jung Sang-hoon deduced that the company's establishment indicated Ji-hyuk had made a colossal profit, estimated to be billions of won per month. Shocked by the figure, the colleague suggested removing Han Ji-hyuk from the special management list, arguing that his abilities had reached their limit. Suddenly, another bespectacled employee rushed into the director's office. In a panic, he shouted, seeking the director's attention to report urgent news. The director remained calm, assuming the news was merely about Han Ji-hyuk establishing a company, which Sung Hoon's colleague had just reported. The bespectacled employee hastily corrected him, his voice full of panic. Reporting that Han Ji-hyuk was deploying a massive number of skeleton transports for porters, Jung Sung-hoon and the director exchanged astonished glances, realizing that the record of 32 skeletons had been broken, and their decision to monitor Ji-hyuk was entirely correct. The bespectacled employee tremblingly held up 2 fingers, trying to convey the true scale of the situation, causing the director to speculate an unbelievable number. The bespectacled employee's face turned pale with extreme horror as he reported a terrifying and increasing number. Ablexen braked sharply, stopping urgently in front of an industrial complex. The director of the registration office stepped out of the car, his face bewildered and startled by the chaotic scene. Outside, dozens of 6-legged skeletal creatures were moving, forcing security personnel to struggle to set up barriers. In the parking lot, the bespectacled employee reported to the director and another researcher that the number of skeletons had exceeded 300. The director of the registration office curtly asked for Han Ji-hyuk's location, and the employee hastily pointed towards the warehouse. 3 men from the registration office walked with urgency, heading straight to the warehouse. The director of the registration office froze at the doorway, his face utterly shocked by what he saw. From behind him, an overwhelming sight appeared. Hundreds of skeletal creatures neatly arranged on enormous industrial shelves. Han Ji-hyuk calmly turned around, gestured to an employee, and called him Manager Kang to take a break. To show his generosity, Ji-hyuk handed Kang Chan-soo a credit card, asking him to buy good food for everyone. Ji-hyuk turned to face the uninvited guests, confidently introducing himself with a calm smile. The accompanying researcher recognized Ji-hyuk, reiterating that he was the one who had conducted his initial test. Ji-hyuk nodded in acknowledgement, then pointed towards Han Seo-ah and introduced her as his cousin who came to help. Han Seo-ah bowed politely but coldly, showing no emotion. The researcher asked Ji-hyuk to confirm the number of summons, and Ji-hyuk casually admitted the number was accurate. With a sharp gaze, the researcher questioned whether Ji-hyuk had cheated on his ability. Ji-hyuk chuckled lightly, casually denying it, and stating that he himself didn't know he could summon so many. The director of the registration office sternly ordered Ji-hyuk to immediately stop summoning. He rubbed the back of his neck, his face tense, muttering that this scale far exceeded the limits of an F-rank awakening. Ji-hyuk faced the director, his gaze challenging, asking why he should stop. With his arms crossed, Ji-hyuk firmly asserted that he had studied the law and there were no regulations limiting the number of. He pointed towards the researcher, sharply arguing that no one had complained about the safety of these creatures before. Ji-hyuk whispered to the two, subtly pointing out that the law simply hadn't been designed for the scale of his operation. He concluded his rebuttal by asserting that his company operated legally and its safety had been proven. Cornered, the director, the researcher, and their employee could only remain silent, unable to offer any rebuttal. From behind Han Seo-ah, the 3 men from the registration office quietly turned and left. Acknowledging their defeat, Han Ji-hyuk wore a sly and self-satisfied smile, completely pleased with the outcome of the confrontation. Standing amidst the warehouse filled with skeletal summons, Han Ji-hyuk crossed his arms with a self-satisfied smile, explaining his overwhelming strategy to Han Seo-ah, who stood beside him. He winked mischievously, confident in his plan. While Han Seo-ah quietly gave a thumbs up in approval, he continued to explain his massive production scale, emphasizing that the sheer quantity would quell any complaint. With an excited gesture, Han Ji-hyuk raised both hands to the sky, declaring the commencement of his grand plan. However, a moment later, his expression became resolute, tinged with stubbornness. In the office, Han Ji-hyuk slumped into his chair, his face dejected. While Han Seo-ah stood watching him, he leaned back, lamenting the sudden burden of work that had fallen upon him after creating thousands of summons. His face was full of exhaustion as he realized the harsh truth of the immense work. He turned to Han Seo-ah, dramatically lamenting the paradox of having to work hard for a comfortable retirement. A knock on the door echoed, interrupting his complaint. Kang Chan-soo suddenly burst through the door, his face full of urgency and worry, as he reported a serious incident happening outside. Han Ji-hyuk slightly frowned at the disturbance, while Han Seo-ah maintained a calm expression. Sitting upright, Han Ji-hyuk brushed aside his annoyance and inquired about the serious issue Kang Chan-soo had just met. With a bead of sweat rolling down his temple, Kang Chan-soo announced that a large group of porters were protesting right outside. This news startled Han Ji-hyuk. He had not expected this reaction. Outside the building, a massive protest was underway, with banners demanding labor rights hung everywhere. A man wearing a red headband, the protest leader, was loudly speaking into a microphone, condemning how bone summons were destroying the labor market. Standing opposite the angry crowd, Han Ji-hyuk observed the chaotic scene with a pensive expression. The leader continued to incite the crowd, specifically naming Han Ji-hyuk's company as responsible. He raised the microphone high, shouting Han Ji-hyuk and demanding that he ensure their right. Suddenly, the protest leader froze, his eyes wide with shock, as he realized the person he was condemning had appeared right before. Han Ji-hyuk stepped forward, placed a hand on his chest, and calmly introduced himself, his eyes showing understanding. In the meeting room, Han Ji-hyuk placed a glass of water on the table, a conciliatory gesture to begin negotiating. He sat at the head of the table, lacing his fingers together, signaling for the protesters to present their issues. The meeting began with Han Ji-hyuk and Kang Chan-soo on one side, facing the protest leader and two other representatives. The leader began to present their difficulties, explaining that the market was being saturated by bone summons. He recounted how porters were being driven away by awakened individuals, as no one wanted to hire them anymore. Han Ji-hyuk listened intently, hand on his chin, and began to mentally calculate the true scale of the problem he had created. An image illustrating the contrast between the created transport skeletons and the displaced workers. In the meeting room, protest leader presented his arguments with a tense expression, while protester Sei sat beside him, listening. To end the debate, Han Ji-hyuk decisively slammed his hand on the table, signaling. He declared that he would stop producing transport skeletons, so as not to affect the livelihoods of others. Protest leader and protester C looked at each other, their expressions shifting from stunned to relieved and grateful. To formalize the agreement, Han Ji-hyuk turned and signaled for Kang Chan-soo to prepare the document. Kang Chan-soo quickly sprang up, hurrying to get paper and pen with a joyful expression. For a moment, Kang Chan-soo glanced at Han Seo, who was quietly taking notes. With an admiring gaze, after the meeting, Han Ji-hyuk sighed in relief. Leaning back in his chair while Han Seo continued her work, the relief quickly vanished, replaced by a dejected expression, as Han Ji-hyuk realized he had just given up a major source of income. Flipped open an empty notebook, his mind beginning to search for a new business plan. Han Ji-hyuk Bolnert, Ben in Holmes. Considering the criteria for his next product, simple, non-combat, he was determined that the new product must not negatively impact existing. He imagined Kang Chan-soo's admiring expression, believing his decision was noble. However, the truth was that Han Ji-hyuk simply did not want to be criticized anymore. He crossed out old ideas in his notebook. Suddenly, his gaze stopped, a look of confusion appearing on his face. His attention was drawn to the words "Made in China" on the body of the pen he was holding. He continued to examine his notebook. He flipped over the bottom of the cup on the table, and once again, the words "Made in China" appeared. Han Ji-hyuk's confusion vanished, replaced by a sly smile as a new idea sparked. A few days later, at a nearby shoe factory, the atmosphere was heavy with. On the desk was a bankruptcy and dissolution application form, a testament to the difficulty. A trembling hand held a pen, preparing to sign the fateful document. Kim Deok-bae, the factory owner, sighed bitterly, forced to make the decision to close the family business due to inability to compete. The door suddenly burst open and a frantic employee ran in, calling Kim Deok-bae's name. The employee urgently reported important news regarding the Saron company. Kim Deok-bae sighed, envying the good fortune of Saron's head without realizing what was about to happen. The employee interrupted him, causing Kim Deok-bae to turn back with a surprised and attentive expression. Han Ji-hyuk and Han Seo entered the office with confident demeanor. Proceeding directly to their scheduled meeting with Kim Deok-bae, he introduced himself as Han Ji-hyuk, CEO of Saron, his eyes clearly showing interest in the footwear industry. Without hesitation, Han Ji-hyuk made an offer to acquire the factory, stunning Kim Deok-bae and his employee. Kim Deok-bae's astonishment quickly turned into clear realization. This was the golden opportunity he had been desperately searching. With a beaming face, Kim Deok-bae immediately stood up, enthusiastically agreeing to give them a tour right away. Kim Deok-bae solemnly raised his hand, beginning the factory tour, where his future would be decided, while Kim Deok-bae reinforced his determination to sell the factory for the benefit of his employees. Han Seo discreetly held Han Ji-hyuk back. Exchanging words quietly, he began to explain the production process. pointing to machines to illustrate the cutting and stitching of shoe parts. Han Ji-hyuk observed keenly, commenting on the outdatedness of the equipment. Kim Deok-bae quickly waved his hand, proudly asserting that the skilled craftsmanship of the workers could fully compensate for the shortcomings of the machinery. Han Ji-hyuk pondered thoughtfully, signaling for Kim Deok-bae to continue his presentation. After summarizing basic steps like gluing and drying, Kim Deok-bae admitted that the actual process was much more complex. Han Ji-hyuk turned to Han Seo-wa, whispering that the process seemed manageable, much simpler than the complex tactics they were accustomed to. His gaze turned to a worker manually operating a sewing machine, questioning the lack of automation in the factory. Kim Deok-bae explained that although there were currently only 20 workers, the factory once had up to 100 and needed more manpower to operate at full capacity. The potential for 100 workers piqued Han Ji-hyuk's interest. He continued to inquire about the factory sales model. Kim Deok-bae explained that they primarily produce by order, adjusting basic designs according to specific customer requirements. Han Ji-hyuk looked at a pile of shoes in stock in the shadows, questioning why they didn't mass produce. Kim Deok-bae gave a wry smile, frankly admitting the financial risks, and Han Ji-hyuk nodded in appreciation of that honesty. Han Ji-hyuk proposed a strategic hypothesis: whether mass-producing cheap shoes with low labor costs could be successful. Kim Deok-bae dismissed the idea of automation, but when Han Ji-hyuk pressed the core question, he reluctantly admitted that cheap products always have a market. That answer was exactly what Han Ji-hyuk needed to hear. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips as he declared he would buy the factory immediately. Without delay, the seal bearing Han Ji-hyuk's name was firmly pressed onto the contract. Formalizing the deal, Han Ji-hyuk held the signed contract, one hand in his pocket, confidently confirming his new ownership of the factory. Kim Deok-bae clutched the documents, sighing in relief and bowing deeply to express profound gratitude upon learning that he and his employees would all be retained. With fervent enthusiasm, Kim Deok-bae pledged to do everything to find orders, but Han Ji-hyuk raised a hand to stop him, indicating it wouldn't be necessary. With a radiant smile and an open gesture, Han Ji-hyuk revealed his bold plan: mass production for direct sale to the export market. Purple magical energy began to gather around Han Ji-hyuk's hand as he prepared to demonstrate his plan. With a confident smile, Han Ji-hyuk introduced an army of skeleton warriors rising from the shadows as new interns. Kim Deok-bae was stunned, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief, as he was asked to instruct the skeletal army. A skeleton warrior picked up a brand new sneaker, curiously examining the product. In the warehouse, the skeleton warriors quickly got to work, moving boxes in an organized manner. Kim Deok-bae placed his hand on his chest, his eyes welling up with gratitude as he expressed his appreciation to Han Ji-hyuk. Han Ji-hyuk smiled modestly, raising his hand to acknowledge Kim Deok-bae's contribution to the sales. In the workshop, Kim Deok-bae watched the skeleton warriors work and admitted his initial surprise. Kim Deok-bae turned to Han Ji-hyuk, his face full of worry, whispering if this was truly all right. In response, Han Ji-hyuk raised an eyebrow confidently, asserting that they were not violating any laws, while a skeleton behind him performed complex movements. A skeleton held up the finished shoes, proudly showing off the results of its work. Kim Deok-bae thoroughly inspected the shoes, acknowledging the quality was better than expected but still not. Han Ji-hyuk approached, his sharp eyes asking Kim Deok-bae to point out the exact problem, and he pointed to a faulty stitch. Immediately, Han Ji-hyuk raised his hand towards the skeleton warrior. A magic circle appeared, ordering it to correct the mistake. Kim Deok-bae re-examined the shoes, nodding in satisfaction as he saw all the flaws he had pointed out were perfectly. Han Ji-hyuk happily high-fived a skeleton warrior, expressing optimism about the product improvement process. Kim Deok-bae nodded in agreement, realizing that labor cost savings were a huge competitive advantage. He excitedly explained that with this advantage, they could compete with foreign goods and even receive orders from major brands. Han Ji-hyuk explained the OEM production model, outlining a future where they only needed to focus on manufacturing. Kim Deok-bae clenched his fists, his eyes lighting up with excitement at the promising business prospect. Han Ji-hyuk crossed his arms, contemplating the new possibilities opening up for his company. The Saeron shoe factory operated tirelessly under the night sky, its lights shining brightly. To meet demand, Han Ji-hyuk expanded his business by acquiring more shoes. Han Ji-hyuk placed his hand on a skeleton warrior, giving the final command before letting them operate independently. From behind, Kim Deok-bae waved goodbye to Han Ji-hyuk and Han Seo-wa as they left after a long day of work. Walking outside the factory, Han Ji-hyuk stretched tiredly, wishing to go home and rest. His phone rang, the screen showing an incoming call from Kim Deok-bae, making him sigh in exasperation. Han Ji-hyuk answered the phone, listening to Kim Deok-bae report on new orders that required production line adjustment. He ruffled his hair, agreeing to return immediately, while Han Seo-ah, standing beside him, also looked visibly exhausted. Standing next to the exhausted Han Seo, Han Ji-hyuk sighed, troubled by the severe lack of manpower. The complexity of training new people and the inability to arbitrarily increase the number of summons was evident on his. Han Seo-ah bowed her head, her worry about scaling up and the risk of exposure deeply etched on her face. After some thought, Han Ji-hyuk's expression became determined as a technical solution flashed in his mind. He turned to Han Seo-ah, his eyes gleaming with an idea, and uttered a keyword that surprised her. Han Ji-hyuk affirmed his idea, likening the management of his summons to programming. A few days later, a young applicant sat waiting in the interview room, his hands clasped nervous. From inside the room, a formal voice rang out, calling the applicant's name. Baek Sang-ho, a young man wearing glasses, startled and stood up with a panicked expression, but quickly responded. Han Ji-hyuk sat behind the desk, reviewing Baek Sang-ho's resume and inviting him to sit. He began the interview, questioning Baek Sang-ho about his work experience and special skills. Baek Sang-ho became flustered, sweating profusely as he tried to think of a skill suitable for the job. As Han Ji-hyuk was about to move on, Baek Sang-ho hastily interrupted, deciding to take a risk. In a moment of panic, Baek Sang-ho blurted out that his special skill was gaming, then immediately blamed himself for the silly answer. Han Ji-hyuk looked doubtful, raising an eyebrow at the applicant's unexpected answer. To prove it, Baek Sang-ho confidently asserted his competence in all game genres, his face becoming enthusiastic. Han Ji-hyuk sat up straight, his attention drawn as he specifically asked about strategy and simulation game genres. Baek Sang-ho excitedly stood up, offering to show a video as proof of his talent. He handed his phone to Han Ji-hyuk, the screen displaying a gameplay video of a homemade aircraft in a golem assembly game. Baek Sang-ho enthusiastically explained how he had exploited the game's physics mechanics to turn unrelated parts into a functional flying machine. While Baek Sang-ho secretly thought he had failed, Han Ji-hyuk's face lit up with realization. With a radiant smile, Han Ji-hyuk suddenly stood up, clasping Baek Sang-ho's hands and declaring his immediate recruitment. Baek Sang-ho was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard, before bursting into joy and gratitude. The next day, Baek Sang-ho, in casual clothes, sat in his new office, looking at his superior with anticipation. On the desk in front of him, a strange object made of bone emitted purple magical energy. Han Ji-hyuk casually introduced the object as Baek Sang-ho's computer. Baek Sang-ho stared at the bone console, astonishment and confusion clearly visible on his face. To illustrate, Han Ji-hyuk placed his hand on the console and moved one of the bone levers, causing a skeleton warrior to appear out of thin air in the room. Han Ji-hyuk gestured, explaining how a skeleton warrior could be controlled to perform complex movement. Baek Sang-ho listened attentively, his face overwhelmed by the task assigned within a week. Han Ji-hyuk explained that the bone console in front of them was originally a skeleton mage, which he had transformed into a control interface. Baek Sang-ho embraced the bone console, a flash of light emanating from the skeleton warrior as he realized its potential. A few days later, Han Ji-hyuk looked at the results with an expression of admiration and impression. He nodded in satisfaction as Baek Sang-ho had completed the task ahead of schedule, controlling the skeleton warrior to perform a graceful movement. Baek Sang-ho humbly asked about the experience of using the trial version of the console. He enthusiastically presented possible improvements, making Han Ji-hyuk smile in agreement. Han Ji-hyuk placed his hand on Baek Sang-ho's shoulder, his eyes conveying great trust and expectation for his new role. Baek Sang-ho was stunned to realize that he would have to train new people in the future. Han Ji-hyuk patted his shoulder encouragingly, outlining a promising career path with promotions and salary increases. With clenched fists, Baek Sang-ho showed unwavering determination. Ready to meet expectations, Han Ji-hyuk extended his hand, and they shook hands to formalize the agreement. Baek Sang-ho responding with enthusiasm. Han Ji-hyuk's phone screen lit up with an incoming call from the registration office. He answered the call reluctantly, confirming that everything at the shoe factory was fine. Han Ji-hyuk lost patience and decisively ended the call. Despite the protests on the other end of the line, he turned to Kim Deok-bae with an annoyed expression, dismissing the bothersome call and asking about Baek Sang-ho's situation. Kim Deok-bae reported with satisfaction that Baek Sang-ho was doing very well. The image of Baek Sang-ho appeared highly focused on his work, his fingers moving quickly over the console. At the office, Han Ji-hyuk sat at his desk, deciding to hire another programmer after Baek Sang-ho's success. Han Seo-ah entered, listening to the conversation and remarking that the factory's expansion speed was outpacing their reputation. A skeleton warrior tilted its head in confusion at her explanation. Han Seo-ah easily controlled a skeleton warrior, making it perform a funny movement to illustrate her point. Han Ji-hyuk impatiently asked Kim Deok-bae about receiving orders from major brands. He expressed confidence in the company's price competitiveness. Kim Deok-bae explained seriously, emphasizing that reputation was the biggest barrier for major brands. Han Ji-hyuk pondered, questioning the quality of their products. After hearing about the trust, a confident and calculating smile spread across Han Ji-hyuk's lips, indicating he had a plan to prove their reliability. In the office, Han Ji-hyuk outlined a bold plan for Kim Deok-bae to launch an advertising campaign for shoes produced by Skeleton. His vision was directed towards a warehouse where skeleton warriors were diligently working, an image sure to attract. However, before starting, Han Ji-hyuk turned around and was stunned to see Han Seo-ah mischievously transforming a skeleton warrior. Han Seo-ah was horrified to realize her alteration had caused a negative reaction. The skeleton now sported a flamboyant punk rock look with a pink mohawk and tight leather attire. This incident suddenly brought back to Han Ji-hyuk's mind the image of thug leader, an old enemy. Rage flared. Han Ji-hyuk grabbed Han Seo-ah, demanding she immediately restore the skeleton to its original. His eyes blazed, a silent command allowing no resistance. Han Ji-hyuk raised a hand to stop her, decisively ordering to keep the skeleton's form, but remove the gaudy, unprofessional detail. Afterwards, the campaign began with mass-produced black sneakers, ready for market. A factory guide warmly welcomed vlogger, client, and his companion for a tour. The visitors were surprised to see the skeleton warriors in worker uniforms, operating efficiently and organized. Vlogger, client, and his companion looked at each other, curiosity and delight evident on their face. The guide extended an invitation, offering them to purchase a pair of shoes as a souvenir. Vlogger client was astonished to learn the incredibly affordable price for such a high-quality product. He carefully examined the shoes, noticing the detachable skeleton-shaped decorative detail, which added to their practicality. Fully convinced, Vlogger client excitedly finalized the order. Despite the purchase quantity limit, his enthusiastic review video of the high-quality, surprisingly affordable shoes quickly appeared online. Saron's brand reputation soared at a dizzying pace as the video spread across. Kim Deok-bae urgently entered the office, carrying important news for Han Ji-hyuk. He placed a folder on the table in front of Han Ji-hyuk with a serious expression. It was an order from Reup, a major American sports brand, marking a significant break. Han Ji-hyuk's face lit up with a triumphant smile. He ordered immediate production of samples. Afterwards, Han Ji-hyuk sat opposite the Reup representative. A shoe sample placed on the table between them. The representative picked up the shoe sample, nodding in acknowledgement of its good quality and, surprisingly, low production cost. Han Ji-hyuk and Kim Deok-bae waited in silence, a tense atmosphere pervading. Han Ji-hyuk looked directly at the representative, probing his opinion on the potential for cooperation. The Reup representative expressed hesitation, acknowledging the attractive cost, but remaining skeptical about the unproven skeleton-based production. Han Ji-hyuk sat in the office, a skeptical expression on his face. As he heard about a verified offer, the Reup representative began presenting the contract terms, while Han Ji-hyuk listened with a serious expression. Han Ji-hyuk placed his coffee cup on the table, signaling that he understood this was merely a temporary solution with unfavorable terms. Kim Deok-bae nervously interrupted, fearing they would have to lower prices, but Han Ji-hyuk shook his head in denial. An illustration appeared showing two businessmen shaking hands, symbolizing the long-term contracts that major brands often sign. Han Ji-hyuk explained to Kim Deok-bae the concept of guaranteed minimum revenue in exchange for stable supply. Kim Deok-bae leaned close to Han Ji-hyuk's ear, discreetly whispering that the term did not apply in this case. The Reup representative confirmed they were only looking for a temporary replacement factory, causing Kim Deok-bae to realize with the start. The representative further explained the risk of inventory if their main factory resumed operations earlier than. Han Ji-hyuk, with sharp eyes, directly asked about the core issue of the maximum order volume they could offer. Kim Deok-bae answered hesitantly, revealing a figure too small to attract large manufacturers. Han Ye-hyuk pondered, hand on chin. Realizing this was an opportunity, small companies had to accept with hope for the future. The empty scene outside the office window illustrated that no factory had yet agreed to sign a contract. With a confident smile, Han Ji-hyuk raised a finger, presenting a completely new offer, a renewable 1-month contract. Kim Deok Bae's jaw dropped, his soul seemingly leaving his body at the unimaginable audacity of Han Ji-hyuk's offer. Confusion was evident on the ROCO representative's face. He was utterly bewildered by the overly generous terms. Han Ji-hyuk pushed his offer further, committing to double compensation for production costs if there were quality issues. Han Ji-hyuk concluded the negotiation with an open gesture, and the ROCO representative, though still somewhat skeptical, nodded in agreement to present the terms again. As the representative left, Han Ji-hyuk and Kim Deok-bae stood watching, a satisfied smile on Ji-hyuk's lips. As soon as the door closed, Kim Deok-bae's panicked expression erupted. He spun around to call his superior, unable to suppress his anxiety. Kim Deok-bae grabbed Han Ji-hyuk's shoulder, questioning why he had offered such unfavorable terms. Shaken vigorously, Han Ji-hyuk leaned back and calmly explained that was precisely his intent. With a knowing smile, Han Ji-hyuk began to reveal his strategy, emphasizing that samples were always free, so customers wouldn't feel pressure. Kim Deok-bae froze, his face still bewildered. Unable to grasp the entire plan, Han Ji-hyuk continued to explain passionately, asserting that trust is built on consistent quality, which the skeletons do best. Kim Deok-bae's eyes gradually changed from confusion to understanding. As he realized the logic in Ji-hyuk's argument, Han Ji-hyuk concluded decisively that what they lacked now was recognition, and this was the way to get it for free. Placing a hand on Kim Deok-bae's shoulder to reassure him, Han Ji-hyuk looked out with absolute confidence, asserting that soon enough, ROCO itself would be begging them for more production. A ROCO representative examined a folder with a pensive expression. Meanwhile, a confident and calculating smile spread across Han Ji-hyuk's lips. He was ready for the next move. Outside, ROCO's headquarters building loomed under the blue sky. In the meeting room, the representative placed the report folder on the table with a weary sigh. Andrew, ROCO's CEO, questioned with a dissatisfied expression, demanding an answer regarding production capacity. The representative presented with difficulty, explaining the production limitations and the hesitation of suppliers. Andrew listened, hand on chin. Pondering the company's dilemma, he suggested factories in China, but the representative pointed out their unfavorable contract terms. Worry was evident on Andrew's face, as the alternative options were all unfeasible. To resolve the deadlock, the representative proposed a new direction. Mentioning an attention-grabbing video, Andrew initially dismissed it. Skeptical about a summoner factory in Korea he had never heard of, he thought it was just a video showing off the abilities of an awakener. Nothing more. But when the video was played, the skepticism on Andrew's face immediately turned into extreme shock. On screen, a skeleton worker in a factory uniform was working with incredible efficiency. The representative quickly presented the contract from that factory, confirming its authenticity. Andrew was stunned. As he read the terms on the tablet, a risk-free contract with unprecedented commitment, he questioned the suspiciously low price, but it was explained that this was due to nearly zero labor. The representative affirmed that the sample product quality was also acceptable. He emphasized that with the double compensation clause, ROCO had nothing to lose. Fully convinced, Andrew made his decision. Gesturing to approve a trial order of 10 0 the representative shouted with joy at his boss's decision. At the same time in Korea, Kim Deok-bae joyfully waved the contract, reporting that ROCO had placed an order. Han Ji-hyuk smiled contentedly. His plan had succeeded in attracting the giant's attention. Kim Deok-bae anxiously suggested prioritizing production, but Han Ji-hyuk dismissed it, asserting they could handle it simultaneously. The shoe factory owner continued to express concern, pointing out that the stamping machines were operating at full capacity. Han Ji-hyuk looked back with sharp eyes, considering the issue a minor, insignificant obstacle. Purple magical energy flared as bone fragments floated and began to assemble themselves. Han Ji-hyuk gestured towards a new machine created from bones, declaring that if they didn't have machines, they would create them themselves. Kim Deok-bae looked exhausted, asking Han Ji-hyuk about the remaining obstacles in their production plan, presenting the issue of lack of space. Kim Deok-bae announced that all factories were operating at full capacity, While Han Ji-hyuk calmly suggested using the Saron warehouse, Kim Deok-bae objected in a panic, pointing out that producing in an unregistered facility was illegal. Han Ji-hyuk brushed aside that concern with a confident smile, revealing that he had registered the warehouse a long time ago. Completely convinced and overwhelmed by Ji-hyuk's preparation, Kim Deok-bae could only stand there in astonishment. Regaining his composure, Kim Deok-bae enthusiastically agreed to Han Ji-hyuk's plan to get everything done immediately. The next day, a tense atmosphere filled Roko's meeting room as executives sat around a long table. One of the executives, the Roko representative, proposed a solution to their production crisis. His eyes lit up with an idea as he found information on his phone. Interrupted. Andrew, Roko's CEO, turned to his subordinate with an annoyed expression. The Roko representative reported on the skeleton-operated shoe factory they had contacted, causing Andrew to dismiss it impatiently. With a bead of anxious sweat, the representative announced shocking news. The trial order had been completed. Andrew shot up, extreme skepticism and astonishment evident on his face. As proof, the Roko representative handed his phone to Andrew. Displaying a confirmation email from Roko Korea, Andrew read the email, his expression growing increasingly shocked as he learned the entire 10,000 pairs had been delivered and passed quality inspection without a single defect. Staring at the Roko logo on the table, Andrew wondered if this was the golden opportunity the company needed. The Roko representative continued his presentation, arguing that this production capacity, combined with a risk-free contract, was their perfect solution. With a smug smile, Andrew made a decision, ordering a much larger order to test the limits of the new supplier. Back in Saron, Han Ji-hyuk received the new order and seemed slightly surprised by it. Kim Deok-bae confirmed that Roko was testing the limits of their production capacity. Han Ji-hyuk smiled smugly, realizing that his trap had sprung and Roko had completely taken the bait. To meet the demand, Han Ji-hyuk immediately called Director Park, requesting a large quantity of bones. After confirming the supply, Han Ji-hyuk stood up with a determined expression, declaring that they would show Roko what insane production capacity looked like. 2 days after placing the 60,000 pair order, Andrew and the Roko representative were once again shocked to learn it had been completed. Everything ran like a well-oiled machine, with Han Ji-hyuk directing operations and Han Seo-ah using magic to accelerate the process. A series of increasingly large orders were completed at astonishing speed, with Baek Sang-ho participating in the production line. In just 10 days, the Saron factory had produced enough inventory for Roko for a month. To mark this successful collaboration, Andrew and Han Ji-hyuk shook hands, the logos of Roko and Saron appearing behind them, symbolizing a perfect alliance. At Roko headquarters, a representative reported on the production situation with a serious expression. Andrew listened with the other executives, his face pensive at the news. During the meeting, the other executives discussed the soaring profits, thanks to the cooperation with Saron. Another executive emphasized Saron's extraordinary quality and production capability. The Roko representative presented to Andrew, pointing out millions of dollars in losses from old contracts. Andrew listened intently as his subordinate explained how Saron helped minimize inventory losses due to their incredible delivery. After consideration, a rare, satisfied smile appeared on Andrew's lips as he made the final decision. The Saron building stood tall in the sunlight, a symbol of a new production powerhouse. At Saron's office, the Roko envoy placed an electronic contract on the table with a confident demeanor. He pushed the contract forward, inviting his counterpart to review it. Han Ji-hyuk smirked smugly, his eyes showing triumph as his plan had succeeded. The Roko envoy explained the attractive terms, confident that this was an offer that couldn't be refused. Han Ji-hyuk began to casually skim through the contract. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on a line of text, the smugness on his face vanishing. He narrowed his eyes, rereading the clause skeptically, disbelieving what he saw. Anger began to simmer. Han Ji-hyuk looked up, pointing at the contract and questioning the envoy. The Roko envoy stammered, breaking into a cold sweat at Ji-hyuk's unexpected reaction. Han Ji-hyuk pondered deeply, trying to figure out the true intention behind the contract. He turned and handed the contract to Kim Deok-bae, asking for a second opinion. Kim Deok-bae took the contract, beginning to read with a focused expression. Han Ji-hyuk impatiently pointed at the contract, urging Kim Deok-bae to point out any irregularities. Kim Deok-bae looked up with a confused expression, shook his head, and affirmed that he saw no problem. Han Ji-hyuk was stunned, unable to believe his manager's naivety. He snatched the contract back from Kim Deok, Bei's hand to explain it himself. Han Ji-hyuk angrily pointed at each unfavorable clause, exposing the legal traps Roko had set. Both Kim Deok Bei and the Roko envoy turned pale as they realized the truth behind the wording. Cornered, the Roko envoy stammered that headquarters had offered a leniency. Hearing the word leniency, Han Ji-hyuk's fury erupted. His eyes blazing, Han Ji-hyuk listened to the Roko envoy explain the contract terms with a skeptical expression. The envoy reassured him, asserting that this was a standard contract and refusal would be disadvantageous. Ji-hyuk remained silent, his face pensive, as he considered the words. His eyes sharpened, a memory of a bitter lesson from the past suddenly flooding back. The memory took him back to when Taros made a simple promise, but the reality was completely. He recalled feeling isolated and scorned amidst a lavish party where no one valued him. He recalled having to bear all burdens, facing powerful enemies, while still being criticized unreasonably. He recalled the moment he walked on the red carpet, being pointed at, advancing towards an empty throne, and then he realized a harsh truth. Leniency only made him vulnerable. The memory ended with him standing above all, forcing those who had erred to kneel before his skeleton army. Returning to the present, Ji-hyuk decisively brushed aside Kim Deok Bei's anxious advice, asserting that the results spoke for themselves. With a confident, defiant smile, Ji-hyuk picked up a pen, declaring that enough was enough. He decisively crossed out a significant clause in the contract. To the envoy's astonishment, he continued to cross out another clause, demanding its immediate removal. Ji-hyuk threw the modified contract to the Roko envoy, who could only stammer protests. Ji-hyuk's eyes were cold, delivering an ultimatum that he would offer these terms to all. The Roko envoy broke into a cold sweat, completely overwhelmed by Ji-hyuk's decisive. Ji-hyuk leaned back in his chair, casually stating that the final decision belonged to Roko. At Roko headquarters, CEO Andrew read the modified terms with a stunned and angry expression. In the meeting room, the lead researcher vehemently objected, calling it a mockery. A female director and Roko representative argued that the financial benefits were too great to be ignored for the sake of self-respect. Andrew looked down at the meeting room from above, his face full of dissatisfaction at the argument. He rubbed his temples, wearily deciding to pause the discussion to monitor the situation. Soon after, Roko representative reported a request for increased production from another factory. Andrew irritably dismissed it, pointing out the high cost and blurting out a comparison to Saron's superior efficiency. His anger peaked, and he slammed his fist onto the desk. He rubbed his forehead, wearily admitting that after experiencing Saron, everything else felt inferior. Just then, a panicked assistant burst into the room, bringing urgent news of a defective shipment from the factory in China. In his office, Andrew questioned Andrew, subordinate who was reporting a serious production. Andrew listened with a pensive expression, considering the financial losses and supply chain disruption. A flicker of frustration crossed Andrew's face, and he muttered bitterly. Comparing the current failure to Saron's efficiency, Roko representative returned, presenting new information, explaining that Saron was actively approaching competitors. Andrew looked straight ahead, reluctantly admitting that Saron's success made them an attractive partner. Andrew's eyes flashed as he realized the true threat Saron was prioritizing early. He turned his back, lost in thought, the weight of the decision heavy on his shoulders. Andrew, subordinate, stood there, confused and awaiting instructions after his boss's previous contradictory order. Andrew spun around, his face tense with urgency, roaring an undeniable command to secure the contract at all. A contract was exchanged, officially sealing the agreement between Roko and Saron with much more lucrative terms. Kim Deok-bai, his face beaming with joy, reported a massive wave of orders from major brands. In his office, Han Ji-hyuk leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head, enjoying the fruits of his successful strategy. An image appeared in his mind. He and Han Seo were playing on a giant mountain of money, symbolizing ultimate wealth. Kim Deok Bei presented a new business proposal, asking about the possibility of also producing clothing. Han Ji-hyuk sat up straight, his interest piqued by the new potential. His gaze sharpened, confirming that he had anticipated this opportunity. Kim Deok Bei leaned forward, whispering if this was another opportunity to exploit cheap labor. Kim Deok Bei smiled triumphantly, realizing the potential for even greater profit. Han Ji-hyuk sprang to his feet, full of energy Ordering Kim Deok-bae to proceed with the immediate acquisition of a garment, he raised a finger, declaring his bold vision of transforming Seron into a comprehensive manufacturer. Kim Deok-bae clenched his fist, completely convinced and filled with enthusiasm by Han Ji-hyuk's leadership. Han Ji-hyuk looked into the distance, his voice full of determination. As he outlined his plan, his silhouette loomed over the image of the globe, his hand reaching out as if to grasp the entire world's manufacturing industry. Diverse products, clothing, hats, accessories appeared, illustrating Seron's expanding scope. Han Ji-hyuk rubbed his hands together with satisfaction, proud of establishing a comprehensive manufacturing. However, Kim Deok-bae pointed out a problem, explaining that while the shoe factory was busy, other factories had idle work. He used his hands to illustrate an integrated production cycle, proposing to rotate the skeleton workers between tasks to maximize efficiency. Han Ji-hyuk slumped his head onto the desk. The weight of the logistical problem, lack of space to execute the plan, suddenly hitting him. Han Ji-hyuk collapsed onto the table. A sense of dejection and exhaustion overwhelming him, Kim Deok-bae stood before the desk, hands outstretched, questioning a completely distracted Han Ji-hyuk. Ji-hyuk rested his hand on his cheek, closing his eyes, ignoring all the grand ambitions he once pursued. At the offer of rest, Ji-hyuk sprang up, his eyes lighting up with a childlike spark of hope. Kim Deok-bae laughed loudly, holding out a thick stack of documents, extinguishing Ji-hyuk's hope with the harsh reality of work. Ji-hyuk looked at Kim Deok-bae with disappointment, while the older manager just smiled mysteriously. Ji-hyuk sat back in his chair, accepting his fate. As Kim Deok-bae suggested, he just rest in the office. Just as Ji-hyuk stood up, a piercing alarm blared through the room, startling Kim Deok. Ji-hyuk's phone screen displayed an emergency disaster alert about an unstable gate nearby. Realizing the danger was imminent, Ji-hyuk immediately ordered the evacuation of all personnel outside the building. Kim Deok-bae expressed concern about the severity of the evacuation order, while a young employee reported the information he had just found. Upon hearing that the monsters were skeletons, a self-satisfied and calculating smile flickered across Han Ji-hyuk's face. From above, the chaotic cityscape unfolded, where an army of skeletons was engaging with defense forces. On the ground, the rapid response team captain strained to block a skeleton warrior's attack, shouting for his teammates to hold the line. Han Ji-hyuk quickly stepped into a deserted alley. He stopped when he saw Han Seo, already waiting there, silently observing. Ji-hyuk looked towards the battlefield with a serious expression. His premonition about this event had been correct. He realized that the skeleton army marching in disciplined formation were his own warriors. Ji-hyuk decided to act. Purple magic circles began to form in front of him to regain control. He launched a stream of magical energy towards a skeleton warrior, attempting to recall it before the exploration mode. The energy stream enveloped the skeleton warrior, beginning the recall process. Ji-hyuk was stunned to realize his spell had no effect. Han Seo, standing beside him, also looked surprised. In a flash of crimson light, Skeleton Commander's eyes glowed with killing intent. Signaling the transition to combat mode, Skeleton Commander stood in the middle of the road, surrounded by his army, ready for an all-out. The rapid response team captain was astonished, as his sword was easily blocked by a skeleton warrior. He and his teammates realized that the skeleton warriors had suddenly become much stronger and more aggressive. Ji-hyuk stared at the battle, trying to understand why he lost control of his programmed unit. With determination, Ji-hyuk extended his hand, preparing to cast another type of magic. As Skeleton Commander began to emit a dark energy, fierce blue magical energy burst forth, causing the green-haired Skeleton Commander, Skeleton Commander, to stagger and roar in defiance. With crimson eyes glowing with killing intent, Skeleton Commander charged forward, determined to crush the obstacle. The rapid response team captain was sent flying by a surprise blow, the head of a skeleton warrior shattering beside him. He turned back, his face revealing horror and pain at the enemy's power. Skeleton Commander swung his greatsword in a brutal arc, aiming directly at the captain. From a distance, Han Ji-hyuk and Han Seo observed the battle with tense expression. The captain, severely wounded, was helped up by a mage teammate while he gritted his teeth in endurance. Surrounded by an endless army of skeletons, the rapid response team realized they were on the verge of despair. The captain bowed his head, his face full of regret and helplessness, as the defensive line was about to collapse. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes narrowed, a flash of realization sparking as he assessed the situation. The skeleton warriors enveloped in purple energy, tightened their encirclement around the exhausted soldier. Amidst the chaos, the mage suddenly pointed skyward, his eyes flashing with a final spark of hope. Han Ji-hyuk's silhouette hovered above, two glowing magic circles around his hands. Ready to intervene, from above, he looked down at the soldiers, desperately calling for help. A confident and somewhat arrogant smile spread across Han Ji-hyuk's. He pointed down at the army of skeletons, a silent declaration of war issued, asserting he would clean up this mess himself. The captain and the mage looked up, their faces bewildered by the mysterious rescuer's demeanor. The captain squinted, trying to make out the familiar face in the sky. Sudden recognition dawned on him, and he was stunned to realize the person's identity. Han Ji-hyuk stood amidst a colossal magic circle, purple energy swirling around him, tearing apart nearby bone. He raised his hand, manipulating the magical energy into a destructive storm. Countless sharp bone spears, imbued with purple energy, formed and plunged onto the battlefield. A terrifying explosion engulfed everything in smoke and dust, shaking the entire street. When the smoke cleared, the devastated road appeared, strewn with fragments of the skeleton army. The captain and the mage stared at the scene, utterly stunned by the destructive power. The captain looked down at his hands, then back at Han Ji-hyuk, realizing the unimaginable power gap. Han Ji-hyuk gently landed on the pristine ground, his shoes spotless. On the ground, where the skeleton commander once stood, only a bubbling pool of magical liquid remained. Before dissipating, Han Ji-hyuk stood amidst the rubble, the magic circles dissipating as he affirmed that their creation was unnecessary. He stood alone in the desolate street, the aftermath of the battle evident all around. With a wry smile, Han Ji-hyuk turned and inquired about the survivor's condition. The captain of the emergency response team, supported by his teammate ERT, Mage, expressed profound gratitude, his voice trembling with relief. Han Ji-hyuk forced a smile, humbly waving his hand, claiming he merely did what was necessary while internally wondering about the skeleton's anomaly. The captain of the emergency response team watched Han Ji-hyuk, his face filled with astonishment and confusion at the extraordinary power he had just witnessed. The captain bowed deeply in boundless gratitude, while Han Ji-hyuk gestured with his hand, asking him to stand up. Han Ji-hyuk touched the bloodstain on his lip, his expression pensive, as he reanalyzed the skeleton's unusually intelligent coordination. The captain of the emergency response team looked directly at Han Ji-hyuk, his gaze inquiring, seeking answers from the person he considered an expert. Caught off guard, Han Ji-hyuk appeared flustered, trying to find a way to answer. To change the subject, Han Ji-hyuk pointed towards the injured and summoned a skeleton transport, emphasizing the urgency of treatment. The captain of the emergency response team agreed and ordered his team to prioritize moving the severely injured onto the bone carriage. Han Ji-hyuk breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the rescue team begin their work. The bone carriages moving to transport the injured, he watched them leave, his expression turning serious as he pondered the surprising strength of the skeleton army compared to the awake. Pushing those thoughts aside, he bent down, his attention focused on a fragment on the ground. He picked up the fragment from the skeleton commander's sword, his eyes filled with doubt as he realized it could be an important clue. At home, Han Ji-hyuk sat on the floor, examining the fragments while Han Seo-ah lay relaxed on the sofa. Playing with the purple mana core, he placed a fragment on a magic book, the ancient runes glowing, confirming that his control program was still intact. However, when he infused energy into the fragment, a dark, unfamiliar mana radiated out, making him frown in confusion. He tried to store his mana core, but failed, realizing his storage space wouldn't. A flash of understanding sparked in his mind, explaining the recent anomaly. At the same time, Han Seo-ah flinched as Ji-hyuk's purple mana core and a mysterious blue mana core began to resonate loudly. She covered her ears, showing extreme discomfort at the piercing magical sound. Han Ji-hyuk picked up the blue mana core, wondering where it came from and worrying about its fragility. He suddenly froze, his eyes sharpening at an unexpected discovery. He looked at the fragment in his hand, then back at the blue mana core, realizing an alarming similarity between the two energy sources. The energy emanating from the blue mana core was raw, wild, and pure, like natural energy. Han Ji-hyuk stared at the evidence, a terrifying hypothesis forming in his mind. The gate's mana itself had controlled the skeleton. Han Ji-hyuk re-envisioned his teleportation process, where items in his subspace were drawn into another gate instead of following. A small lost skeleton ran on a giant red arrow, While Ji-Huk clutched his head in despair at this absurd situation, the memory of a skeleton warrior emitting a strange magical aura resurfaced, and he realized the gate's mana had replaced his own in controlling them. Han Ji-Huk forced a wry smile, anticipating that other creations might have also. The terrifying prospect of a Death Knight and a colossal flesh golem appeared in his mind. Enemies he couldn't defeat. Sitting on the floor, Ji-Huk looked at the broken bone fragments and the two mana cores, feeling helpless against the power of his own creation. Han Seo, sitting on the sofa, turned to look at Han Ji-Huk with curiosity. As she sensed his sudden determination, Han Ji-Huk's gaze sharpened, and he set a new goal. He must build an army to fight. He looked down at the broken bone fragments, determined to rebuild the undead legion from the ashes. Ji-Huk picked up the blue mana core, his eyes analytical as he considered using it as an alternative energy source. He put the mana core down, realizing he still needed a stable supply of corpses to begin the regeneration. Ji-Huk's expression became tense as he calculated the enormous cost of reinforcing high-tier units with metal and gold. He sighed. Realizing that his current business income was completely insufficient to cover the plan, Ji-Huk leaned back in his chair, his face tired and dejected as he thought about never being able to retire. A spark of light flickered in his eyes, a simple but costly solution emerging. Scaling up production, the Saran headquarters building appeared, symbolizing the business potential he had to fully exploit. Han Ji-Huk and Han Seo, now in business attire, stood looking out the office window. Contemplating the company's future, Ji-Huk turned away with a dissatisfied expression, deeming conventional production expansion too slow. He envisioned a larger factory with skeleton workers operating under a hybrid system to increase efficiency. Han Seo gestured with her hand, while Ji-Huk stood beside her with his arms crossed, both realizing the core issue: buying a new factory required an enormous sum of money. Ji-Huk frowned, considering the last option of hunting in gates himself to earn more income. He swung his hand dramatically, his face filled with indignation at the thought of returning to a life of relentless combat. With a resigned sigh, Han Ji-Huk strode away, Han Seo following behind. As he accepted that he had no other choice, Ji-Huk raised the phone to his ear, his expression serious as he spoke. When a familiar voice from the other end made him pause, he recognized the caller as Park Woo-jin, the captain of the rapid response team he had saved. Ji-Huk switched to a friendlier demeanor, inquiring about Woo-jin's situation, while Han Seo observed curiously. After agreeing to a meeting, Ji-Huk looked out at the Saran Company parking lot. A red supercar sped into the parking lot, braking impressively, signaling the guest's arrival. Startled by the noise, Han Ji-Huk looked out with surprise. Park Woo-jin stepped out of a red supercar, enthusiastically calling Han Ji-Huk's name. With gratitude, Park Woo-jin bowed and offered Han Ji-Huk a gift bag, but Ji-Huk politely declined. Park Woo-jin proudly showed off his car. Asking Han Ji-Huk if it was expensive, he awkwardly admitted that he had overspent, but explained it was a way to display an awakened state. Han Ji-Huk curiously asked about the car buying habits of awakened. Park Woo-jin confirmed that a luxury car was often the first item they bought when they had money. Hearing this, Han Ji-Huk fell into thought, an idea beginning to spark in his mind. Park Woo-jin cheerfully offered his help, declaring that he would do anything for the person who saved his life. Han Ji-Huk flashed a confident smile, raised a finger, and proposed a business idea. Park Woo-jin blinked in confusion at the unexpected offer. His expression grew even more bewildered as he tried to understand what was happening. To execute his plan, Han Ji-Huk led a bewildered Park Woo-jin into a market specializing in dungeon byproducts. Han Ji-Huk smiled meaningfully, reassuring him that everything he did had a reason. He approached a vendor and asked to buy large monster. The vendor crossed his arms, surprised by Han Ji-Huk's request for a high-level monster skeleton. Four-legged and as large as a horse, the vendor introduced a Demora skeleton, a large feline monster. Park Woo-jin flinched upon hearing it was a B-grade monster. While Han Ji-Huk remained calm, Han Ji-Huk decided to buy it immediately and asked if there were any other options. The vendor pointed to smaller, horse-like skeletons, and Han Ji-Huk agreed to buy them all. Han Ji-Huk opened a magical storage space, a dark vortex sucking all the skeletons inside. Park Woo-jin pointed, stammering in astonishment at Han Ji-Huk's storage ability, which wasn't just for summoning beasts. Han Ji-Huk scratched his head awkwardly, vaguely explaining that it was the result of some experiments. Park Woo-jin narrowed his eyes suspiciously, recalling that Ji-Huk had also collected fragments earlier. Trying to dismiss his suspicion, Park Woo-jin asked about the total cost while Han Ji-hyuk lightly sweated. At a warehouse, Han Ji-hyuk stood before Park Woo-jin and Han Seo-ah, who were waiting, preparing to assign tasks. Park Woo-jin stood at attention, his eyes full of determination, ready to receive orders. With a confident smile, Han Ji-hyuk gestured towards the newly purchased skeletons, preparing to begin the work inside the warehouse. Park Woo-jin nodded decisively. Accepting Han Ji-hyuk's challenge with the six-legged skeletal creature, Woo-jin told himself that he couldn't handle such a monster, but hoped Ji-hyuk would go easy on. Darkness enveloped Han Ji-hyuk's face, leaving only a sly smile and glowing eyes as he signaled to begin. Ji-hyuk offered an inviting smile, tilting his chin towards the skeletal creature, encouraging Woo-jin to try riding. Park Woo-jin froze, completely bewildered by Ji-hyuk's strange offer. Realizing the problem, Ji-hyuk smiled and explained that the creature lacked a saddle, and he would create one immediately. Ji-hyuk lightly patted a crude saddle that had just appeared on the skeletal creature's back, inviting Woo-jin to try again. Reminded of his promise to help, Park Woo-jin reluctantly accepted, his face full of resignation. Woo-jin sat on the creature's back, his body shaking violently with each jarring step. He winced from the jolting. Feeling as if his soul was about to leave his body from the discomfort, Ji-hyuk raised his hand to signal a stop. And when the creature halted, Woo-jin lost his balance and fell while Ji-hyuk began to readjust it with magic. With a smile and a wave, Ji-hyuk invited Woo-jin to try again, despite his annoyed expression and the bruise on his sitting on the creature's back once more. Park Woo-jin was amazed to realize the ride was now incredibly stable. Han Ji-hyuk smiled confidently, ordering the next phase of the test running. Outside the warehouse, dusk fell, marking the passage of time during the test. Park Woo-jin admitted to Han Ji-hyuk that the creature was now good enough for regular use. Lightly patting the skeletal creature's flank, Woo-jin curiously asked if it was a combat. Park Woo-jin's eyes lit up, excitedly envisioning the tactical advantages such cavalry could bring. Han Ji-hyuk calmly denied it, explaining that if he needed cavalry, he would have created centaur. He patted the creature, his eyes gleaming with business acumen as he announced his plan to sell it as a mount. Park Woo-jin was stunned, unable to believe his ears that Ji-hyuk intended to sell such a creature. Ji-hyuk raised his hand, a complex purple magic circle appearing as he declared the need to custom. Blue magical energy enveloped the skeleton. Beginning its transformation, the skeletal creature's eyes glowed with pure blue light, signaling the completion of the transformation. Park Woo-jin turned around and was surprised to see Han Seo had arrived. She, too, looking curiously ahead. Han Seo-ah and Park Woo-jin gaped in astonishment at the skeletal creature, now encased in gleaming silver armor. While Han Ji-hyuk smiled smugly, Ji-hyuk explained the features while Han Seo-ah delightedly tried riding the new version, confirming the product's competitiveness. Fully convinced, Park Woo-jin enthusiastically suggested customization ideas, his eyes shining with excitement. Han Seo-ah happily raised her phone, taking a selfie with the skeleton transport in the office. Amidst the bustling street, Park Woo-jin rode the armored skeleton transport, gliding along and attracting astonished glances from passers-by. In the office, Park Woo-jin clenched his fists, his face radiant from the overwhelming success of the street advertising campaign. Han Ji-hyuk looked at Park Woo-jin mischievously, making an enticing offer to persuade him to continue the promotional work. Park Woo-jin turned his face away reluctantly, but eventually nodded, accepting Ji-hyuk's offer. Baek Sang-ho rushed into the office, raising his hand to report that he had completed his assigned task. He suddenly froze, his eyes wide with astonishment, as he saw the skeleton transport in the flesh for the first time. Baek Sang-ho's eyes lit up with pure admiration and fascination for the unique creation before him. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, gesturing to invite Baek Sang-ho to join the design project, surprising and delighting him immensely. Without hesitation, Baek Sang-ho sat at the table and began sketching his ideas with intense focus. He confidently presented his first design, a mount model with elegant and refined lines. Han Ji-hyuk nodded in approval while Baek Sang-ho excitedly waited, and Park Woo-jin stood beside them, observing with a thoughtful expression. Park Woo-jin objected, arguing that the design was too soft, while Baek Sang-ho confidently pushed up his glasses. Defending his aesthetic viewpoint, Han Ji-hyuk crossed his arms, smiling with amusement as he witnessed the passionate debate between the two. To resolve the conflict, Han Ji-hyuk stepped forward and proposed turning their debate into a design competition. Baek Sang-ho's eyes flashed with determination. Ready to accept the challenge to prove his talent, Park Woojin also narrowed his eyes, a competitive fire igniting as he accepted the challenge. Both looked at each other with sparks flying. A creative showdown officially beginning right there in the office. Han Ji-hyuk observed the bustling scene where Han Seo-wa was taking photos and Baek Song-ho and Park Woojin were working enthusiastically. A satisfied smile on his he lightly patted the skeleton transport's armor, his eyes gleaming with calculations of impending profit. A giant billboard announced the launch event for Saren Company's first skeleton mount. In a large auditorium, the crowd buzzed with chatter, their eyes fixed on an object covered by a red cloth on the stage. A pair of elegant black shoes stepped decisively onto the stage. Moving into the spotlight, Han Ji-hyuk appeared, confidently holding a microphone and introducing himself to the entire audience. He gestured towards the covered object, beginning the main introduction for the anticipated product. Han Seo-wa sharply pulled away the red cloth, revealing a bare, surprisingly simple, six-legged skeletal. The audience in the auditorium looked at each other, their murmurs turning into clear confusion and disappointment. Amidst the subdued atmosphere, Han Ji-hyuk remained completely calm, raising his hand and snapping his fingers decisively. A sharp mechanical detail of the armor clicked into place with a decisive. On the brightly lit stage, Han Ji-hyuk introduced the new product, a sophisticatedly designed six-legged mechanical. Journalists and audience members at the event simultaneously raised their cameras. Astonished by the creature's impressive appearance, Han Ji-hyuk explained that this design could be fully customized according to the owner's preference. In the crowd, the audience began to murmur about the potential and convenience of such a mount. With a confident smile, Han Ji-hyuk announced a raffle to find the first buyer and revealed the starting. Han Seo-wa stood next to a ballot box, and Han Ji-hyuk reached in to find the lucky person. Amidst the crowd, an arm was raised as Han Ji-hyuk called out the winner's name. Han Ji-hyuk gave the winner a tablet to begin the customization process. The winner, a blonde man named Seo Han-seok, reviewed the options on the tablet and commented on the high price. To persuade him, Han Ji-hyuk offered an installment plan, but Seo Han-seok dismissed it, asserting he had enough cash. Han Ji-hyuk glanced at Seo Han-seok, secretly assessing him to be a high-level awakener. In the audience, two people recognized Seo Han-seok as the captain of the renowned Hanul Guild. Han Ji-hyuk appeared impressed upon realizing the identity of this important customer. Han Ji-hyuk signaled for staff to bring out the customized parts for Seo Han-seok to inspect directly. An augmented reality interface appeared around the mount, displaying expensive upgrade options. A Saran employee smiled mischievously as Han Ji-hyuk showed discomfort at the customer's costly choices. Seo Han-seok requested additional glowing characters to be engraved on the armor. The employee calculated the total cost, a colossal figure appearing on the screen. Han Ji-hyuk cheerfully confirmed that the customer could add more options later if desired. Seo Han-seok decided to engrave only a few simple characters for this time. The final total cost was announced, stunning the entire auditorium with the enormous sum. Han Ji-hyuk instructed Seo Han-seok to place his hand on the mount's head to complete the registration. Seo Han-seok hesitantly reached out towards the mechanical creature. As his hand touched it, vibrant red energy chains surged, coiling around the creature to complete the binding process. The armored creature's eyes glowed with yellow fire. A new vitality breathed into. Han Ji-hyuk announced the final step was to name the mount, now referred to as Demora. With a joyful expression, Seo Han-seok affectionately touched the creature and named it Yundori. Han Ji-hyuk's smile stiffened, a flicker of discomfort appearing on his face at a final remark. On the brightly lit stage, Han Ji-hyuk loudly introduced Seo Han-seok and the newly named mount, Eundori, to the cheering and constantly photographing crowd. With a self-satisfied smile, Han Ji-hyuk held the microphone and announced the next segment of the program. A video began showing baskets filled with monster bone parts, an indirect way for the public to learn about. The scene shifted to a news report where a winged monster flew menacingly beside a skyscraper. Next was a terrifying direct confrontation scene as a gray leopard-like monster lunged at a panicked civilian. But now, a new method had emerged as Yundori's armored legs confidently strode through a couple on the street startled and recoiled, horrified to see the monster-like creature approaching. The young man quickly realized the situation, pointing at the rider and reassuring his frightened companion. Both watched with curiosity as Seo Han-seok casually rode Yundori past them, demonstrating it was completely under control. Seo Han-seok puffed out his chest proudly, a satisfied smile evident on his face as he enjoyed the attention. At its master's command, Eundori unexpectedly struck akute pose, astonishing the two passers. The woman's astonishment quickly turned into admiration and longing as Yundori pranced away with unexpected grace. Seo Hanseok rode Yundori towards the modern building of the Hanul Guild. A group of guild members welcomed him, the leader waving enthusiastically as Seo Hanseok approached with a cool expression. Surrounded by curious teammates, Seo Hanseok firmly prevented them from touching Yundori, explaining that it only obeyed its registered user. A powerful voice rang out from behind, drawing everyone's attention. Kim Han-yul, the guild master of Hanul, stood there with crossed arms, observing the new mount with an impressed gaze. Seo Hanseok turned to greet his superior, then signaled Yundori to stand aside and rest. Kim Han-yul approached with a mischievous smile, offering to take a closer look at the mount. Seo Hanseok's eyes narrowed suspiciously, trying to guess Kim Han-yul's intentions. After a moment of hesitation, Seo Hanseok reluctantly agreed. Stepping back as Kim Han-yul eagerly advanced towards Yundori, Kim Han-yul tapped lightly on Yundori's armor. Nodding in satisfaction at its sturdiness, a glint appeared in Kim Han-yul's eyes, indicating an intention beyond mere observation. Seo Hanseok's expression turned to panic as he realized what Kim Han-yul was about to do. He desperately reached out, trying to explain that the armor was an integrated, non-detachable part, ignoring the warning. Kim Han-yul forcefully grabbed a piece of armor and yanked it off, leaving Seo Hanseok and the other members stunned, completely distraught. Seo Hanseok clutched his head, his face contorted in extreme anguish. Seo Hanseok's back trembled in despair as he collapsed. Shouting the name of his damaged mount, Eundori, to test its durability, Kim Han-yul forcefully peeled off a piece of Yundori's armor and was startled when it came off. Seo Hanseok turned to confront Kim Han-yul, his face distorted with anger at his superior's destructive act. Kim Han-yul scratched his head awkwardly, offering to buy a new mount to compensate for his mistake. Pain was evident on Seo Hanseok's face. He dismissed the offer, only reluctantly requesting Yundori be repaired. Seo Hanseok pointed directly at Kim Han-yul's face, demanding he take responsibility, and the guildmaster surrendered, accepting all demands. The Hanul Guild headquarters building stood tall. Where the confrontation was about to continue, the Hanul Guild members cheerfully greeted Seo Hanseok as he entered, unaware of the ongoing tension. Seo Hanseok, still angry, ignored the greetings and walked straight towards Kim Han. Kim Han-yul tried to mischievously explain his actions, but Seo Hanseok was not convinced. Seo Hanseok's rage erupted. He unleashed all his frustration on Kim Han-yul for damaging his precious item. Kim Han-yul pledged to take full responsibility for the repairs. Trying to appease his enraged subordinate, an assistant rushed over, handing the ringing phone to Seo Hanseok with an urgent expression. Seo Hanseok took the call, his initial self-satisfied expression quickly turning to doubt. He listened, the skepticism on his face gradually transforming into extreme shock. Seo Hanseok screamed into the phone, panic and despair completely overwhelming. He collapsed, the phone falling from his hand. His mind blanked from the news he had just received. Despair enveloped Seo Hanseok as he realized his predicament. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of rival company Roko, a tense atmosphere prevailed. A female director presented a bleak financial report, causing CEO Andrew to frown in concern. Andrew slammed the newspaper onto the table. Roaring in anger at his competitor's success, a panicked assistant rushed in, reporting more bad news. Further frustrating Andrew, one of Andrew's subordinates received orders with a confused expression, not understanding his boss's sudden decision. This employee then received a report from another person, confirming the company's crisis situation. Elsewhere, Han Ji-hyuk was highly focused, his fingers gliding over the magic bone control pad. He skillfully manipulated the bone joints, a stream of purple energy surrounding them, indicating a complex crafting process underway. Han Ji-hyuk leaned back in his chair, a satisfied smile on his lips as the work was completed. Han Seo-ah stood beside him, looking at her cousin with eyes sparkling with admiration and pride. Rage erupted on Andrew's face as he roared in his office. A female director with a serious expression reported the dismal figures. Adding to his anger, another Roko representative presented more information, his face tense from the pressure. In helpless fury, Andrew slammed his fist onto the desk. An assistant rushed into the room in a panic, carrying another urgent report. Andrew answered the phone, his anger quickly turning into shock and despair. A subordinate received orders from Andrew, his face confused by the sudden change in his boss's demeanor. Andrew yelled an order over the phone, despair evident on his face. The subordinate stood frozen, trying to process the frantic order he had just received. An employee in a striped shirt hurried over, handing a new report to the subordinate. The subordinate took the report, his expression growing more tense as the situation worsened. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Seo Han-seok clutched his head in pain and anger. He stared at his precious mount Yundori, its silver armor now cracked and broken. Seo Han-seok froze as he listened to the contents of a call, his expression shifting from anger to extreme panic. Kim Han-yeol, the guild master, looked at his destructive handiwork with mischievous curiosity. Kim Han-yeol patted Seo Han-seok's shoulder in a friendly manner. While Seo Han-seok seethed with anger, Kim Han-yeol looked at his hand, seemingly surprised by the power that had caused the damage. Seo Han-seok's anguish peaked as he heard the final words over the phone. Seo Han-seok's assistant rushed over with an urgent expression, handing him a report. Seo Han-seok received the new information, helplessness evident on his face. Other members of the Hanul Guild curiously observed the entire incident. Seo Han-seok pointed, venting his anger at Kim Han-yeol, who merely scratched his head and turned away. Awkwardly avoiding him, suddenly, a gigantic cat monster lunged from the shadows, growling savagely. Two civilians screamed in terror, utterly helpless against the impending. To protect the innocent, Yundori soared through the air, blocking between the monster and the civilians. The terror of the two civilians turned into astonishment and relief. Seo Han-seok stared, unable to believe the display of power and protection from his damaged mount. Kim Han-yeol stood watching with his arms crossed, a proud and satisfied smile on his lips. On a display stand, a black and white armor set with a striking skeletal design stood impressively. Kim Han-yeol stared at the armor, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he gestured, eagerly asking about its compatibility with his gigantic physique. Han Ji-hyuk, with a confident demeanor, offered a gauntlet from the armor and gestured for him to try it on, an offer Kim Han-yeol met with an enthusiastic fist pump. Kim Han-yeol stood in the workshop, already wearing the perfectly fitted armor, looking at Han Ji-hyuk with an eager expression, awaiting the signal to activate his power. Han Ji-hyuk raised his hand to signal a stop, then decisively snapped his fingers to give the command. With a confident smile, Han Ji-hyuk explained that the bone fragments on the armor were the parts that would transform. Han Ji-hyuk pointed towards a pile of white armor pieces on the ground, introducing them as Unit 1 to Kim Han-yeol and Han Seo, who were observing curiously. Following the instructions, Kim Han-yeol approached the armor pieces, spreading his arms and legs, ready for the transformation process. With an expression of intense focus, Kim Han-yeol concentrated his energy, preparing to activate his giant transformation ability. Fiery red energy began to spread from the chest area of the armor, signaling the start of the transformation process. The bone joints on Kim Han-yeol's gauntlets restructured, emitting a red glow as they changed. Other bone pieces on the armor also detached and shifted, enveloped in transformative energy. A large horned skull-shaped shield suddenly formed from the armor pieces on the ground. Kim Han-yeol gazed in awe at the shield that had just appeared in his hand, unable to hide his admiration. Han Ji-hyuk calmly explained the shield's function, while Han Seo looked on with eyes full of admiration. Next, a gigantic warhammer with a spine and skull-shaped hammerhead. Kim Han-yeol grasped the warhammer, his excitement rising to a new level as he felt its weight. Han Ji-hyuk continued his presentation, explaining the new weapon while Han Seo remained overwhelmed. A pair of large, spiky shoulder pads materialized and flew towards Kim Han-yeol. Kim Han-yeol tensed as the shoulder pads automatically attached into place, completing his formidable appearance. Han Ji-hyuk concluded the demonstration as Han Seo looked at Kim Han-yeol in his new form with extreme astonishment. In his full warrior form, Kim Han-yeol stood tall, holding the hammer and shield, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. He admired his complete armor, a satisfied smile evident on his face. Han Ji-hyuk and Han Seo observed the result, Ji-hyuk smiling with satisfaction, while Seo clapped in extreme excitement. Kim Han-yeol swung the warhammer experimentally, testing the balance and power of the new weapon. Han Ji-hyuk crossed his arms, a smug smile on his lips as he witnessed the success of his product. Han Seo looked at Han Ji-hyuk with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration for his talent. The three stood in the training ground, Kim Han-yeol in his mighty warrior form, Han Ji-hyuk as the proud inventor, and Han Seo as the fervent admirer. Han Seo watched with bated breath, her heart pounding with anticipation. Kim Han-yeol stood tall in his newly equipped bone armor, energy surrounding his body. He looked down at his armor in amazement, his face full of admiration and disbelief. From below, Han Ji-hyuk confidently gestured, asking for his opinion on the product, overwhelmed. Kim Han-yeol tried to hold back tears of joy and immense relief. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, calmly explaining the process of removing the armor. As commanded, the armor detached and retracted, revealing Kim Han-yeol in a tight black bodysuit to Han Seo. Ah's astonishment, Kim Han-yeol examined the bodysuit, impressed by its convenience and design. With a humble expression, Han Ji-hyuk received Kim Han-yeol's sincere thanks for making his dream a reality. Kim Han-yeol placed his hand over his heart, affirming his absolute satisfaction with Han Ji-hyuk, ready to seal the deal. Kim Han-yeol inquired about payment. After hearing the unexpectedly low price, Kim Han-yeol looked surprised. While Han Ji-hyuk revealed that he had a condition, Kim Han-yeol's face showed confusion. As Han Ji-hyuk explained that the investment request was actually a loan, Han Ji-hyuk presented his offer with a cunning and confident smile, a loan in exchange for free lifetime up. Immediately intrigued by the offer, Kim Han-yeol leaned forward, thoughtfully considering the capital he would provide. Making a quick decision, Kim Han-yeol generously offered a loan of 20 billion won. The astonishing figure completely caught Han Ji-hyuk off guard, his composure momentarily broken by shock. Their agreement was sealed with a firm handshake, solidifying the new part. At another location, Seo Han-seok spread his arms wide and called out loudly, his face beaming with he happily embraced his skeletal transport, Ilndori, while Kim Han-yeol excitedly recounted the armor's transformation process. Strange, ominous sound interrupted their conversation, putting both Seo Han-seok and Kim Han-yeol on alert. Seo Han-seok quickly dismissed the sound, assuming it was just a low-level portal, and casually leaned against Yundori. However, Kim Han-yeol looked ahead with concern for the safety of the civilian. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Han-yeol decisively gave a thumbs up and then charged towards the chaotic area, leaving Seo Han-seok stunned. From a shimmering crack in space, a gigantic crimson snake monster burst forth with immense force. Now fully equipped with the bone armor, Kim Han-yeol effortlessly lifted the defeated snake with a triumphant smile. A television news report covered the event, with an announcer detailing Kim Han-yeol's unexpected appearance in the unique bone armor. Watching the news report from home, Han Ji-hyuk gave a small, satisfied smile. His promotional plan, a complete success. In his apartment, Han Ji-hyuk observed a white-haired female researcher collecting combat data from a small, moving skeleton. The researcher focused intently, analyzing each movement of the skeleton to optimize combat macros. With a glint of excitement in her eyes, she signaled the skeleton to stop. Having collected enough data for the initial phase, suddenly, Han Ji-hyuk's foot pressed down on the skeleton's head, causing it to thrash about helplessly in anger. The researcher looked up at Han Ji-hyuk, who was questioning her actions with a raised eyebrow. She clutched her head in frustration, signaling him not to interfere with the crucial data collection process. Han Ji-hyuk turned away, looking at his phone as a money transfer notification appeared, a smug smile fleetingly crossing his face as he began planning to scale up. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office, Andrew, CEO of Roku, looked out with a frustrated expression at the deadlock caused by limited orders. A Roku representative burst into the room, bringing urgent news that made Andrew turn around with a stunned expression. Upon hearing that Saron was opening a large-scale factory and seeking new contracts, Andrew slammed the table, his skepticism quickly turning into rage. With iron determination, Andrew ordered his subordinates to secure manufacturing contracts with Saron immediately, at all costs. Back in Saron's office, Kim Deok-bae reported to Han Ji-hyuk that orders were pouring in, especially a large one from Roku. Han Ji-hyuk got up, feigning astonishment at the proposed 700,000. He leaned back in his chair, interlacing his fingers with satisfaction. His plan to trap Roku having been perfectly successful. While approving the contracts, Han Ji-hyuk frowned, noticing something strange. All proposals came from mid-tier manufacturers. Kim Deok-bae began to explain, pointing out the difference in business strategy between top-tier and mid-tier companies. He emphasized that top-tier companies focused on technological advancement, rather than solely relying on design and marketing. Han Ji-hyuk listened intently, his expression growing pensive, as he realized the technological barrier was the company's next challenge. Kim Deok-bae confidently asserted that over time, as Saron grew, top-tier companies would seek them out to propose technology transfers. Han Ji-hyuk raised an eyebrow, gesturing to inquire about the basis for Kim Deok. Bae's unwavering confidence, a metaphorical image appeared depicting the collapse of the Korean footwear industry, with factories closing and entrepreneurs leaving. In Kim Deok Bae concluded his explanation, suggesting that Saeron should proactively prepare by developing its own technology. Han Ji-hyuk nodded in agreement, his eyes lighting up with a new idea as he proposed establishing a research lab. He abruptly changed the subject, asking Kim Deok Bae about an organization called the Korean Footwear Association. Surprising him, Kim Deok Bae hesitated, unsure why Han Ji-hyuk was interested in such an organization. A logo of the Korean Footwear Association appeared, and he explained that it was an organization founded during the industry's golden age, but was now almost defunct. Han Ji-hyuk recognized the immense potential, understanding that the remaining factories in the association held valuable technology that Saeron needed. Kim Deok Bae smiled kindly, revealing that he had been a member for a long time and had already gathered invitations for collaboration, making Han Ji-hyuk smile in appreciation of his thorough preparation. After considering Kim Deok Bae's offer, Han Ji-hyuk decided to attend the meeting with a smug smile. He entered a large hall crowded with association members, buzzing with anticipation. Standing next to Kim Deok Bae, Han Ji-hyuk expressed astonishment at the scale of the welcoming ceremony, a display he had not anticipated. Kim Deok Bae, equally surprised, confirmed to Ji-hyuk that this was an unusual sight. A man in a suit, the association president, approached with a warm smile to welcome Han Ji. Ji-hyuk politely shook hands with the president, but his eyes held a glint of suspicion at this overly friendly demeanor. With a formal gesture, the president invited Ji-hyuk to step forward. Declaring him the star of the event, Ji-hyuk's eyes narrowed. Sharply analyzing the atmosphere and the key figures in the room, he noticed a group of association members gathered, whispering with smug expressions. Seemingly having known something in advance, an amused smile flickered across Ji-hyuk's lips as he began to realize the true nature of the event. Ji-hyuk looked straight ahead, his smug expression confirming that he had realized this was not merely a welcoming ceremony, but a trap. On stage, the association president began his speech. Recalling the bygone golden age of the Korean footwear, he continued to paint a bleak picture of the industry's current decline, evoking sympathy from the crowd. Standing in the crowd, Kim Deok Bae confirmed to Ji-hyuk that the situation had indeed been difficult for some time. To create drama, the president pointed at Ji-hyuk, praising him as an unexpected hope, a savior for the entire industry. The president's speech reached its climax, inciting the crowd with the prospect of industrial revival, causing them to applaud and cheer wildly. Having gained the crowd's support, the president presented his core demand, calling on Ji-hyuk to share his skeleton technology for the common good. Ji-hyuk's expression turned cold as he realized the entire scheme was orchestrated to force him into a fate accomplished. Kim Deok Bae, stunned and enraged, abruptly interrupted, questioning the president about this unannounced action. Meanwhile, the group of complicit members began to whisper, feigning confusion to increase pressure on Ji to defend Ji-hyuk. Kim Deok Bae angrily argued that demanding the sharing of a unique ability was as cruel as asking an awakened to relinquish their power. Kim Deok Bae pointed directly at the president, demanding a formal proposal, instead of using this public pressure tactic. Observing the spectacle, a smug smile appeared on Han Ji-hyuk's lips. As he identified the masterminds, Ji-hyuk regained control, calling out the president's name on stage, startling him into attention. With a calm demeanor, Ji-hyuk suggested ending the meeting, but his eyes flashed a cold threat towards those who had tried to. Asserting his authority, Han Ji-hyuk decisively turned and walked away. Despite Kim Deok Bae calling after him in confusion, Kim Deok Bae bowed his head, his expression full of remorse as he apologized to Ji-hyuk for inadvertently putting him in an awkward situation. Back in the office, Ji-hyuk reassured Kim Deok Bae while Saeron, researcher, a female researcher, quietly observed from her chair. In the office, Kim Deok Bae looked confusedly at Han Ji-hyuk, while Han Seo-ah sat casually on the table, silently observing. Han Ji-hyuk sighed, standing up from his desk, his gaze resolute, causing Han Seo-ah to watch him curiously. Kim Deok Bae angrily waved his hand, asserting that they did not need to concede to the association's unreasonable demand. Ji-hyuk casually sat on her printer, calmly countering that having technology and connections was still better. He continued to explain, revealing that he had discovered a conspiracy by the president and his faction to spread misinformation. An image of the association president appeared with a smug smile, but Ji-hyuk dismissed the idea that he was the sole master. Kim Deok-bae pondered, listing 3 major conglomerates influential enough to manipulate the president. A diagram appeared illustrating how these companies established factories overseas while maintaining headquarters. Ji-hyuk confirmed, explaining that they only paid membership fees to maintain the appearance of being a Korean. Kim Deok-bae agreed, emphasizing that smaller companies could not do the same. Han Seo, fiddling with a small object, looked up and asked about identifying allies and enemies. Kim Deok-bae scratched his head, suggesting that the smaller companies genuinely wanted the skeletons and had no ill intent. Ji-hyuk agreed, expressing sympathy for the association members who had been swayed by the president's rhetoric. With a determined gaze, Ji-hyuk interlaced his fingers, declaring his plan to deal with both internal and external threats. An image appeared showing a group of awakened using transport skeletons, illustrating his reason for stopping their production. The market was too crowded. Kim Deok-bae listened with an astonished expression as Ji-hyuk declared that the footwear industry was different and he was now strong enough to take it over. Ji-hyuk explained his strategy, a confident smile on his lips. Ally with smaller companies to gain control of the association and eliminate the 3 major conglomerates. Kim Deok-bae expressed skepticism, questioning whether Ji-hyuk truly intended to lend out the skeletons. Ji-hyuk leaned forward, slyly whispering that he only needed to create a similar effect. Kim Deok-bae's face lit up as he realized Ji-hyuk's intention. Completely convinced, Kim Deok-bae happily accepted the order, turning to retrieve the association's bylaws. A few days later, at the General Assembly, the association president was smugly receiving praise from another member for having convinced Suran. The doors opened, and Han Ji-hyuk and Kim Deok-bae entered, drawing everyone's attention. The association president rushed forward to greet them, but Han Ji-hyuk coldly walked past without a glance. The association president was stunned and confused by Ji-hyuk's public disregard. Ji-hyuk stepped onto the stage, turned his back to the crowd, and introduced himself loudly. He turned to face the audience, holding the microphone with a smug smile, acknowledging their interest in the skeleton. Standing alone on stage, Ji-hyuk announced his decision to lend them, but hinted that it wouldn't be as they expected. Han Ji-hyuk leaned into the microphone, his voice firm, preparing to make a statement. He bluntly expressed contempt for the association president's public coercion, who was stunned below. However, he declared he would still help, but with one sole condition: to turn the tables. Han Ji-hyuk made a shocking proposal to impeach the current association president. The entire hall fell into stunned silence at his bold declaration. The association president stammered in protest, citing that impeachment was unprecedented. Han Ji-hyuk coldly raised his phone, quoting the association's bylaws that allowed for an impeachment vote. In a panic, the association president pointed at Ji-hyuk, attempting to invalidate the proposal by pointing out he wasn't yet a. Suddenly, Kim Deok-bae stood up from the audience, his gaze firm, officially submitting a motion to impeach President Yoo Young-oh. Han Ji-hyuk turned to look at the association president with a smug expression, a silent question asserting his dominance. Sweat beaded on the association president's forehead as he realized he had been cornered. Seizing the moment, Han Ji-hyuk raised his hand, calling for an immediate vote. From the stage, Han Ji-hyuk requested all those who agreed to impeach President Yoo Young-oh to raise their hand. One hand, then many others began to rise in the crowd, creating a wave of unexpected support. Even association member A, one of the accomplices, raised their hand, realizing that the tide had turned. Han Ji-hyuk announced the first round's result. The motion had passed, and he called for the final vote. The association president collapsed as hands around him simultaneously rose. While Ji-hyuk issued an ultimatum: if there weren't enough votes, he would leave. With a sarcastic hand gesture, Han Ji-hyuk declared President Yoo Young-oh officially impeached and demoted. In a last-ditch effort, the former president desperately protested, demanding an official meeting. Han Ji-hyuk coldly dismissed the protest, pointing out that any attempt would be nullified by another vote on the spot. He held up a pre-signed membership application, declaring he would join the association as a gesture in response to their support. Amidst the cheers of the association members, the former president staggered back, utterly defeated. He trembled, looking at his phone, his face aghast. as he received new instructions or news. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes narrowed. He realized the former president was merely stalling for time, acting on someone else's order. With a confident smile, Han Ji-hyuk returned to the microphone, declaring it was time for him to fulfill his promise. He raised a finger, making it clear that his help would not be. An image appeared, illustrating Ji-hyuk's point. The skeletons were not individual workers, but a concentrated production force, as eficiente as machines. He looked down at the crowd, officially presenting his counterproposal. Instead of lending the skeletons, he would provide their labor in an entirely new way. A diagram appeared, illustrating a simple business model. Orders were sent to a skull-shaped factory, and products were delivered back to customers. Amidst the crowd, Yu Yongo questioned Han Ji-hyuk, who calmly held the microphone. About the difference in his proposal, Han Ji-hyuk began to present, explaining that his company would only accept domestic orders from association members. Yu Yongo and another association member whispered to each other, their faces full of skepticism and confusion at Ji-hyuk's declaration. Han Ji-hyuk nodded in acknowledgement, then spread his arms as if bestowing a gift, presenting a future free from the burden of factories and labor. With a cunning smile, Ji-hyuk appeased the crowd, feigning concern for the employment of thousands of workers. To conceal his true intentions, another diagram illustrated the skeleton worker integration plan, showing that skeletons could be borrowed based on the number of human workers employed. Yu Yongo loudly protested, pointing out the contradiction in requiring staff retention while providing skeletons to cut labor costs. Han Ji-hyuk's face hardened. He admitted the plan was a burden, but immediately spun it into a barrier to prevent newcomers from entering the market. He pointed at the crowd, appealing to their pride by emphasizing the difficulties they had endured to build their careers. With an eloquent gesture, Han Ji-hyuk called on the association members to collectively monopolize the domestic shoe market, using their own factories and employees as weapons. Yu Young-oh, Kim Deok-bae, and another association member smiled triumphantly. Completely convinced by the prospect of shared growth and monopoly, Yu Young-oh suddenly noticed a loophole. Hastily questioning the fate of export-focused companies, Han Ji-hyuk turned back, coldly dismissing his concern. Asserting that export companies were not his problem, Yu Young-oh's mouth fell open in astonishment. Unable to believe Ji-hyuk's blatant indifference, with a sharp gaze, Han Ji-hyuk definitively declared that his plan only applied to factories and workers in South Korea. Yu Young-oh tried to weakly object, but was waved off by a hand from the crowd. Signifying their impatience, Han Ji-hyuk shrugged with a feigned innocent expression, concluding his speech by asking the crowd if they were satisfied with his. The crowd erupted in cheers, raising their hands and shouting their approval, completely won over by Ji-hyuk's. With a smug smile, Han Ji-hyuk glanced towards Yu Young-oh, his eyes full of challenge, implying that any objection now stemmed from an ulterior motive. Yu Young-oh gnashed his teeth in anger, realizing he had been completely outmaneuvered and lost the crowd's support. An illustration showed Kim Deok-bae and other factory owners rejoicing as the diligent skeleton workers boosted Seron's order. At a subsequent official General Assembly meeting, the first agenda item was announced: the impeachment of the president. Yu Young-oh was stunned as the results were announced, defeat evident on his face. He staggered in desperate protest as other members held him back. Kim Deok-bae stepped onto the podium, beginning the next agenda item by questioning the membership status of companies with only headquarters in South Korea. Yu Young-oh and other association members looked at each other, anxiety beginning to creep in as they realized the question's objective. Kim Deok-bae looked straight ahead, his voice firm as he officially proposed limiting membership to companies with manufacturing plants in South Korea. Two association members, who were previously Yu Young-oh's allies, looked at each other in horror as they realized they had just been eliminated from the game. Han Ji-hyuk crossed his arms, delivering a powerful implicit warning to the remaining association members. A member in the crowd raised a hand, interrupting to ask a probing question. Association member A posed a hypothetical question, trying to trap Han Ji-hyuk regarding a loophole in the membership regulation. The crowd murmured anxiously at the prospect of a strong foreign competitor potentially entering the market. Cornered association member A broke into a sweat, hastily clarifying that it was just an example. A vote was conducted, and a series of hands simultaneously rose in approval. Standing on the podium, Kim Deok-bae announced that the motion had passed, officially eliminating unqualified members. As the meeting was about to conclude, Han Ji-hyuk raised his hand, signaling that he had one final proposal. With a confident expression, Han Ji-hyuk cited a bylaw to nominate Kim Deok-bae for the vacant presidential position. To the resounding approval of the crowd, Kim Deok-bae was officially nominated for the presidential position. Kim Deok-bae was stunned on stage, completely surprised by Han Ji-hyuk's move. In the office, Han Ji-hyuk reassured a bewildered Kim Deok-bae, while Han Seo-ah calmly observed. Kim Deok-bae sighed, reluctantly accepting the new, weighty role. Regaining his composure, Kim Deok-bae outlined a media plan to solidify their position and quell criticism. Han Ji-hyuk smirked in satisfaction, fully approving Kim Deok-bae's plan. An illustration showed Saron's factory operating at full capacity with thousands of skeleton workers. Han Ji-hyuk leaned back in his chair, satisfied with the massive profits, but still unfulfilled, as the ultimate goal was far off. He spun his chair, his mind racing to find new avenues for profit. Looking down, Han Ji-hyuk focused on his phone, beginning to search for a new business direction. His fingers flew across the keyboard, entering a search query. A look of surprise appeared on Han Ji-hyuk's face as he read the search results on his phone. He pulled hand on his chin, analyzing the information he had just found about a sunset industry. The illustration showed electronic devices and circuit boards, representing the industry that South Korea once dominated. In another room, Saron, researcher A, explained that low-end products requiring manual labor were what was considered obsolete. Han Ji-hyuk suddenly snatched a stuffed animal from Saron, researcher A's hand as an example. He held up the animal, pointing out that simple products like this were mostly manufactured abroad. To emphasize his point that consumers prioritize low prices over quality, Han Ji-hyuk playfully chopped Saron, researcher A's head lightly with his hand. Han Ji-hyuk gazed into the distance, a new and bold business idea beginning to form in his mind. In his office, Han Ji-hyuk pondered his next move. Realizing the complexity of manufacturing electronic goods, his expression grew frustrated as he realized that potential South Korean companies had all gone bankrupt, leaving no targets for acquisition. He held a pen, considering the possibility of building a research team himself, but doubted the competitiveness of a mediocre product. Ji-hyuk suddenly recalled the initial strategy of Chinese companies, relying on low-priced products. Spark flashed in his eyes as he realized the key legally producing knockoff. With a plan taking shape, Ji-hyuk stood up and confidently walked into a factory complex. Inside the factory guide cheerfully greeted Kim Deok-bae, who had just been appointed president. Han Ji-hyuk approached, waving his hand in a friendly manner, asking Kim Deok-bae not to address him by his formal title. Kim Deok-bae appeared awkward and flustered by the sudden change in roles, but still reluctantly agreed. Ji-hyuk patted Kim Deok-bae's shoulder, his eyes full of confidence, as he proposed a new business project for them to discuss. The scene shifted to a modern office building in Shenzhen, China, the headquarters of Yinchu Electronics. In a luxurious conference room, the Yinchu CEO inquired Seong-hoon about the company he represented. Seong-hoon confidently introduced himself as the director of SR Electronics, a newly established brand. The Yinchu CEO continued to question him about the parent company, appearing skeptical of an unfamiliar name in the industry. Seong-hoon outlined their strategy, a startup in South Korea looking to build its product portfolio by acquiring licenses. The Yinchu CEO's expression changed with surprise and skepticism as he questioned the profitability of manufacturing headphones in South Korea. Seong-hoon made a bold offer to acquire all production rights, technology transfer, and even export rights. The Yinchu CEO frowned, showing reluctance to create more competitors in an already fierce market. To break the hesitation, Seong-hoon presented a specific figure, an attractive financial offer to acquire both the technology and old equipment. The Yinchu CEO appeared dissatisfied, stating that the price was too low compared to the effort they had put into developing the product. Seong-hoon decisively increased the price, declaring it his final offer, while the Yinchu CEO still tried to haggle further. Noticing the stubbornness, Seong-hoon stood up, looking disappointed and preparing to leave to end the negotiation, panicked at the risk of losing the deal. The Yinchu CEO quickly reached out to stop Seong-hoon. Seizing the opportunity, Seong-hoon turned back, reassuring him that production would only take place in South Korea under a different brand, eliminating any concerns about competition. The Yinchu CEO quickly recalculated, realizing that this was essentially an easy money-making opportunity without risk. With a triumphant smile, Seong-hoon An looked at the Yinchu CEO, who finally nodded in agreement to sign the deal. While preparing the contract, Seong-hoon An skillfully asked for more information about Yinchu's component supplier. Back in South Korea, Han Ji-hyuk stood in the middle of a vast factory, arms crossed with a look of complete satisfaction. His plan having succeeded perfectly, Han Ji-hyuk stood with his hands on his hips, explaining his strategy with a smug smile, asserting that his method was both cheaper than buying a factory and beneficial for his partner. Baek Sang-ho entered, his face serious, announcing the imminent arrival of the Chinese technician. Ji-hyuk giving a thumbs up to emphasize his command, tasking Baek Sang-ho with closely supervising the operation of the machine. Ji-hyuk put his arm around Baek Sang-ho, whispering his secret plan to feign maintenance to research and copy the technology using the. Ji-hyuk lightly patted Baek Sang-ho's back as encouragement, and the subordinate turned away with a determined expression, promising to complete the task. Ji-hyuk watched him with a smug smile, his mind already calculating the next step in his market domination. Vex Lauter. In a modern office, Han Ji-hyuk confidently introduced himself to a man in a suit. The supplier's CEO smiled politely. Admitting he had heard of Ji-hyuk's reputation and his unique business methods, Ji-hyuk humbly waved his hand, attributing it to luck, while the CEO affirmed it was a remarkable achievement and moved on to business. A polite female assistant placed a cup of coffee in front of Ji-hyuk as he confirmed the purpose of the meeting was product supply. The CEO began to probe, asking about textile products like towels. While hinting that they were mostly imported from China, Ji-hyuk nodded in acknowledgement. And when the CEO asked about products manufactured in South Korea, he dismissed them, stating they were not of interest. The CEO appeared confused by Ji-hyuk's indifference, then suggested another item, stuffed toys. Ji-hyuk decisively rejected the idea, stating he would add it to the future production list, but not now. Silencing the CEO, Ji-hyuk calmly took a sip of coffee, his sharp gaze indicating he was in complete control of the conversation. The discussion continued with a series of proposals from the CEO's socks, bags, wallets, but all were coldly rejected by. Finally, the CEO raised his hands in surrender, confused, asking Ji-hyuk to reveal the actual product he wanted to sell. With a mysterious smile, Ji-hyuk raised his hand, and a swirling, pitch-black spatial portal appeared in midair beside him. From within the portal, a series of electronic devices, hair dryers, headphones, toasters poured out, filling the tabletop. The CEO was stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sudden appearance of the high-tech item. Ji-hyuk picked up a hair dryer, explained his retail and original prices, then made an offer at an unbelievably low price. The CEO took a sip of coffee to compose himself, his eyes full of skepticism, as he asked about the specific price. Ji-hyuk's answer stunned the CEO, his eyes twitching behind his glasses in shock. The CEO leaned forward, questioning the feasibility of the price, and Ji-hyuk simply explained that the difference lay in the place of manufacture. The CEO narrowed his eyes, pressing about the legality of it, concerned it might be counterfeit or smuggled goods. Ji-hyuk leaned back in his chair, casually crossing his arms, firmly asserting that all products were legally licensed. The CEO picked up a hairdryer, examining it carefully, muttering about the contradiction between the low price and quality. Ji-hyuk smiled confidently, offering to leave sample products, so the CEO could personally verify their superior quality. Han Ji-hyuk raised his hand, stopping any further presentation, and signaling his desire to proceed directly to signing the contract. The supplier's CEO smiled confidently, proposing to expand the partnership to another market. Han Ji-hyuk took a sip of coffee, agreeing decisively, but his eyes sharpened, implicitly warning about his meticulousness regarding the terms. The supplier's CEO nodded reassuringly, indicating that he had prepared thoroughly for this meeting. With a satisfied smile, Han Ji-hyuk pushed the contract documents across the table, wanting to quickly finalize the agreement. The target of this strategy was the discount store chain Daesom, a nationwide distribution network. By integrating SR Electronics products into that system, the brand would be deeply ingrained in the public's mind. After resolving the domestic issue, Han Ji-hyuk leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed as he contemplated the greater challenge, exporting to the international market. An employee in a pink shirt entered, announcing the arrival of the owner of the new Saron rider. That announcement suddenly sparked an idea in Han Ji-hyuk's mind, His eyes lighting up, he envisioned a bold advertising campaign, a Saran rider becoming the prize for a monthly wrap. A smug smile appeared on Han Ji-hook's lips. He had found a way to make customers come to him. A bustling crowd passed by a Daesum chain store. A male shopper looked at his shopping list and sighed, complaining about always overspending at discounts. His female companion sternly reminded him, telling him to strictly adhere to the defined list. As soon as he stepped inside, the male shopper immediately remembered another item not on the list. His gaze was drawn to a crowd gathering in a corner of the store. He approached and asked a store employee about the ongoing event, who explained it was a product launch for SR Elect. Impressed by the unexpectedly low price, the male shopper picked up a product and began to consider purchasing it. He closed his eyes, trying to remind himself to stick to the shopping list. Suddenly, his eyes landed on an advertisement for a raffle to win a Saran rider. Realizing the immense value of the prize, his resolve crumbled, and he picked up the product box again with a look of longing. His female companion turned back, angrily questioning him about breaking his promise not to make impulsive purchases. As expected, the idea of the grand prize created an explosive wave of purchases, with overwhelmingly positive feedback spreading across social media. On his desk, Han Ji-hook's phone rang loudly, breaking the silence. Han Ji-hook answered, hearing an urgent report from Jung Sung-hoon that all stock had sold out and immediate replenishment was needed. With a confident smile, Han Ji-hook calmly confirmed he would meet all quantity demands. As if he had anticipated this outcome, his gaze sharpened as he inquired about the appearance of foreign customers, a question that completely stunned Jung Sung-hoon on the other end of the line. From behind his desk, Han Ji-hook ended the call, a smug smile on his lips. As he anticipated interest from the international market, his finger swiped across the screen to end the call with director Jung Sung-hoon. After having ordered accelerated stock replenishment at another location, a shrewd Chinese distributor, He Meng, examined a pair of headphones with an appreciative expression. In the meeting room, He Meng mused over the product's astonishing value, a stark contrast to the imported goods he usually saw. While Han Ji-hook observed him coolly, a flicker of recognition crossed He Meng's face as he scrutinized the design, an unexpected familiarity emerging. He voiced his realization to Han Ji-hook, linking the design to the renowned brand Inshu Electronic. He Meng's eyes widened in disbelief as Han Ji-hook calmly confirmed he had legally licensed the identical design, a move the distributor found perplexing. Han Ji-hook brushed aside the question of legality with a confident, almost predatory smile, steering the conversation directly to the price. He Meng recoiled in utter astonishment as Han Ji-hook quoted an impossibly low price, further bewildering him by confirming the massive promotional event was still ongoing. Han Ji-hook's eyes narrowed with strategic focus as he asserted that every product sold worldwide was entered into the raffle, revealing the scale of his global ambition. A glint of greed sparked in He Meng's eyes, his mind racing to calculate the immense profits to be made from. He Meng cautiously probed for any legal loopholes regarding export restrictions, a necessary precaution for his online business model. Rising from his seat with renewed urgency, He Meng countered with an offer for exclusive distribution rights. Willing to pay a higher price to secure the golden opportunity, Han Ji-hook flatly rejected the offer with a dismissive wave, steadfast in his strategy of low profit, high volume, and non-exclusivity. He Meng's expression shifted to one of profound respect, as Han Ji-hook outlined a lightning-fast strategy for market domination, compelling him to accept the initial term. From this agreement, Han Ji-hook proudly stood before a wave of his products and an army of skeletal workers in stylized uniforms, symbolizing an explosion in production and growth. Meanwhile, at the SR Electronics office, a manager, Seong-gun An, reported to his superior with a worried expression, holding a tablet containing disturbing news. Seong-hoon An reported to Han Ji-hook about the backlash from licensing companies like Inshu Electronics, who were threatening lawsuits, while Han Seo indifferently listened to music in the background. Undeterred, Han Ji-hook waved his hand dismissively, giving Seong-hoon An full authority to handle the empty threats as he saw fit. Immediately shifting gears, Han Ji-hook declared it was time to expand their product line, gesturing towards Seong-hoon An to gather ideas. Han Seo, still enjoying her music, interjected with a casual suggestion about computer mice, which was immediately considered. Seong-hoon An pondered and countered, suggesting they target products with low brand loyalty such as digital scales and desk clocks, to avoid competing with established giants. Han Ji-huk's face lit up with approval, and he instructed his manager to seek out product designs where high labor costs were the primary barrier. Seong-hoon-an raised a valid concern, noting that Saran's growing reputation in China would make obtaining new licenses more difficult than before. A shadow of immense power seemed to fall over Han Ji-huk's face as he smiled, confidently asserting that money would overcome all obstacles. His nameplate, CEO Han Ji-hyuk, rested on his desk, a testament to the power he wielded to execute his market-dominating strategy through pricing and mass production. A sudden thought sparked in Han Ji-hyuk's mind, his expression shifting to one of focused recollection. As he remembered the upcoming promotional event, he issued a final, decisive command to Seong-hoon-an prepare a global live stream for the Saran Rider raffle, ensuring they leverage their international reach. A clapperboard snapped shut, signaling the start of the broadcast. An energetic host welcomed the global audience to SR Electronics' live stream giveaway. Backstage, Han Ji-hyuk calmly observed while Seong-hoon-an confirmed the technical aspects of the broadcast were running smoothly. Ji-hyuk glanced at a phone, seeing the number of viewers had surpassed 100,000 and was still rising. Seong-hoon-an reassured Ji-hyuk, gesturing towards the professional stage to show that everything was under control. The host spread his arms, building anticipation as he prepared to reveal the grand prize. Under the spotlight, a sleek, armored six-legged mount, Yundori, emerged amidst a cloud of smoke. The host marveled at Yundori, running his hand along its armor to emphasize its premium texture to the audience. Changing the subject, the host held up a card, instructing the audience on how to find the unique product code to enter the raffle. The host brought a finger to his lips in a secretive gesture, promising a surprise reward to retain all customers. With a decisive gesture, the host introduced the raffle drum, officially commencing the drawing. The transparent raffle drum spun, shuffling the numbered balls inside to ensure a random selection. A single blue ball rolled down the chute, separating itself from the rest. The host picked up the blue ball, his expression showing amusement as he prepared to announce a surprising fact about the chosen product type. He held up the ball, revealing the number 4 and announcing the winning product was a mini vacuum. From the wings, Han Ji-hyuk confirmed to Seong-hoon-an with a discreet nod that sales of that item were indeed very low. The host seized this information, enthusiastically explaining the extremely high winning odds for anyone who had purchased this unpopular product. Han Ji-hyuk observed with a smug smile, his marketing plan unfolding exactly as intended. The host again pointed towards the raffle drum, ready to find the ultimate lucky winner from the group of 40. 0, 0, 0. On stage, an ordinary man in a blue jacket stood between the host and Han Ji-hyuk, his hands covering his mouth in disbelief. The stunned winner tentatively reached out his hand towards his grand prize, the majestic yet calm Yundori. A chart showed sales skyrocketing as various SR Electronics products sold like hotcakes, fueled by the massive promotional event. In his office, Han Ji-hyuk leaned back in his CEO chair, hands clasped with a satisfied smile, enjoying the immense profits. His smile faded, replaced by a pensive expression as he gazed into the distance, his thoughts momentarily drifting from financial success. A cold glint of determination flickered across his face as he recalled a more pressing need for resources. Silently thinking of an army of undead, the moment was broken as Seong-hoon-an entered the office. Approaching the desk with important information, Han Ji-hyuk's attention returned to the present, a hint of surprise on his face. Upon hearing the competitor's name, Seong-hoon-an held a tablet and reported to his CEO, explaining that Ulim Electronics, a formidable competitor, had requested a meeting. Seong-hoon-an presented an issue to Han Ji-hyuk, his expression showing uncertainty about the partner's intentions. Han Ji-hyuk, with a confident demeanor, ordered Seong-hoon-an to arrange the meeting. Seeing nothing to lose, night fell over a luxurious traditional restaurant. Where the important meeting was about to take place, a man with a confident demeanor introduced himself as Jin In-ji, CEO of Ulim Electronics. Extending his hand, Han Ji-hyuk shook Jin In-ji's hand, returning the greeting politely, but maintaining a cautious demeanor. Ji-hyuk invited Jin In-ji and his assistant inside, skillfully demonstrating his role as host. Wine was poured into ceramic cups, signaling the start of a formal negotiation at the banquet table. Jin In-ji began the conversation by praising Ji-hyuk's bold business strategy. His eyes gleaming with envy and admiration, He continued his presentation, admitting that he did not possess Ji-hyuk's special abilities, and that was why he sought out Saran. Jin In-gi outlined his company's structure, pointing out factories in China and South Korea to clarify the current situation. Seong-gunan, listen. A question appearing on his face as he analyzed Yulim's business logic. Jin In-gi smiled shrewdly. Preparing to explain the reasoning behind his strategic decision, he emphasized the value of the domestically produced label, an indispensable factor in building trust and credibility in the market. Jin In-gi moved on to the core issue, explaining that rising labor costs in China were eroding Yulim's competitive edge. He revealed that Saran, with its low labor costs and domestic manufacturing reputation, emerged as a perfect solution. Jin In-gi got straight to the point, formally proposing a joint venture factory between Yulim and Saran to address both parties' issues. Han Ji-hyuk was slightly surprised by this bold offer. To persuade Ji-hyuk, Jin In-gi argued that in a joint venture, the use of skeletons would no longer be an issue, as Saran would also be a shareholder. Ji-hyuk and Seong-hun-an analyzed the offer together, recognizing its clear profit potential. However, Ji-hyuk hesitated, envisioning a loss of profit control and facing fierce public opposition. Ji-hyuk, after consideration, flatly refused, asserting that self-production was Saran's core philosophy. He quickly made a counteroffer, suggesting Jin In-gi view the skeletons as automated machines. Ji-hyuk outlined his plan. Yulim would build the factory, and Saran would install and manage the automation system in exchange for a fee. Jin In-gi was stunned by the one factory, two companies proposal, a cooperative structure instead of a joint venture. Ji-hyuk explained that he simply disliked complex shareholder relationships, holding firm to his stance. He emphasized Saran's philosophy of financial independence, considering it an unbreakable principle. Ji-hyuk decisively declared that Saran would never go public to avoid shareholder interference, making Jin In-gi reconsider. Jin In-gi, after a moment of silence, accepted Ji-hyuk's logic, but requested an assurance for the agreement to proceed. Han Ji-hyuk confidently explained that his agreement would make Yulim dependent on Saran, maintaining the upper hand in negotiations. To alleviate Jin In-gi's hesitation, Ji-hyuk proposed an additional mutually beneficial binding clause, ensuring long-term cooperation. To reinforce trust, Ji-hyuk highlighted Saran's perfect track record, asserting they had never unilaterally terminated a contract and always brought benefits to clients. With a decisive gesture, Ji-hyuk clasped his hands, signaling that the discussion was over and his terms were final. After some consideration, Jin In-gi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the offer was worthy of serious discussion. Ji-hyuk smiled with satisfaction as the agreement was finalized, already calculating the expansion of other lucrative partnerships in the future. A flicker of worry appeared on Ji-hyuk's face as he considered the possibility of negative public reaction, claiming they were taking away jobs. Seong-hun-an expressed concern that public opinion could easily be incited by malicious individuals, even if this factory had never existed in Korea. Jin In-gi also shared his concern, worrying that Yulim's employees in Korea would feel insecure about their jobs. Ji-hyuk immediately offered a solution, proposing a direct meeting with Yulim's factory union to address all concerns. Before a crowd of reporters and flashing lights, Han Ji-hyuk and Jin In-gi formally shook hands, officially cementing their partnership under a large. After the ceremony, a reddish-brown-haired man approached Han Ji-hyuk and Jin In-gi. As they stood together, the man introduced himself as the union representative, shook Ji-hyuk's hand, and expressed gratitude for proactively securing production and designs for the factory in Korea. Ji-hyuk received the thanks with a radiant expression, declaring that mutual growth was always his top priority. Standing before the reporters, Ji-hyuk began his speech, explaining that human workers still played an essential intermediary role between full automation and manual labor. He passionately presented his vision for revitalizing the domestic economy and creating dual benefits by bringing foreign factories back to Korea. Ji-hyuk reassured the crowd that strict contracts would ensure job security for Korea's existing work. From behind, Jin In-gi and the union representative listened with impressed and approving expression. Han Seo-wa, Kim Deok-bae, and another Saran executive watched with satisfied smiles, proud to witness Ji-hyuk's strategy succeed. Ji-hyuk concluded his speech with a powerful statement, affirming Saran's commitment to promoting the nation's economic development. With a knowing smile, Ji-hyuk issued a public invitation to all companies with overseas factories to promptly contact Saran. A series of images flashed by showing Han Ji-hyuk signing contracts with over 10 different companies. Starting with Yulum Electronic, a television news report covered the event, announcing that Han Ji-hyuk's agreements had an economic impact of trillions of won. Back in the office, Seong-hoon Ahn pointed at the television screen in surprise, saying they hadn't even asked the media to cover it. Seong-hoon Ahn's expression turned serious as he reported on the growing dissatisfaction from other companies in the electronics industry. Ji-hyuk's face darkened with annoyance upon hearing that companies with only domestic factories felt unfairly. He dismissed those complaints, arguing that their business model, based on brand value, was completely different from Saran. Ji-hyuk decisively ordered Seong-hoon Ahn to publicly declare that Seon would not cooperate with those companies to protect domestic job stability. Seong-hoon Ahn presented a new business opportunity to Han Ji-hyuk, who initially appeared confused by the offer. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes gleamed as an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. In his mind, he envisioned himself standing before a sea of people, holding up a sign seeking investment areas, powerful enough to stir local government. Pondered deeply, realizing this was an extremely powerful negotiating lever. A self-satisfied smile appeared on Han Ji-hyuk's lips as he decided to fully exploit this opportunity. He outlined an ambitious plan to concentrate all partners in a single location, making the local economy entirely dependent on Saran. Han Ji-hyuk decisively announced his decision, choosing Gunsan as the destination for the survey trip. A large parking lot outside a modern building in Gunsan appeared under the daylight. Han Seo-ah showed immense delight while enjoying street food. At an outdoor dining area, Han Seo-ah and Kim Deok-bae listened as Han Ji-hyuk explained his reasons for choosing Gunsan. Han Ji-hyuk pointed out Gunsan's strategic advantages, including the city's size and its convenient proximity to a seaport for export. He further emphasized the most crucial factor. A large factory had recently closed, turning the area into a job crisis zone, creating a perfect opportunity. Kim Deok-bae immediately understood the intention, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he realized the local residents were desperate for jobs. Han Ji-hyuk confirmed Kim Deok-bae's deduction with a radiant smile, declaring he would leverage this situation to negotiate the most favorable terms. On a luxurious desk, the nameplate Governor Yoon Ho-chang was prominently displayed. Han Ji-hyuk and Yoon Ho-chang shook hands professionally, commencing their meeting from above. The spacious meeting room highlighted the contrast between the two men seated on the sofa. Yoon Ho-chang, the governor of Gunsan, began the conversation with a confident and welcoming expression. Han Ji-hyuk began the negotiation by asserting his objective and directly asking what benefits Gunsan could offer. Yoon Ho-chang confidently listed standard incentives such as tax exemptions and guarantee funds, believing them to be sufficiently attractive. Han Ji-hyuk skillfully dismissed them, pointing out that other crisis-stricken areas offered similar benefits. Yoon Ho-chang hastily countered, emphasizing that tax incentives were determined by the central government and could not be changed. With a mischievous expression, Han Ji-hyuk clasped his hands, signaling that taxes were not the only incentive he was interested in. He calmly explained the specific challenges of operating his factory. Han Ji-hyuk revealed the core issue. The use of skeleton workers required maximizing factory space, but this was hindered by floor area ratio regulation. He bluntly stated his demand, forcing Yoon Ho-chang to face a difficult decision. Han Ji-hyuk shrugged with an innocent expression, arguing that his company's case was unique and required special consideration. To exert pressure, Han Ji-hyuk presented a folder of documents as a trump card, stunning Yoon Ho-chang as he realized it was a list of international companies looking to invest. Overwhelm was evident on Yoon Ho-chang's face as he heard about the scale of the partner companies. Han Ji-hyuk presented an undeniable economic prospect, emphasizing jobs and tax revenue for Gunsan. Yoon Ho-chang meticulously reviewed the report. Considering the enormous figures for revenue and direct investment, he clenched his fist, determined to seize this opportunity for his region. To bind Ji-hyuk, Yoon Ho-chang made a key demand, requiring a commitment for all future partners. Han Ji-hyuk smiled confidently, ready to accept the condition as part of his larger plan. A few days later, a massive crowd of reporters and citizens gathered in front of the new Yulum Electronics building in the Gunsan Industrial Complex. Camera flashes went off incessantly as reporters documented the event, a testament to the city's economic revitalization. Standing on the podium, Yoon Ho-chang boldly declared that this was a new era for Gunsan, a promising new chapter. He pointed towards the vast industrial complex, asserting that Yulum's return was just the beginning of a powerful wave of investment. Han Ji-hyuk observed from behind, a subtle smile appearing on his lips as Yun-ho Chang's speech unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Amidst the crowd, a reporter raised a hand, preparing to ask a difficult question. Yun-ho Chang skillfully redirected the question. Inviting Han Ji-hyuk onto the stage to directly address the media, Han Ji-hyuk stepped to the microphone, calmly announcing the number of companies that had confirmed and were in the process of negotiation. A female reporter in the crowd listened intently, her expression showing skepticism at the impressive figure. She raised her hand, questioning Seron's use of skeleton labor and its potential negative impact on human. Han Ji-hyuk admitted the truth, frankly, but immediately turned the tables by emphasizing that growth would create more high-level jobs. An illustration showed a human employee supervising diligently working skeleton laborers. Materializing Ji-hyuk's argument, the female reporter quickly calculated, presenting a hypothetical scenario about the enormous number of skeletons needed to solve unemployment. Han Ji-hyuk chuckled gracefully, dismissing the figure as a mere assumption. While subtly planting the idea of Seron's potential scale in everyone's mind, he concluded his speech with an eloquent declaration, asserting that Seron was bringing jobs back to South Korea. With a grateful bow, Han Ji-hyuk concluded his response, leaving a strong impression of commitment and vision. Yun-ho Chang stepped up, thanked Ji-hyuk, and opened the floor for the next Q&A session with reporters. As he left the stage, Han Ji-hyuk looked at Yun-ho Chang with a meaningful gaze. Confident that the governor would soon realize his dependence on Seron, Ji-hyuk's vision encompassed the entire industrial complex, an empire slowly taking shape. In the shadows, a cunning smile appeared on Ji-hyuk's face as he used magic to create a miniature model of Gunsan, planting a Seren flag into it. 3 months later, Seron's headquarters stood tall in Gunsan, signaling the dawn of a new era. From above, Baek Sang-ho presented Han Ji-hyuk with a list of new companies, reporting on the progress of the Han Ji-hyuk sat in his office, reviewing a thick stack of documents, with a surprised expression at the large number of potential partner companies. Kim Deok-bae stood opposite, gesturing decisively, urging Han Ji-hyuk to accept all new partners despite the competition, while outlining a strategy to direct existing partners towards export. Han Ji-hyuk narrowed his eyes, showing annoyance upon hearing rumors requesting an expansion of the reward event for partner products. Kim Deok-bae cautiously explained that they were just unofficial whispers, then suggested ignoring them. Han Ji-hyuk handed the documents back to Kim Deok-bae, granting him full authority to proceed with the expansion plan. Seong-gun An, a senior manager, suddenly burst into the office with a panicked expression, calling out Han Ji-hyuk's name loudly. Seong-gun An's face was full of urgency as he reported a request for assistance from the fire. Han Ji-hyuk and Kim Deok-bae turned around, surprised by the news and demanding a clear explanation. Han Ji-hyuk stood at a high vantage point, silently observing a massive warehouse engulfed in a sea of fire and black smoke. A fire captain with a soot-stained face looked up, recognizing Han Ji-hyuk hovering in the air and calling his name in despair. Han Ji-hyuk landed on the ground in front of the fire captain, who was explaining the urgent situation. The fire captain emphasized their desperation, explaining that 5 workers were trapped inside and the fire was too intense to approach. Han Ji-hyuk listened with a determined expression, ready to accept the mission. The captain's expression became flustered as he confessed that they did not know the exact location of the victim. Han Ji-hyuk reconfirmed the complex mission to search for, locate, and rescue 5 people in a burning warehouse without specific information. Han Ji-hyuk rubbed his temple, feeling the immense mental pressure of having to control multiple skeletons simultaneously for such a complex mission. The fire captain dismissed the idea of using hoses, explaining that the fire was too large and the building could collapse at any moment. Despite the difficulties, Han Ji-hyuk made a decision, and a stream of blue magical energy began to gather around his hand. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes flashed with a groundbreaking idea. Standing on top of the fire truck, Han Ji-hyuk decisively ordered everyone, from firefighters to workers, to take out their phones and install a monitoring app. An army of uniformed skeletons, each equipped with a head-mounted camera, stood ready in the glow of the fire. Illustrating Han Ji-hyuk's plan, Seong-hoon An and another firefighter sat down, focusing on their phone screens, monitoring the live feed from the skeletons. A firefighter, identified as Firefighter A, reported a door that needed to be opened, and Han Ji-hyuk immediately confirmed the order. Han Ji-hyuk extended his hand, a complex magical circle glowing beneath, indicating he was preparing to perform a sophisticated control maneuver. Under Ji-hyuk's manual control, An agile skeleton leaped over a fiercely burning barrier. The flames flared intensely, obscuring visibility, and an order was given to move to the next area. After confirming no one was present, Han Ji-hyuk stood amidst the swirling energy, his eyes glowing blue, highly focused, as he simultaneously coordinated multiple skeletons through separate communication. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes suddenly lit up, signaling that one of his skeletons had found a survivor. Inside the blazing warehouse, a rescue skeleton approached an unconscious woman. Above, a large steel beam cracked, signaling an imminent collapse. From a distance, Han Ji-hyuk watched through the screen, his expression turning to horror as he realized the danger. With a decisive gesture, Ji-hyuk ordered a sacrifice, and the skeleton was crushed by the steel beam immediately after pushing the woman out of harm's way. Ji-hyuk breathed a sigh of relief that the survivor was safe, but immediately refocused, ordering other skeleton units to continue the rescue. Outside, amidst the chaos of fire trucks, another skeleton carried the woman on a stretcher. While Ji-hyuk stood commanding inside a protective energy sphere, the fire captain watched the woman being safely placed on the stretcher, his expression relaxing with relief. Upon hearing she was not seriously injured, Ji-hyuk gave his final instructions to the fire team, urging them to continue searching for the remaining individuals with a decisive command. As the rescue subsided, Ji-hyuk wiped sweat from his brow, the tension of the recent battle evident on his face. The fire captain approached, clasped his hands, and bowed with infinite gratitude, expressing that, thanks to Ji-hyuk, they had completed the mission without casualty. The captain confessed in despair that they had been preparing for a suicidal charge into the inferno before Ji-hyuk arrived. Ji-hyuk looked directly at the captain, his gaze sharp, assessing the recklessness and bravery in the firefighter's confession. Seizing the opportunity, Ji-hyuk began his presentation, asking the captain about the effectiveness of using skeletons in rescue operations. Ji-hyuk smiled triumphantly, explaining that the true value of skeletons was in replacing humans in life or death. He went on to present an even more enticing prospect, hinting at the possibility of directly controlling the skeletons, leaving the captain utterly shocked. With a strategic smile, Ji-hyuk proposed a collaboration, inviting the captain to participate in a project that could reshape the future of firefighting. A female announcer on the television news reported on the warehouse fire and the growing discussion about the use of skeletons in firefighting. In the break room, the fire captain and his colleagues watched the news, one of them expressing curiosity about whether the government would accept the new technology. A skeptical firefighter wearing a cap dismissed the idea, bitterly pointing out that they weren't even adequately funded for basic fire suits. The discussion shifted to the issue of cost, with firefighters worrying about the expensive price of skeletons, comparing them to costly summoned warhorse. The fire captain suddenly entered the room, his booming voice drawing everyone's attention. He stood before the team, announcing that he had important news to share, his expression serious yet excited. With a confident smile, the fire captain revealed that he had been working with Han Ji-hyuk during his leave. The other firefighters looked at each other, one exclaiming in disbelief and astonishment upon hearing the name of the famous summoner. The fire captain turned to the door and called out loudly, inviting Han Ji-hyuk to enter. The firefighters' expressions shifted from skepticism to utter shock as Ji-hyuk actually appeared at the doorway. Immediately, the entire fire team sprang to their feet, uniformly assuming a respectful posture to welcome the unexpected guest. Han Ji-hyuk stepped in, facing the standing firefighters, and began his speech with an expression of deep respect. Before the firefighters, Han Ji-hyuk spread his arms wide, declaring that a new era in rescue operations had begun. To prove his words, he revealed a fully equipped skeleton in a Saran firefighter uniform, its mechanical eyes glowing impressive. Outside the fire station, the firefighters remained. Ji-hyuk explained that the skeleton was equipped with high-temperature resistant cameras, ensuring clear visibility, even in the inferno. He continued to present the specialized equipment, from fire-resistant boots to advanced protective suits. Ji-hyuk emphasized that this design was the result of close collaboration with the fire chief himself, causing the chief to nod in satisfaction. To demonstrate the control capabilities, Ji-hyuk introduced a set of equipment including goggles, gloves, and a bone-based control panel. The fire chief put on the goggles, and immediately, the skeleton's head perfectly synchronized its movements. With the control panel in hand, the chief easily commanded the skeleton to kneel as smoothly as playing a video game. Next, he put on the bone glove, his expression highly focused as he felt the ability to control intricate movements. After testing, The fire chief turned back, his face full of impression, confirming to his team that this technology would change everything. Firefighter B's jaw dropped in astonishment, realizing this was actually an unmanned rescue robot. However, Firefighter C, with a skeptical expression, raised concerns about the cost, suggesting it was a distant dream. The fire chief smiled confidently, reassuring his subordinates that Ji-hyuk had an answer to that. Upon hearing that Ji-hyuk decided to donate all the equipment, Firefighter C was stunned in shock. While Firefighter B jumped up in joy, Ji-hyuk stood beside the skeleton, asserting that this was his gift, including lifetime maintenance, to support those who protect the city. The fire chief and team members expressed deep gratitude, bowing before Ji-hyuk's generosity. Soon after, television news reported that Saron's CEO, Han Ji-hyuk, had donated rescue skeleton units to the fire department. At the same time, debates erupted on news channels, with experts questioning the reliability of the unproven technology. Despite the concerns, the skeleton units were deployed, rushing into burning buildings to perform their duties. Social media posts praised the life-saving skeletons, generating a strong wave of public support. As time passed, in his office, Han Ji-hyuk received an unexpected offer from a completely different. A construction industry executive proposed using the unmanned skeletons to prevent workplace accidents. Ji-hyuk smiled with satisfaction, realizing his PR efforts to separate the skeletons from job loss fears had worked. The executive explained that these skeletons still required human control. They were merely support tools. Ji-hyuk listened attentively, hand on his chin, calculating the potential of this new market. With a deliberately naive expression, Ji-hyuk asked the executive to explain more about the construction industry, feigning unfamiliarity. The executive, without suspicion, enthusiastically began explaining the industry's operations, providing Ji-hyuk with all the information he needed. Han Ji-hyuk suddenly interrupted, asking the other person to clarify an important point. The construction industry representative explained that construction companies often rent heavy equipment and labor from specialized rental companies. Ji-hyuk confirmed the important information, and the representative nodded in agreement. A new business idea flashed in Han Ji-hyuk's mind, his eyes becoming sharp and calculating. At his new desk with his nameplate, Han Ji-hyuk made a bold decision to establish a rental company. A chaotic image flashed in his mind, Han Seo-ah playfully wrestling with a skeleton. Following that was a clearer vision, a labor skeleton easily transporting heavy bulkiloads. A few days later, a massive crowd of job applicants filled the auditorium for Saron Rental Company's recruitment event. From backstage, Han Ji-hyuk and Kim Deok-bae observed the crowd with surprise at the number of attendees. Ji-hyuk asked about everyone's reaction, and Kim Deok-bae confirmed that the applicants were feeling uncertain about the job offer. With a determined step, Han Ji-hyuk walked onto the stage, ready to face the crowd's skepticism. In the crowd, the applicants whispered among themselves, their faces full of doubt and uncertainty. Han Ji-hyuk confidently stepped into the light, holding a microphone and beginning his speech. He stood before the sea of people, frankly acknowledging their disappointment and skepticism about the job offer. He asked them to listen patiently, promising an opportunity that could become their lifelong career. Two applicants, Applicant A and Applicant C, exchanged worried glances. Believing this was just manual labor, Han Ji-hyuk loudly declared and signaled for the main demonstration to begin. A Saron technician calmly demonstrated the control system, commanding a skeleton in protective gear with subtle hand gestures. An army of labor skeletons was introduced as a new workforce. To demonstrate, two skeletons began moving heavy crates with ease on the stage. The demonstration continued, with the skeletons easily carrying heavy cement bags. Applicant C, an applicant wearing a baseball cap, watched with a bewildered expression, unable to believe his eyes. Han Ji-hyuk smiled meaningfully. Knowing he had piqued their curiosity, he displayed an image of operators comfortably working remotely, explaining that they would be the robot operators. Ji-hyuk linked this model to the proven success of the skeleton transportation business, emphasizing job stability. Applicant A and Applicant C now listened silently, their skepticism gradually fading before the convincing promises. The entire auditorium was now completely captivated, focused on the prospect of a high-paying and secure job. With a triumphant smile, Han Ji-hyuk made a final call, inviting interested individuals to come forward and apply. A manager reviewed the list of construction workers, his black-painted finger stopping at an empty line. At a large construction site, an order was given to begin work. emphasizing safety above all else. The site manager expressed concern to his superior about only 4 workers being present. The site manager, confidently reassured him, implying that new workers were about to arrive. A yellow bus entered the construction site, attracting the attention of the 2 managers from the bus. Skeletons in worker uniforms disembarked in an orderly fashion, leaving those present stunned in amazement. A professional representative from Seron Rep A, shook hands with the site manager, confirming the delivery of the 20 requested units. The site manager pointed towards the bus with a confused expression, and Seron Rep A explained that it was the mobile control station. With a professional smile, Seron Rep A urged them to start work immediately, causing the site manager to nod awkwardly. One of the labor skeletons stepped forward, its posture indicating a question about where to transport the cement. The foreman, construction foreman, sweated and stammered, pointing to the 5th floor. Without hesitation, the labor skeletons easily carried the heavy cement bags, moving swiftly and efficiently on the scaffold. A labor skeleton stood on a stack of cement bags and saluted in a military fashion, a gesture indicating the perfect completion of it. In his office, Han Ji-huk listened as Seong-hun-an reported that another major construction company was requesting their service. A satisfied smile appeared on Ji-huk's face as he gave a thumbs up, silently praising the delegation of work to Kang Chan-soo. An's expression turned serious as he presented a problem. They had enough skeletons but lacked the human operator. Ji-huk paused, his face bewildered by this unforeseen problem. An awkwardly explained that each skeleton required a 3-person team and they were short on experience. Ji-huk interlaced his fingers, thoughtfully realizing this was the first time his business model faced a labor. He turned to the computer screen, pointed at the map, and decisively ordered the teams to be split, combining veteran staff with new recruits. Ji-huk issued an additional directive, suggesting extra pay for veteran staff to train new recruits. A solution An quickly agreed. He rested his chin and thought, realizing that this temporary solution was insufficient and a long-term strategy was needed to address the root of the problem. An proposed the conventional solution of establishing a training center. Looking at Ji-huk, awaiting his reaction, Ji-huk sat up straight, his eyes sharp, as he rejected the idea of a traditional training academy. An appeared surprised and confused by Ji-huk's sudden change in direction. A new idea flashed in Ji-huk's mind. An advertisement for Seron Academy, promising guaranteed employment and fully sponsored tuition. He explained his strategy, envisioning public opposition if they charged tuition without guaranteeing employment. With a determined look, Ji-huk concluded his plan. It was not a school, but a recruitment process, charging only a negligible material fee. Han Ji-huk nodded decisively, a confident smile appearing as he made a new strategic decision and ordered Baek Sang-ho to be summoned. Baek Sang-ho entered the office, raising his hand in a timid greeting. As Han Ji-huk invited him to sit, Baek reassured Ji-huk that the work was progressing. Well, thanks to the addition of new programs. He admitted with an awkward gesture that while the new staff were diligent, they were still quite clumsy. Baek Sang-ho froze, his eyes wide behind his glasses, completely disbelieving Ji-huk's proposal for him to run a training. Ji-huk stood up, asserting confidently that Baek was the most skilled person for the position. Baek's expression became confused and overwhelmed, and he waved his hand awkwardly. Trying to explain that his forte was field work, Ji-huk reassured Baek that this was only a temporary assignment to establish the system and the instructional team. Baek said, reluctantly accepting the order after considering the time commitment. Baek's hesitation vanished, replaced by a spark of realization as he inquired about using practice skeletons for the center. He fell into thought, clenching his hands as he realized the research potential this new position offered. Ji-huk encouraged Baek to share his ideas openly. Baek hesitantly presented his initial idea. All hesitation vanished, replaced by a spark of enthusiasm as Baek excitedly raised his hand, outlining a bold design idea for a multi-armed skeleton. The two sat facing each other, Baek logically explaining how the new design could increase work efficiency. Baek concluded that the training center was the perfect opportunity to test ideas he couldn't implement before, and only Ji-huk could make them a reality. Han Ji-huk's eyes gleamed, realizing this was an opportunity to foster others' creativity. He made a counter-proposal, combining the training center and research laboratory, which surprised Baek. Ji-huk explained that he would teach Baek control algorithms, allowing his team to experiment freely. Baek Sang-ho was ecstatic, his hands clasped tightly to his chest in extreme joy at the prospect of creative freedom. The fire of passion blazed in Baek's eyes. He clenched his fists, enthusiastically committing to stay at the center forever. With a radiant smile, Baek assured that he would prioritize training during work hours and dedicate his free time to Han Ji-hyuk smiled with satisfaction, promising his full support as Baek's success was also his own benefit. The scene shifted to a modern building named SR Academy, inside which a new employee slumped over a desk, a testament to the relentless training. In the office, Seong-gun An reported to Han Ji-hyuk about a series of new collaboration requests from various industries. While Han Seo-ah listened cheerfully, Han Ji-hyuk gave decisive instructions, requesting prioritization of long-term contracts and rejection of short-term ones if there was a lack of personnel. Seong-hoon An relayed a special request from construction workers for high-precision skeletons. Han Ji-hyuk frowned in annoyance, deeming this request an unnecessary nuisance that could harm the company's image. Seong-hoon An reported to his superior, asserting that he would relay Siron's operational motto. After Seong-gun An left, the office door closed decisively. In the office, Han Ji-hyuk leaned back on the sofa, exhaling contentedly as he contemplated the company's enormous revenue, while Han Seo-ah sat beside him. Engrossed in her phone, Ji-hyuk's gaze became distant as he considered the current scale of the business empire he had built. Ji-hyuk crossed his arms, a self-satisfied smile spreading, as he proposed the title Chairman of Seron Group, causing Han Seo-ah to glance at him with annoyance, amused by the moment. Seo-ah raised her phone, quickly snapping a photo of Ji-hyuk. Ji-hyuk turned to look, but Seo-ah had already turned away, feigning disinterest with a comically annoyed expression. Outside, the Seron headquarters building stood tall under the clear blue sky, a symbol of the group's rising success. Core members, including Kim Dae-ok, Baek Sang-ho, and Seong-hoon An, gathered together, their faces radiating pride and motivation. The joy was abruptly cut short when Ji-hyuk, sitting in his office, received urgent news, his expression turning serious. Seong-gun An stood before Ji-hyuk, his face tense as he reported an accident at a construction site in Cheong. A recreated image showed a labor skeleton losing balance, swinging a massive bundle of steel bars and causing a chain collapse. Ji-hyuk lightly slapped his hand on the table, his face full of skepticism and anger, as he dismissed the absurd story of the skeleton accidentally tripping. A diagram appeared, illustrating how the operator commanded the skeleton to move, showing direct control. The diagram further showed the skeleton's self-balancing capability as they automatically adjusted their posture to maintain balance and continue moving forward. Finally, the diagram depicted the safety algorithm, showing a skeleton immediately ceasing to apply force upon encountering an obstacle. Ji-hyuk looked straight ahead, his gaze sharp as he questioned the operator's testimony, noticing inconsistencies in the story. Seong-hoon An looked worried, reluctantly recounting the operator's absurd testimony that he had tripped and caused the skeleton to swing its arm. Ji-hyuk's eyes narrowed, a cold and dangerous realization dawning on his face as he grasped the truth. Ji-hyuk stood up, his shadow looming over a trembling Seong-hoon An, issuing a silent command to handle the situation immediately. With a resolute and icy expression, Ji-hyuk ordered the retrieval of footage from the skeleton's camera and for the operator to be brought in. A man in a beige jacket bowed deeply, his tone full of feigned remorse. Sitting behind his desk, Ji-hyuk reviewed the man's file, reading about his experience and recent training. Ji-hyuk questioned the skeleton operator, who stood before the desk, about both the skeleton and the camera being destroyed. The skeleton operator looked flustered, awkwardly explaining that the memory chip had been lost in the debris. Ji-hyuk continued to press, asking if there were any other witnesses at the scene, and received a negative answer. Ji-hyuk's gaze sharpened. He leaned forward, cornering his opponent with a direct question. Sweat beaded on the skeleton operator's forehead as he stammered, desperately insisting on his lie under Ji-hyuk's penetrating gaze. Han Ji-hyuk sat opposite, questioning Han Do-yoon about how a skeleton could swing an entire bundle of rebar. Ji-hyuk slammed his hand on the table, emphasizing the gravity of the issue and calling Han Do-yoon by name. Han Do-yoon broke into a sweat, realizing the potential consequences for Saran Company if trust in the skeletons was destroyed. Han Ji-hyuk leaned forward, a cold smile appearing, and one eye flashing with a menacing red light, delivering an unspoken warning. Overwhelmed by Ji-hyuk's aura, Han Do-yoon faltered. Stammering, unable to give a definitive answer, Han Do-yoon bowed his head, closed his eyes, and desperately insisted that the skeleton had indeed fallen. Ji-hyuk leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms skeptically. then summoned a mini-skeleton to stand beside him. Refuting Do-yoon's lie, Ji-hyuk ordered Han Do-yoon to try pushing the skeleton over himself. Leaving Do-yoon stunned and confused, Ji-hyuk stared at Han Do-yoon, repeating the command sharply. Forcing him to confront the absurdity of his testimony, Han Do-yoon hesitantly placed his hand on the mini-skeleton's shoulder. Preparing to push, he pushed with all his might. But the mini-skeleton stood firm without. Han Do-yoon used all his strength, leaning his entire body against the mini-skeleton, but it remained motionless like a wall. Terrifying him, Ji-hyuk observed from a distance, asserting that a skeleton could not be easily pushed over without extremely strong force. Ji-hyuk continued his demonstration by magically conjuring an apple and giving it to the mini-skeleton. Ji-hyuk raised his hand, which was wearing a skeletal glove, preparing for another demonstration. As Ji-hyuk clenched his gloved fist, the mini-skeleton simultaneously clenched the hand holding the apple. The mini-skeleton's skeletal hand could only loosely grip the apple, unable to crush it due to pre-programmed safety. Ji-hyuk looked directly at Han Do-yoon, questioning how a skeleton with such limited strength could cause such widespread destruction. Leaving Do-yoon speechless with an impatient expression, Ji-hyuk began his final psychological attack, lying that he could retrieve video recordings from the skeleton. Ji-hyuk reached out his hand towards Han Do-yoon, a blue energy enveloping his hand. Han Do-yoon was utterly terrified, sweat pouring as he realized his lie was about to be exposed. A three-dimensional image appeared, replaying the moment Do-yoon panicked, making him believe Ji-hyuk truly had evidence. Ji-hyuk interlaced his fingers with a self-satisfied look, falsely explaining that he could review everything. Ji-hyuk applied pressure, stating that data recovery would take time and harm the company, cornering Do-yoon. Han Do-yoon looked at Ji-hyuk, his last resistance crumbling before the offer of leniency. Ji-hyuk smiled triumphantly, knowing his trap had perfectly sprung. Han Do-yoon, completely broken, turned around and began to confess. In the office, Do-yoon confessed that the collapse was due to negligent construction, unrelated to the skeleton. Han Do-yoon, with a worried expression, confessed that he had destroyed the skeleton's head with a rock. Han Ji-hyuk sharply questioned, cornering Do-yoon by asking who had ordered him. With a smug smile, Ji-hyuk analyzed the situation, suggesting Do-yoon was merely a pawn drawn into a larger conspiracy. Do-yoon desperately cited his family, trying to justify his actions in a panic. To execute his plan, Ji-hyuk extended his hand, offering a cooperation agreement to Do-yoon. At a cafe, the site manager sat alone, his face annoyed and impatient. As he looked at the empty table, he checked his phone, anxiety evident on his face as he awaited the meeting. Han Do-yoon, in a different outfit, approached the table. Beginning his role in the preset trap, Do-yoon began to sow doubt, startling the site manager into a panic at the reminder of the accident. The site manager tried to reassure Do-yoon hastily, asserting that nothing would happen. Pressed by Do-yoon's deliberate anxiety, the site manager firmly asserted that no evidence existed. Han Do-yoon hesitated, maintaining the facade of a wavering accomplice, to continue extracting information. With a worried expression, Do-yoon asked a probing question about a contingency plan. Further annoying the site manager narrowed his eyes suspiciously, thinking Do-yoon was trying to extort more money after already receiving payment. Do-yoon hastily waved his hand, vehemently denying to keep his act from being exposed. The site manager fell silent, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Do-yoon, trying to read the subordinate's true intention. To end the conversation, the site manager stood up to leave, but Do-yoon remained seated, maintaining his role. Suddenly, the site manager turned back and grabbed Do-yoon, his aggression erupting in anger. In response, Do-yoon pulled out a voice recorder, revealing that the entire conversation had been recorded. The site manager froze, staring at the device in Do-yoon's hand as he realized he had been trapped. Do-yoon was stunned by the site manager's counter question. Not expecting the mastermind to question Sran's motive to regain control, the site manager gripped Do-yoon's shoulder, threatening him to keep silent. Do-yoon was stunned by the threat to return the money, a development he had not anticipated. The site manager, after snatching the voice recorder, tried to convince Do-yoon that they were in the same boat and had to cooperate. After a moment of silence, a glass of water on the table reflected the tension of the situation. The site manager's expression changed as he pondered, the pieces of the puzzle starting to fit together in his mind. From an overhead perspective, the site manager stood there, realizing that Han Do-yoon had been deceived and was merely a pawn in Ji-hyuk's. Meanwhile, a magical device glowed purple, on Han Ji-hyuk's ear, and he smiled. Appreciating his opponent's intelligence, Han Ji-hyuk and Han Seo-ah sat on a park bench, a stream of purple magical energy rising from Ji-hyuk, indicating he was secretly listening to a distant conversation. Han Ji-hyuk glanced at his phone with a smug expression, while Han Seo-ah, unaware, drank water beside him. The phone screen displayed an active recording app with sound waves and a running timer, confirming Ji-hyuk's plan. Memories of Ji-hyuk's conversation resurfaced as he explained his trapping plan, using Han Do-yoon as bait to record the confession. Back in the present, a triumphant smile spread across Han Ji-hyuk's lips as he knew the trap had sprung. An illustration showed Ji-hyuk's magical energy redirecting the remotely captured audio directly into the recording app on his phone. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes gleamed with malice as he contemplated using the recording, startling Han Seo-ah sitting beside him. At the Saren Group inauguration ceremony, Han Ji-hyuk, Han Seo-ah, and other executives stood on stage before a crowd of press and guests. A golden pair of scissors cut through the red ribbon, officially inaugurating the Saren Group. The crowd erupted in applause as cameras continuously flashed towards the stage. Han Ji-hyuk stepped onto the podium, smiling and nodding in, thanks to the crowd. His expression turned serious, and he raised his hand, signaling for the waiting reporters outside to enter for an important announcement. A crowd of reporters jostled their way into the auditorium, cameras and microphones held high, ready to capture every development. Standing before the microphone, Han Ji-hyuk began his speech, addressing the recent accident and the baseless accusations leveled against his product. With a resolute expression, Ji-hyuk announced he had conducted an investigation and was about to play a recording as evidence. The recording played, the sound of a secret conversation echoing throughout the auditorium, revealing a dark conspiracy. Amidst the crowd, Chairman Tae-yu and his subordinates froze, sweat beading as their own voice. In the recording, Chairman Tae-yu's threatening voice resonated, forcing a subordinate to obey and remain silent. Han Ji-hyuk looked directly at the crowd, challenging anyone to doubt the authenticity of the evidence he had just presented. He boldly declared, with the authority of a chairman, that Tae-yu Construction was blacklisted and all contracts would be terminated immediately. The shocking news caused reporters to erupt, swarming the stage, cameras flashing incessantly. Chairman Tae-yu stood stunned, his face pale with shock and despair as he realized his career had collapsed. At that moment, Chairman Bowen, a competitor, approached Chairman Tae-yu with an unreadable expression. Chairman Tae-yu turned, surprised to see his rival's presence, a faint smirk crossing Chairman Bowen's face. A flash of realization sparked in Chairman Tae-yu's eyes. He understood that he was not only exposed, but also immediately replaced. On stage, Han Ji-hyuk wore a subtle smile, completely satisfied as everything unfolded according to his plan. Elsewhere, Inchu CEO, Chairman Tae-yu's superior, slammed his hand on the table in a fit of rage. Chairman Tae-yu stood with his head bowed in apology, not daring to meet the furious gaze of Yinchu CEO after this disastrous failure. In his office, Chairman Tae-yu unleashed his fury on his son, holding him responsible for a series of incidents that had damaged the company's reputation. Tae-yu's son bowed his head in a cowardly apology, then urgently inquired about a meeting with Han Ji-hyuk. With a tense expression, Chairman Tae-yu announced that Han Ji-hyuk had refused to meet, confirming the severity of the situation. With a smug smile, Tae-yu's son short-sightedly suggested they simply ignore Ji-hyuk, claiming Saran lacked the production capacity to replace all their workers. Chairman Tae-yu turned, his eyes sharp as daggers, expressing astonishment at his son's foolishness. Standing up, he began to lecture on the harsh reality, pointing out that Ji-hyuk's skeleton rental strategy was rapidly dominating the market and isolating them. Tae-yu's son could only bow his head in silence, stammering an apology as he faced his father's disappointment. Chairman Tae-yu turned his back, ordering his son to cover up the incident and pin all the blame on the site manager. In the middle of giving instructions, an urgent call interrupted, stunning Chairman Tae-yu as he heard that Bowen Construction had just offered a 15% cost reduction. The news struck him hard, his face paling with shock as he realized the direct threat. His phone rang again, the screen displaying an incoming call from CEO Yu Sung, adding to the pressure. With a worried expression, Chairman Tae-yu hastily arranged an urgent meeting regarding the Seoul redevelopment. In a private dining room, Chairman Tae-yu sat opposite an older, powerful man, the head of the conglomerate. The conglomerate head got straight to the point, coldly announcing that the current situation might force them to remove Taeyu Construction from the project. Chairman Taeyu froze, panic evident on his face as his business foundation began to crumble. In despair, he blurted out Han Ji-hyuk's name, and the conglomerate head confirmed his suspicions were correct. The leader recounted Ji-hyuk's warning that he would regret continuing to cooperate with Taeyu and should keep an eye on Bone Construction. Chairman Taeyu weakly explained that he had sent his son to negotiate but was rejected. While the leader listened with an unimpressed expression, shaking his head in dismay, the conglomerate head admitted he had misjudged Ji-hyuk, realizing he was no ordinary business. With helpless anger, Chairman Taeyu declared that allowing a single company to manipulate the entire industry was unacceptable. The group leader calmly analyzed Ji-hyuk's clever move instead of direct competition. Ji-hyuk empowered everyone, turning them into allies. Chairman Taeyu's face turned pale, sweat pouring out, as he realized the cruel strategy that had completely isolated. The leader continued to explain that now, every company wanted skeletons to reduce costs, and no one would side with Taeyu. The harsh truth dawned on him. Chairman Taeyu realized that other competitors would rather compete with him than go against Han Ji-hyuk. The leader concluded that Bone's 15% price reduction was a fatal blow that Taeyu Construction could not compete against. In a final effort, Chairman Taeyu pleaded for an opportunity to negotiate with Han Ji-hyuk himself. The leader looked away, delivering a cold ultimatum. He would wait, but other partners would not be so patient. Then, the group leader leaned forward, interlaced his fingers, and offered Chairman Taeyu some advice. Forcing the defeated man to listen, Chairman Taeyu pondered, his face heavy, as he thought about the cost of doing business and the pressure to sacrifice a fleeting memory of a happy moment when his son, Taeyu's son, joyfully ran into his father's arms. The image of a proud father with his arm around his son appeared, a symbol of the family bond he was now confronting. But the memory quickly shifted to him angrily scolding his son, revealing the underlying back in reality. Chairman Taeyu closed his eyes, his face full of resignation, as he made a difficult decision. A teacup was placed on the table, signaling the start of a tense meeting. Han Ji-hyuk sat opposite, coldly asking directly about the purpose of Chairman Taeyu's visit. With a remorseful expression, Chairman Taeyu began his apology, admitting his company's mistakes and his son's responsibility. Ji-hyuk listened with a skeptical gaze, completely unmoved by the seemingly sincere apology. His eyes sharpened, an unyielding sternness evident, indicating that a mere apology would not be. To show sincerity, Chairman Taeyu bowed formally, a desperate act to appease Ji-hyuk. He tried to shift all responsibility onto his son, declaring he would punish him severely to protect the company. Ji-hyuk scoffed mockingly, showing he didn't believe in that promise of internal punishment. He flatly declared that ordinary legal measures were not enough to satisfy. Ji-hyuk issued an ultimatum: fire Taeyu's son, and everyone involved in the incident immediately. Chairman Taeyu reluctantly nodded in acceptance, sweat beading on his forehead, but still, with a hint of hesitation. He flinched when Ji-hyuk exposed the common tactic of Chaebol families to secretly bring family members back after the storm passed. To prevent that, Ji-hyuk declared he would blacklist Taeyu's son and all accomplices from the entire. Chairman Taeyu stammered, asking about the duration of the ban, and Ji-hyuk replied with an icy answer: permanent. Shocked and panicked, Chairman Taeyu protested, arguing that the punishment was too cruel, equivalent to ending his son's career. Ji-hyuk sharply argued that since the incident was nearly fatal, permanently removing the culprit from the industry was entirely fair. When Chairman Taeyu tried to negotiate a lighter punishment, Ji-hyuk issued a final threat, suggesting that the next target might be all of Taeyu Construction. Completely defeated, Chairman Taeyu slumped into his chair, his face blank and exhausted. Ji-hyuk clenched his hand, ending the negotiation by saying he wasn't targeting the family, just severing all professional ties. He delivered the final verdict, excluding Taeyu Construction from a crucial redevelopment consortium, dealing a fatal blow to the company. Immediately after, Taeyu-san, along with his close associates and site managers, were forced to leave the company. At Saron's office, Hanzok's assistant reported the situation to Ji-hyuk. He revealed that Taeyu-san, after being fired, had rebelled, forming his own company with other dismissed individuals. In his office, Han Ji-hyuk gave a cold command to Hanzok's assistant, who bowed in compliance. A smug smile appeared on Ji-hyuk's face as he received news of an upcoming collaboration opportunity with the fire. Inside a large warehouse, Han Ji-hyuk began building his immortal army by pitting two new skeleton warriors against each other in a combat. The skeleton with the purple mohawk threw a lightning-fast punch, forcing its opponent to narrowly dodge. It continued its attack, swinging its large staff downwards. But the skeleton in the gray uniform quickly dodged. The skeleton in the gray uniform counterattacked, delivering a powerful kick that made its opponent lose balance and fall to the floor. The gray skeleton warrior stood tall over its fallen opponent, its glowing eyes fixed on the target. A sudden hand blocked the attack, signaling that the training had ended. Ji-hook turned to Han Seo-ah, who was standing beside him, and expressed satisfaction with the result of the automated combat program. He mused about creating a Death Knight, causing Han Seo-ah to show discomfort at his smugness, deciding he needed better materials. Ji-hook took out his phone and dialed Director Park's number. While Ji-hook confidently ordered monster corpses over the phone, Han Seo-ah observed from behind, and the skeleton training continued in the distance. After the trials, Han Ji-hook stood before his creations. 3 tall Death Knights, equipped with tactical armor, ready for command. One of the Death Knights, created from an alpha orc, revealed small horns and a bony body exuding power. Intricate, magical runes were carved directly onto its bones, glowing with dark energy, indicating the hidden power within. Ji-hook crossed his arms, proudly declaring to Han Seo that these creatures would be their new elite bodyguard squad. Ji-hook suddenly paused, an idea flashing in his mind. He pondered, hand on chin. Realizing that these immortal bodyguards could be a lucrative business opportunity, a cunning and calculating smile spread across his lips as he envisioned the potential of the new plan. In a world plagued by unstable gates, a flying monster suddenly attacked the city, highlighting the constant danger civilians face. This created a high demand for awakened bodyguards, who had to forego their growth potential to work as protectors. Consequently, the bodyguard profession was considered the worst option, often only for low-level awakened individuals seeking employment. Ji-hook recognized the perfect niche. He could provide immortal bodyguards summonable on demand, while also building goodwill with powerful clients. Confident in his plan, he looked up Captain Park Woo-jin's number in his contact. Ji-hook put the phone to his ear, waiting for the call to connect. He persuasively explained that he needed Park Woo-jin's help for an important project related to public safety. Despite Ji-hook's vagueness, Park Woo-jin enthusiastically agreed to participate without asking for further. At the training ground, Park Woo-jin, with a short sword in hand, faced one of the new Death Knights, ready for a sparring. Park Woo-jin unleashed an energetic slash at a skeleton guard, but the attack was easily blocked. From behind, Han Ji-hook observed with a cold expression, while Park Woo-jin retreated, his face astonished and annoyed, signaling to continue attacking at all costs. Park Woo-jin's expression became fierce. He resolved to use even unconventional tactics to penetrate the defense. Park Woo-jin spun around, unleashing a volley of daggers towards the target. The skeleton guard easily swatted away the daggers with its bare hands, while Park Woo-jin lunged from above, swinging his sword down. Park Woo-jin paused mid-action, his face utterly bewildered as he realized the skeleton guard had no intention of counterattacking. He turned to Han Ji-hook, his face full of questions. Inquiring about the nature of this strange creature, Han Ji-hook replied with a smug smile, explaining that it was not a combat unit. He revealed his true intention to hire the skeleton as a body. Han Ji-hook patted the skeleton guard's chest, proudly introducing his new product. A bodyguard strong enough to withstand awakened individuals. Park Woo-jin listened, his astonished expression turning to admiration for this bold business idea. He pointed out an important detail, wondering why Ji-hook had intentionally removed their offensive capabilities. Han Ji-hook explained the first reason, pointing out that unleashing monster-hunting skeletons would cause conflict with awakened individuals. He continued to explain the second reason, emphasizing that the bodyguard business would be much more profitable. Park Woo-jin asked about the ranks Ji-hook intended to offer, and received a definitive answer up to B rank. The two faced each other, Park Woo-jin expressing astonishment at Ji-hook's true power, while Ji-hook merely shrugged indifferently. Han Ji-hook suggested continuing the experiment and asked Park Woo-jin to mobilize his subordinates to participate, a request that was immediately accepted. The scene shifted to an illustration of dangerous criminal awakened individuals, spreading fear in society. A television news report appeared, with the anchor reporting on the increase in kidnappings and the threat from awakened individuals. In a luxurious office, Chairman Yo Woong-gu of Yoryong Group sat stunned, his face aghast upon hearing that his bodyguard wanted to resign. Yo Woong-gu desperately asked for the reason, but his bodyguard, Director Park, asserted that the issue was not about. With trembling hands, Yo Wungu tried to hold on, expressing his absolute trust in Park. Director Park explained awkwardly that he wanted to face new challenges and become stronger before it was too. Yo Wungu made another offer, trying to persuade Park to stay by giving him leave, but Park refused, admitting that he was mentally exhausted. Fear was evident on Yo Wungu's face as he realized the fragility of the remaining security team without Park. Finally, Director Park had no choice but to agree to stay temporarily until a replacement could be found, causing Yo Wungu to sigh in relief. A few days later, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the office. Director Park reported to Yo Wungu that despite offering a salary 3 times higher, no awakened individual accepted the bodyguard position. In his office, Yo Wungu questioned his subordinate with a worried expression about the inability to recruit new bodyguards. Wungu listened to the report about the unreasonable demands, his face falling in disappointment before nodding in resigned acceptance. The desk phone suddenly rang, breaking the tense atmosphere. Wungu picked up the phone, his expression shifting from weariness to surprise upon hearing the caller's identity, Han Ji-hak of Sarong Group. Wungu's surprise turned into extreme excitement. He gestured urgently, requesting to be connected directly immediately. Han Ji-hak smiled brightly, greeting Yo Wungu with a friendly and confident demeanor. Yo Wungu, accompanied by his chief bodyguard Park, approached with a serious, scrutinizing expression. Ji-hak and Wungu shook hands formally, an official gesture initiating the meeting. Wungu immediately got to the point, his hands clasped together with a hopeful expression. Asking about the bodyguards Ji-hak had mentioned, Ji-hak smiled reassuringly, gesturing for Wungu to come inside, promising to show him his solution. Wungu followed, his eyes filled with skepticism and anxiety as he entered a larger, darker space. Ji-hak proudly pointed towards a tall figure wearing tactical armor and a skull mask, the skeleton bodyguard. Wungu turned to Ji-hak with an incredulous expression, questioning if the bodyguard mentioned was this skeletal creature. Ji-hak calmly confirmed, explaining that this product was specially created to meet the increasing security demand. Wungu expressed his concern, emphasizing that he needed a bodyguard capable of dealing with awakened individuals. A bodyguard from Wungu's entourage, who had a mole under his right eye, confidently stepped forward, declaring himself an F-Class awakened. Ji-hak issued a challenge, promising a large reward if the F-Class bodyguard could bypass the skeleton bodyguard's defenses and attack him. Wungu and Park exchanged glances. While the F-Class bodyguard looked at his opponent with confidence, the F-Class bodyguard took a stance, ready to attack the motionless skeleton bodyguard. He threw an energy-enhanced punch at the skeleton bodyguard, but the attack was easily blocked. The skeleton bodyguard effortlessly parried all of the F-Class bodyguard's consecutive attacks with minimalist and efficient movements. A slight push, the skeleton bodyguard caused the F-Class bodyguard to lose balance and fall backward. The F-Class bodyguard lunged with a final attack, a smug smile on his face as he believed he had breached the defense. His fist was stopped just short of the target, the impact creating an invisible energy ripple. Wungu's jaw dropped in astonishment at the display of absolute defensive power. Ji-hak signaled to stop the test, announcing that the F-Class bodyguard had failed and there would be no reward. Standing next to the skeleton bodyguard, Ji-hak began his presentation, emphasizing the product's defensive capabilities and unwavering dedication. Wungu mumbled to himself, his mind completely consumed by the idea of a bodyguard capable of 24/7's protection. With a confident smile, Han Ji-hak asserted his absolute ownership of the skeletons, guaranteeing their unwavering loyalty. Yo Wungu's face lit up with absolute satisfaction, and Ji-hak responded with a confirming nod. However, Yo Wungu's satisfaction quickly turned to contemplation as he expressed concern about finding a replacement for his current bodyguard. Ji-hak leaned forward with a knowing smile, signaling that he already had a solution for Wungu's problem. A formidable skeleton bodyguard, exuding an aura of power, appeared as confirmation of Ji-hak's claims about their capability. Yo Wungu's eyes gleamed with hope as he calculated the potential of owning multiple powerful bodyguards, and Ji-hak confirmed that it was entirely possible. Yo Wungu eagerly asked about the quantity, and Ji-hak calmly raised 5 fingers. A simple yet weighty gesture. An illustration appeared, showing a scale of justice with an A-Class awakened on one side and 5 skeleton bodyguards on the other, achieving perfect balance. Ji-hak clarified that they were created solely for defense, but were still capable of subduing opponents when necessary. Ji-hak turned to bodyguard Park, directly asking for the opinion of the professional bodyguard, who was looking at them with a skeptical expression. With a calculating smile, Ji-hyuk proposed a real-world test to demonstrate the capabilities of the skeletal bodyguard. Accepting the challenge, Bodyguard Park took off his jacket, loosening his tie with a determined expression. Yo Woongu showed concern that valuable assets might be destroyed during. Ji-hyuk dismissed Woongu's concern with a casual gesture, assuring him that he could create more skeletons. Bodyguard Park rolled up his sleeves, ready to give his all to test the limits of these unusual opponents. Park took a stance facing the 5 skeleton bodyguards, who stood motionless like statues, awaiting his attack. Fiery orange energy flared around Park's fist as he concentrated his power for a devastating attack. Park lunged forward, unleashing a power-packed punch directly at the leading skeleton bodyguard. The punch collided with the skeleton's ribcage in a blinding flash, creating a shock wave. After the impact, Park stood frozen, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sight before him. The punch only left a dent on the skeleton bodyguard's ribcage. It remained terrifyingly steadfast. While Ji-hyuk observed with composure, the other skeleton bodyguards began to move. Activating for combat, Park swiftly leaped backward, dodging the skeletal arms reaching out to grab him in a coordinated attack. Park's expression shifted from shock to intense focus as he realized he was facing tactical opponents. The skeleton bodyguards moved in unison, fanning out into a tactical encirclement to surround Park. Forced onto the defensive, Park glanced around, assessing the tightening encirclement. His initial confidence gone, Park dodged an attack, but the skeletons immediately adjusted their formation, perfectly blocking his escape route. He dodged another blow, only to find that the other skeletons had anticipated his movements, their defensive coordination proving more formidable than he had imagined. With the power of an A-class awakened, Park unleashed a lightning-fast attack, aimed directly at the skeleton bodyguard. Unexpectedly, a skeleton bodyguard effortlessly lifted Park, completely neutralizing his attack. While Park was still stunned, another skeleton bodyguard quickly escorted Yo Woongu to safety. The remaining skeleton bodyguards immediately closed in, pinning Park to the ground, giving him no chance to resist. Park strained and struggled in desperation, but the skeletal arms held him tight, unyielding. From a distance, Han Ji-hyuk observed with an admiring expression. Satisfied with the performance of the escape mode, Ji-hyuk explained the strategy to Park, who was still reeling. 1 unit protects the target, while the others sacrificed themselves to buy time. Yo Woongu's face beamed with joy and relief. Completely convinced by the new bodyguard skill, with a confident smile, Han Ji-hyuk turned to ask for Park's opinion. Having already anticipated the answer, Park, though tired and a little embarrassed, had to admit that they were excellent bodyguards, capable of protecting the chairman. At least. Yo Woongu expressed consent, suggesting increasing the number of bodyguards to 7 to ensure absolute safety. Han Ji-hyuk laid out the terms, emphasizing 24/7's protection at a reasonable cost to seal the deal. Without a moment's hesitation, Yo Woongu nodded in agreement, his expression showing this was too good a deal. Park looked towards Han Ji-hyuk, realizing the true scale of the army he could summon. With respect, Park bowed, officially entrusting the chairman's safety to Han Ji-hyuk. Han Ji-hyuk nodded decisively, his eyes committing to no mistakes. Under the cover of night, in a dark alley, the purple-haired leader took a long drag from his cigarette, his face full of calculation. He spoke to his subordinates gathered around, ordering them to merely intimidate the target. The blonde subordinate showed hesitation, questioning the danger of targeting a major corporate chair. The leader sneered smugly, dismissing his subordinate's worry. He revealed that someone within the family had hired them, and all internal information had been provided. Flicking his cigarette, he explained that the target's senior bodyguard had quit. He disdainfully stepped over cigarette butts, assuming the 7 newly hired bodyguards were certainly not high class. With a wave of his hand, the leader ordered the group to begin their operation. The group approached Yo Woongu's mansion, and the leader assigned tasks for the infiltration. The subordinates quickly obeyed, swiftly climbing over the fence and entering the premises. The leader remained outside, watching his comrades move into the shadows with confidence. He stood alone in the silence, awaiting news of an infiltration he believed would be intruder. Leader landed lightly on the railing, signaling to his comrades that he was in position. He flinched, sensing something amiss. Looking into the bedroom, he was horrified to see his entire group of intruders neutralized by skeleton bodyguards. While Yo Woongu sat on the bed, protected his face contorted with anger and panic. Realizing the plan had been exposed, he stumbled back, disbelieving this swift. Regaining his composure, his eyes turned cold. Deciding to act himself to break through the encirclement, he lunged, throwing a thunderous punch at a skeleton bodyguard's face. The punch was easily blocked, the skeleton bodyguard's hand firmly gripping his fist. Intruder. Leader was stunned, realizing the opponent's defensive strength far exceeded his expectation. A surge of blue energy erupted from the skeleton bodyguard, repelling the attack. The bodyguard's helmet cracked, revealing a skull with glowing red eyes staring at him. Horror was evident on Intruder. Leader's face as he realized he was facing a non-human entity. Yo Wungu's mansion plunged into chaos after the failed infiltration. News. Anchor on television announced that the attack had been safely resolved by Saren Group's skeleton bodyguard. After the incident, Han Ji-Huk received an urgent call from Yeo Wungu. Ji-Huk listened with a smug smile as the demand for his skeleton bodyguards skyrocketed. He explained to the caller that lower-grade bodyguards were available, but higher-grade ones were not. The caller earnestly requested to hire a B-grade bodyguard, Yuk Bulnert. Considering revealing his ability to create A-grade units, he wondered if there was any reason to continue hiding his full power. Ji-Huk decided that upgrading his rank would eliminate many future troubles. He informed Yo Wungu that he would soon participate in a ranking test, and promised to produce more B-grade bodyguards to celebrate. Ji-Huk ended the call with Yo Wungu. A deal sealed. He mumbled to himself about everyone's skepticism regarding his true power, while Han Seo-ah lay tired on the sofa, getting up from his desk. Ji-Huk decided to go to the Awakener registration office, causing the resting Han Seo-ah to reluctantly sit up. His phone vibrated again. Another annoying call. The screen displayed the caller as nagging registration office, making him sigh. Ji-Huk answered, preparing to face another urgent call from the very place he was heading. Annoyance was evident on Han Ji-Huk's face as he held the violently vibrating phone, showing relief that someone finally answered from the other end. Voice rang out, questioning Ji-Huk about delaying his Awakener ranking. Ji-Huk casually agreed, designating the test location at the Gunson registration. The caller transitioned from stunned to overjoyed, promising to prepare everything perfect. Ji-Huk hung up with a slight look of bewilderment at the caller's excessive enthusiasm. Outside the Gunson registration office building, a crowd had gathered, buzzing about Ji-Huk's potential ranking. Two staff members, one wearing glasses, were discussing Ji-Huk's potential, speculating about his true power. Han Ji-Huk's decisive footsteps entered the building. The staff member with glasses recognized Ji-Huk immediately, his face showing clear astonishment. Ji-Huk faced the jostling crowd of reporters, raising his hand to signal them to stop, to clear a path and draw attention. Ji-Huk announced that he was about to summon skeletons and asked everyone to keep their distance. A sphere of dark energy formed above Ji-Huk's fingertips, signaling an impending demonstration. A gigantic, pitch-black summoning gate opened, and an army of skeleton workers in gray uniforms began to emerge. To the crowd's astonishment, Ji-Huk introduced them as skeletons from his Saron Shoes product. He continued to present other prototypes: a four-armed skeleton, prototype T-32, a winged skeleton, transport, and a skeleton bodyguard in tactical armor. Han Seo-ah, with an indifferent expression, stepped forward and handed the staff member with glasses two skeleton guide product catalog. The staff member flipped through the catalog, his expression growing increasingly stunned as he read about the diverse features and specifications of the skeleton. After completing the introduction, Ji-Huk waved, declaring he would go inside to begin the test. The staff member with glasses watched him, completely bewildered by the scale of this unexpected exhibition. Ji-Huk walked with a smug expression, revealing his intention to turn the test into a global promotional event. Ji-Huk's eyes flashed with calculated determination. He unexpectedly encountered Kim Han-yul, the guild master of Hanul Guild. Han-yul eagerly explained that he had volunteered to participate as soon as he heard Ji-Huk. Ji-Huk appeared confused by the concept of volunteering. A professional woman explained that high-level tests required the assistance of other Awakeners for accurate assessment. She introduced herself as Lee Jin-young, director of the Awakener Management Bureau, and extended her hand. After the handshake, Ji-Huk glanced at the white-haired man standing behind her, and Jin-young introduced him as Wu Do-yeon. On SS Rad Awakener, Jin-young turned to face Ji-Huk. He got sich down, directly questioning his troop. Lee Jin-young presented with a tense expression, explaining the troubles Han Ji-Huk's activities had caused her agent. Han Ji-Huk listened with an indifferent, almost bored expression at the complex administrative issue. He chuckled smugly, indicating that This chaos was precisely what he had aimed for. Lee Jin-young appeared annoyed, emphasizing that despite no malicious intent, his actions had caused many difficulties. While Han Ji-hyuk only responded with a faint smile, she professionally changed the subject, announcing that the main purpose of today was the ranking. In a moment of silence, she revealed that they had plans to release more high-grade skeleton bodies. Lee Jin-young's expression became serious. As she confirmed that she had anticipated Ji-hyuk's expansion plan, she proposed skipping the complex tests and proceeding with a basic test for his convenience. Han Ji-hyuk smiled in agreement. Pleased with the simplified proposal, he feigned a sarcastic apology, and Lee Jin-young responded with a slight smile, accepting his offer of cooperation. From a comprehensive perspective, Han Ji-hyuk, Lee Jin-young, Kim Han-yul, and Woo Do-yoon stood together, preparing for the test. Lee Jin-young explained the test steps to Kim Han-yul, which included a simple practice match. Kim Han-yul muttered to himself, looking disappointed that the match wasn't as intense as he had expected. Woo Do-yoon unexpectedly interjected, his cold voice dismissing the practice match. He looked directly at Han Ji-hyuk, suggesting they skip the formalities and go straight to the main match. Han Ji-hyuk flinched, cold sweat breaking out as he realized something was amiss. Woo Do-yoon closed his eyes, sensing a massive blue energy surge emanating from Han Ji-hyuk. That energy enveloped Han Ji-hyuk, who was still trying to maintain his composure despite being detected. Kim Han-yul turned to Woo Do-yoon with a skeptical expression, seeking confirmation for the unbelievable sensation he had just felt. Woo Do-yoon opened his eyes, his sharp purple gaze thoughtfully admitting that he had underestimated Earth's awakening. Memories flooded back, taking Han Ji-hyuk to the streets of Seoron, where a cloaked figure walked among the crowd. In the past, concealing energy was a fundamental skill for the strongest. Han Ji-hyuk scratched his head awkwardly, admitting that he had been too careless in revealing his power. Ina wastarena. Han Ji-hyuk and Woo Do-hyun, now in combat attire, stood facing each other. Han Ji-hyuk asked how Woo Do-hyun could sense his energy, and was told it was an ability gained upon reaching SS rank. Han Ji-hyuk pondered, realizing that Woo Do-hyun's strength didn't come from systematic training, but from actual combat experience. Woo Do-hyun raised his hand, a circular energy shield appearing. As he prepared for the direct confrontation, the two warriors stood at opposite ends of the arena, ready to begin the match. In a large warehouse, Han Ji-hyuk and Woo Do-hyun raised their hands in greeting, signaling the start of them. From behind, Han Ji-hyuk watched as a blue energy surge flashed on the opposite side. Woo Do-hyun suddenly appeared right behind Han Ji-hyuk, his face mere inches away. An astonishing display of to maintain distance, Woo Do-hyun stepped back, questioning Han Ji-hyuk with his gaze for his lack of In response, Han Ji-hyuk smirked confidently as two dark energy vortexes formed beside him, and bones began to rise from the ground. A massive bone wall, imbued with purple magic, suddenly rose from the ground. Woo Do-hyun charged forward, his spear striking the bone wall in an explosion of energy. He wielded his spear skillfully, creating powerful arcs of blue energy. Woo Do-hyun's spearhead struck another newly summoned bone shield. Its impact halted, the bone shield shattered into pieces, but it had served its purpose. Woo Do-hyun stared in astonishment at his spearhead, which had shattered after the impact. While Han Ji-hyuk merely smiled, Han Ji-hyuk casually explained his defensive mechanism, a gesture showing he was completely in control of the situation. A smile full of determination and excitement spread across Woo Do-hyun's lips. He had found a worthy opponent. Han Ji-hyuk nodded confidently, inviting his opponent to continue the match. With his spear restored, Woo Do-hyun accepted the challenge, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Both faced each other, the atmosphere becoming extremely tense, their gazes locked. Intense concentration evident, Woo Do-hyun lunged forward, his spear carving a bright blue streak in the air. The spearhead shot forward with terrifying speed, but Woo Do-hyun froze as it was abruptly halted. The spearhead stopped mere centimeters from Han Ji-hyuk's face, blocked by an invisible. Han Ji-hyuk coldly assessed the attack, his gaze showing complete superiority. Woo Do-hyun unleashed a series of lightning-fast spear attacks, leaving only streaks of blue light in the air. Every one of Woo Do-hyun's attacks was blocked by a fragile yet impenetrable bone shield. While Han Ji-hyuk remained still, Han Ji-hyuk finally moved, taking a step forward. Breaking the stalemate, Woo Do-hyun stood motionless. Realizing his helplessness against his opponent's perfect defense, he bowed his head, Admitting that his current strength was insufficient to force Han Ji-hyuk to use his full power, a determined glint flashed in Woo Do-yeon's eyes. He was about to unleash his trump card. A blazing red aura erupted from Woo Do-yeon's armored arm as he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. Activating a hidden power, Woo Do-yeon took his stance, the spear in his hand glowing with crimson energy. With eyes blazing, he lunged forward with terrifying speed. Han Ji-hyuk stood still, a hint of surprise in his eyes at his opponent's speed. Just before the spearhead connected, a bone wall unexpectedly rose from the ground. Stunning Yehu, Woo Do-yeon's spear slammed into the bone barrier, the impact shaking the entire area. Do-hyun's iron-gloved hand tightened its grip on the spear shaft, pouring more power into the attack. He let out a powerful roar. Unleashing his full energy, a destructive red light shot out from the spear. Aimed directly at Han Ji-hyuk's position, the energy explosion engulfed everything in blinding light. When the light faded, Woo Do-yeon stood amidst a completely destroyed section of the floor. A look of confusion appeared on his sweat-soaked face as he looked at the result. He realized his efforts had been completely futile, a fleeting sense of shame passing over. On the opposite side, Han Ji-hyuk stood unscathed within a bone defensive sphere. His expression calm. Ji-hyuk frowned. Looking puzzled by the uncontrolled power his opponent had just used, he gestured to Woo Do-yeon, implying it was now his turn to reveal his secret weapon to demonstrate. Ji-hyuk summoned small bone fragments, which floated above his hand, emitting a purple aura. He explained with his actions, showing the dark death energy swirling within each bone fragment. Ji-hyuk began to draw the death energy from the bone fragments, condensing it into a small sphere in his palm. The dark energy sphere grew, drawing all the death energy into itself. Complete purple mana core, swirling with terrifying power, was formed. Ji-hyuk extended the mana core towards Woo Do-yeon, who was staring at it with an expression of extreme tension. He gently released the mana core, letting it float in midair. The sphere of deadly energy slowly drifted towards Woo Do-yeon, who stood motionless, observing. Cold sweat streamed down Do-hyun's temples as his warrior instinct screamed a warning of danger. The shadow of death appeared behind him, a warning that touching that sphere meant certain death. Realizing the absolute power disparity, Woo Do-yeon raised his hand, signaling surrender. Han Ji-hyuk beamed, pleased with his opponent's wise decision. From the observation room, Lee Jin-young was stunned, completely unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Lee Jin-young and an observer stood nearby, both looking bewildered by the match's outcome. Woo Do-yeon was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes still wide with shock and disbelief. Lee Jin-young looked down, her face showing extreme astonishment at the power she had just witnessed. She immediately turned around, giving a decisive order to a stunned staff member behind her. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, the outcome exactly as he had predicted. Lee Jin-young's eyes sharpened, realizing that Ji-hyuk's power might even surpass SS rank. Facing a forest of cameras and microphones, Han Ji-hyuk confidently confronted the media. News of the emergence of South Korea's 6th SS rank awakener spread rapidly across media. Outside, the Saron headquarters building stood tall under the sunlight. Inside his office, Han Ji-hyuk sat with his arms crossed. Deep in thought, he recalled the moment Woo Do-hyun unleashed a full-force attack, an astonishing display of power. Ji-hyuk was determined to create an S-rank skeleton strong enough to counter an SS rank opponent. He pulled out his phone, searching for information on high-level gates within the country. He weighed acting himself against using money to solve the problem, then quickly made a pragmatic choice. Ji-hyuk happily made a call, ordering his subordinates to acquire S-rank monster corpses from China. His expression darkened as he heard bad news over the phone. The initial plan had encountered an obstacle. Annoyance was evident on Ji-hyuk's face as he realized China's intention to obstruct him. He stared at his phone in disbelief, not understanding why he was being targeted. A skeleton soldier in black tactical armor, Ji-hyuk's final product, stood motionless in the warehouse. Ji-hyuk crossed his arms, his expression displeased as he thought about the future troubles caused by China's obstruction. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated, breaking his train of thought. The phone screen lit up, displaying an incoming call from Commissioner Lee Jin-young. Ji-hyuk answered the call, his face showing curiosity at the unexpected contact. After hearing the news, Ji-hyuk's eyes widened in shock. The image of an undead army led by the Demon King flashed through his mind. He ended the call, his gaze thoughtful as he looked outside, where Han Seo stood waiting with a worried expression. Ji-hyuk looked at his phone, suspecting that this offer of assistance might be a trap. Han Seo frowned, her worry evident as she considered a potential trap. A cold, calculating smile appeared on Han Ji-hyuk's face as he recognized the lucrative opportunity before him. A passenger plane soared through the deep blue sky, carrying Ji-hyuk to his new mission. On the plane, Han Ji-hyuk's smug expression vanished, replaced by intense focus as he was briefed about an undead teleportation gate. Images of awakeners entering a teleportation gate appeared, illustrating the beginning of the report. A lifeless hand lay in a pool of blood on the cold tiled floor, emphasizing the cost of failure. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes widened in astonishment upon learning that even S-rank awakeners had vanished without a trace. Looking out the plane window, Ji-hyuk sighed. Accepting the burden of responsibility that had just been placed upon his shoulders, a large field camp was set up in the Chinese countryside. An atmosphere of tension pervading. Park In-gui slammed his hand on the table. Scout photos scattered across it, showing his helplessness at the lack of information. With a stern expression, Park In-gui ordered his subordinates to project the only footage they had obtained from a distance. The shaky body cam footage only managed to capture a blurry white shadow streaking through the. Han Ji-hyuk silently reviewed the footage, his expression pensive as he faced the scarce and disturbing evidence. Ji-hyuk expressed skepticism about the creature's nature, while his assistant, Ji-hyuk, female assistant, looked on in confusion. Park In-gui firmly asserted that this threat, though alone, had thwarted all their efforts. In a tactical illustration, a female warrior, Awakener Female Spear, charged to attack the monster inside the gate. The female warrior quickly generated an energy sphere, preparing for another attack. A chaotic scene unfolded as a group of awakeners, including an orc, monster, fought to prevent monsters from spilling out. An orc monster growled, its eyes gleaming ferociously amidst the battle. Han Ji-hyuk's gaze turned cold. He was fully aware of the current situation's danger. At the command center, Park In-gui stood up, beginning to present the operational plan to Han Ji-hyuk and Ji-hyuk, female assistant. Park In-gui decisively declared that they would assemble a team of 12 SS rank awakeners to enter the gate. Han Ji-hyuk thoughtfully rubbed his chin, considering the risky plan, while Ji-hyuk, female assistant, stood beside him with a worried expression. Han Ji-hyuk unexpectedly smiled in agreement, startling Ji-hyuk, female assistant, who stood behind him. Ji-hyuk, female assistant, quickly stepped forward, her face showing a pleading expression as she tried to persuade Ji-hyuk to abandon his reckless decision. Han Ji-hyuk turned to look at his assistant, his expression thoughtful at her genuine concern. With a gesturing motion, Han Ji-hyuk led Ji-hyuk, female assistant, to a more secluded area to talk private. Han Ji-hyuk extended his palm, on which a tiny skeleton in a vest, skeleton, butler, Minnie, sat obediently. Ji-hyuk, female assistant, stared in stunned silence at the tiny creature in his palm, all previous panic replaced by utter confusion. Han Ji-hyuk presented a tiny skeleton dancing on his palm, confidently explaining that it was a signaling device. Ji-hyuk's female assistant looked back, her face full of worry but still reluctantly accepting as the small skeleton continued to dance with a reassuring wave over his shoulder. Han Ji-hyuk turned and walked away. Promising to return, the female assistant watched his retreating back, her eyes filled with silent hope for his safety. Han Ji-hyuk and Park In-gui stood on a cliff overlooking the forest, while Teros and other warriors observed from behind. Han Ji-hyuk raised a hand to his forehead to shield from the sun, scanning the desolate landscape and appearing confused by the unusual silence. Park In-gui hypothesized, his expression skeptical, that perhaps a single skeleton had wiped out the entire area. Han Ji-hyuk suddenly froze, a sudden sense of alarm appearing on his face. His eyes glowed with magical light as he focused his mind, connecting with a subordinate in the distance. Through Teros's vision, a scout skeleton in a black cloak signaled an unseen danger lurking ahead in the forest. The scout skeleton's blue eyes glowed, focusing on the invisible threat. A stark white skeleton warrior, sword in hand, stood tall in the middle of the trail, blocking the scout teams. Teros turned his head in confusion, realizing this creature was completely unfamiliar to his own army. The white skeleton creature lunged forward with terrifying speed, becoming a deadly blur. A blue energy beam tore through the night, signaling the destruction of the scout skeleton. Han Ji-hyuk cried out in alarm, pointing towards the forest as he sensed his scout army under it. From above, the dark shadows of the scout skeletons scattered and fled in panic. Han Ji-hyuk extended his hand, stopping Park In-gui before he could. Ji-hyuk's gaze swept to the opposite side, warning of a second threat that had just appeared. Park In-gui proposed a plan ordering Han Ji-hyuk to stay behind as a rear guard while they split into 2 teams to deal with. Han Ji-hyuk stood alone in the clearing. Left behind as the other warriors charged off, Han Ji-hyuk's expression hardened, suspicion rising as he analyzed the strange situation unrelated to his own army. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, but was quickly replaced by a new realization. He turned around and found himself surrounded by Park In-gui, Teros, and their entire army. Park In-gui drew his weapon, declaring Han Ji-hyuk a threat that must be eliminated for the sake of the nation. Faced with the deadly threat, a smug and defiant smile spread across Han Ji-hyuk's lips. He threw his head back and burst into laughter, his eyes glowing eerily as he mocked their clumsy trap. A crimson energy explosion erupted from Han Ji-hyuk's position, engulfing everything around him. Teros swooped down from above, swinging his scepter with a fierce attacking force. Teros's attack was blocked by a bone wall that suddenly rose from the ground, protecting Han Ji-hyuk, who lay beneath. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes flashed with determination as purple dark energy enveloped him. Summoning a bone subordinate from the void, a terrifying energy explosion erupted from Han Ji-hyuk's position, blowing away everything around him. Han Ji-hyuk calmly watched as Teros was thrown backward by the force of the explosion. Immediately, another warrior in the ambush team, wielding a hammer, charged towards Han Ji-hyuk, while shattered bone fragments from the previous attack still lingered in the air. The hammer-wielding warrior brought down a devastating blow onto Han Ji-hyuk's position, who had just managed to dodge to the side. Han Ji-hyuk glanced over, his eyes meeting Park In-gui, who was spinning his chain weapon, preparing for the next attack. Park In-gui unleashed a powerful whip, his weapon striking Han Ji-hyuk and sending him flying. Han Ji-hyuk slid across the ground, using his feet to slow the impact. He stood firm, facing the entire ambush team of 6 high-level warriors, including Park In-gui and Teros. Instead of fear, a smug and challenging smile spread across Han Ji-hyuk's lips. Ji-hyuk's confidence made Park In-gui and his accomplices momentarily freeze, confusion evident on their faces. In response, Han Ji-hyuk unleashed his power. Giant shadowy figures of Death Knights, with glowing red eyes rising from behind. Extreme astonishment and fear were evident on Park In-gui's face as he realized the true scale of his opponent's power. From Park In-gui's perspective, Han Ji-hyuk's army of Death Knights stood towering amidst a bloody battlefield, with the corpses of the ambushers strewn at their feet. Han Ji-hyuk looked at the sole surviving enemy with a mocking expression, as if offended by their terror. Completely defeated, Park In-gui slumped to the ground, helplessly watching Han Ji-hyuk's shadow stretch over. Han Ji-hyuk reached out his hand, dark energy gathering, ready to extract information from the terrified Park In-gui's mind. As Ji-hyuk's hand rested on Park In-gui's head, the traitor's face twitched in pain as his memories were invaded. In Park In-gui's mind, images of the conspiracy were revealed, luring Han Ji-hyuk into a trap. The plan involved using a newly appeared low-level teleportation gate as bait. The memories also showed the cruelty of the plot, willing to sacrifice even their own comrades to make the trap more convincing. After withdrawing his hand, Han Ji-hyuk questioned Park In-gui about the inconsistent details in the story he had just. Han Ji-hyuk bonlert, piecing the information together to uncover the truth behind those who were. Park In-gui tried to put on a pitiful act, claiming to be a forced victim, but an invisible energy shock immediately struck his head. Sitting with his arms crossed, Han Ji-hyuk looked at Park In-gui, clutching his head in pain with disdain, completely dismissing his lies under threat. Park In-gui finally confessed the true roles of the other accomplices in the conspiracy. Han Ji-hyuk looked down at the defeated enemies, a sarcastic smile appearing as he realized the scale of the trap they had set. On the ground, Park In-gui, the defeated mastermind, stammered an admission that they needed SS rank, awakened for some purpose. Park In-gui's face was filled with tension and fear as he realized his fate lay in Han Ji-hyuk's. Han Ji-hyuk's face was shrouded in shadow, only his eyes and smile glowing eerily, signaling a dark intention. To silence the prisoner, Han Ji-hyuk used magic to control the kneeling Park In-gui, leaving him only able to stammer in horror. Han Ji-hyuk casually walked through the battlefield, observing the corpses of the ambush team with the expression of a victor, surveying his spoils. To test an idea, he raised his hand, and a sphere of magical energy formed, ready to turn one of the corpses into an experiment. Under the influence of dark energy, the flesh and clothing on the corpse disintegrated, revealing a stark white skeleton. In just a moment, the decomposition process was complete, leaving only the skeleton and a few shattered pieces of armor. The magical energy continued to purify the remains, preparing for the final step of the ritual. With a silent command, Han Ji-hyuk began the summoning ritual from what remained of the enemy. The bone fragments automatically flew up, reassembling into a complete humanoid figure under the power of magic. The skeleton was fully reconstructed, its joints reconnected in a gruesome manner. A newly summoned flying skeleton warrior stood up before Han Ji-hyuk. Ready to obey, Han Ji-hyuk suddenly paused, his eyes gleaming with surprise as he noticed something unusual. The flying skeleton warrior's feet did not touch the ground. It was strangely hovering. To Han Ji-hyuk's astonishment, the bone creature began to dance clumsily in midair. He covered his mouth, a flash of realization in his eyes as he understood the issue. Astonishment quickly turned into excitement, as Han Ji-hyuk realized the deceased awakened's abilities were preserved within the skeleton. He couldn't suppress a wide grin behind his hand. Realizing he had just gained an incredible bargain, Han Ji-hyuk turned back to Park In-gui, calling his name in a cold tone that made the prisoner flinch. Park In-gui's face paled, and he stammered, begging for his life in the face of the impending threat. Han Ji-hyuk smirked, offering a cruel proposition, forcing Park In-gui to choose between death and betrayal. Park In-gui's face was filled with confusion as he desperately weighed Han Ji-hyuk's offer to find a way to survive. With his arms crossed, Han Ji-hyuk smugly explained his plan, turning his enemy into a pawn to eliminate other threat. With a sinister smile, Han Ji-hyuk issued an ultimatum, ordering Park In-gui to lure his accomplices into a trap in exchange for his life. Silence returned to the desolate wasteland, with only traces of the massacre remaining. At the same time, Investigator Bay and Investigator C appeared at the scene, beginning to seriously survey the carnage. Park In-gui, his face pale with fear, recounted the disastrous defeat and emphasized the necessity of cooperation against an unimaginable foe. The bespectacled comrade, Chinese strategist, expressed skepticism, questioning their chances. With a determined gaze, Park In-gui turned away, his hand gripping the blood-stained dagger as a ruthless plan formed. To prove his loyalty to his new enemy, Park In-gui suddenly lunged, taking down the Chinese strategist in a flash. Without a word of warning, Park In-gui ambushed Chinese warrior A, his comrade's blood staining the back of his shirt. With his last breath, Chinese warrior A screamed the traitor's name in utter indignation. Han Ji-hyuk appeared, casually blocking the warrior who was trying to get up before he could reach Park In-gui. Han Ji-hyuk gave a smug smile, signaling that Park In-gui was now his spoils. Standing with his arms crossed, Han Ji-hyuk showed no need to intervene as a magical black hole opened to swallow the corpses. Trembling, Park In-gui cautiously asked if his life would be spared after obeying. Han Ji-hyuk gestured towards the corpses, declaring them merely basic rewards, and that he now wanted an additional bonus. Han Ji-hyuk ordered Park In-gui to go outside, report that the attack had failed, and request reinforcement. Fear was evident on Park In-gui's face as he worried about being caught if he carried out this deceptive plan. Han Ji-hyuk pointed threateningly, emphasizing that by killing his comrades, Park In-gui had become an accomplice with no way back. The shattered glasses of the Chinese strategist lay in a pool of blood, a silent testament to the betrayal that had just occurred. Han Ji-hyuk explained that he needed a shadow to operate within the enemy ranks, and Park In-gui was the perfect candidate to ensure absolute obedience. Han Ji-hyuk pressed his hand onto Park In-gui's chest, imbuing a dark energy mark. Park In-gui flinched in pain and horror, clutching his chest as he felt the foreign power controlling. Han Ji-hyuk grinned, calling the mark insurance, then casually stating it was just a lie, further confusing Park In-gui. Gritting his teeth, Park In-gui looked at Han Ji-hyuk with a resigned expression, realizing he had no choice but to obey. Standing in the forest, Han Ji-hyuk began to explain his plan in detail to Park In-gui. From above, a brightly glowing teleportation gate opened in the desolate clearing, surrounded by the corpses of the annihilated ambush. At Han Ji-hyuk's command, Park In-gui dashed at full speed towards the teleportation gate to begin his mission. Park In-gui stepped out of the gate, facing the impatiently waiting Chinese commander with a look of extreme anguish. Park In-gui reported that everyone, except him, had been annihilated. The Chinese commander grabbed Park In-gui, questioning whether he had completed the mission to eliminate Han Ji-hyuk. The Chinese commander's expression turned from confident to horrified as Park In-gui's silence confirmed their failure trying to remain calm. Park In-gui lied that despite the failure, he had succeeded in inflicting a fatal wound on the opponent. Amidst the rubble, Teros came to a grim conclusion. To take down Han Ji-hyuk, they needed to mobilize their entire force, including S-rank awakened. According to Park In, Gui's report, an elite Chinese force of 40, including S-ranks, was assembled to prepare for the ambush. At a safe distance, the Chinese commander stood with his arms crossed, his face radiating absolute confidence in the impending victory. However, a vague sense of unease crept into his mind as he looked at the distant pillar of energy light. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupted from the epicenter, throwing the ambush team members in all directions. From the smoke and dust, Park In-gui and Chinese warrior A staggered out, both looking dazed by the scene that had just unfolded. They advanced towards the Chinese commander, who was looking at them with eyes demanding an explanation. Park In-gui bowed his head, sweat pouring down, forced to admit a bitter truth: the mission had completely failed. The Chinese commander's confidence shattered, replaced by an expression of unbelievable shock. To salvage the situation, Chinese warrior A hastily fabricated a story claiming that Park In-gui had managed to inflict a fatal wound on the target. Seizing the opportunity, Park In-gui urged, his eyes sharp, emphasizing that they must pursue immediately before the enemy had time to recover. The Chinese commander hesitated. Realizing that this request meant mobilizing more reinforcement, he cried out in despair, unable to accept throwing more forces into a failed mission. Between the Chinese commander's panic and Park In-gui's insistence, the situation became extremely tense. A high-ranking Chinese official standing nearby also turned pale, realizing the scale of the unfolding disaster. Just then, the Chinese commander received an urgent report, his face growing even more horrified. Chinese warrior A explained the shocking news. All of Seron's skeletons in Korea had suddenly ceased functioning, indicating that Han Ji-hyuk was in real danger. With this information, the Chinese commander gritted his teeth, making a final, desperate decision: gather all forces for a decisive blow. At the same time, elsewhere, Ji-hyuk, female assistant, received an urgent call, reporting on the chaotic situation caused by Seron's skeletons suddenly ceasing to function. She listened with a worried expression, trying to reassure the person on the other end of the line, while she herself was utterly bewildered. Pressure weighed heavily on her as the caller emphasized Seron's immense influence on Korean society. She decisively ordered her subordinates to keep it secret from the press, and went to check the situation herself. After ending the call, her hands trembled. A feeling of helplessness overwhelming her, she stared at the phone, completely unsure how to contact Han Ji. With determination, she reached into her jacket pocket, intending to look for another option. Unexpectedly, she pulled out a tiny skeleton wearing a vest, an object she hadn't known she possessed. The tiny skeleton's eyes suddenly glowed blue. The small skeleton moved in her palm, making Ji-hyuk, female assistant, freeze, then burst into a ray of hope. It was a signal from Han Ji-hyuk. Tiny skeleton, wearing a vest, Skeleton Butler Mini, raised its hand in an OK sign to report. Ji-hyuk, female assistant, stared at the skeleton, her face utterly panicked, frantically checking it for signs of damage. Skeleton Butler Mini gave a thumbs up, confidently confirming that everything was fine. Ji-hyuk, female assistant, let out a long sigh of relief, the tension on her face vanishing for a moment. Her relief quickly gave way to suspicion, and she questioned Skeleton Butler Mini about its master's true plan. In response, Skeleton Butler Mini merely bowed submissively. Ji-hyuk, female assistant, looked at the skeleton with an understanding expression, reluctantly accepting the command. After completing its task, Skeleton Butler Mini lay on its back, motionless like a doll. Suddenly, the phone in Ji-hyuk, female assistant's pocket vibrated violently. She hastily answered the call, her face becoming tense again. The phone screen displayed the caller as Kim Deokbae from Seron Corporation. Over the phone, Kim Deokbae reported in a panicked tone, emphasizing a serious incident at the factory. He cried out in despair, asserting that he had been right not to want Ji-hyuk to go alone, and vowing to find a solution. Ji-hyuk, female assistant, ended the call, her face filled with resignation and worry about the mess she had to deal with. At the same time, at a secluded cliff, Han Ji-hyuk observed the fruits of his labor. He smirked, a smile full of calculation and self-satisfaction. Standing atop the cliff, Ji-hyuk shielded his eyes, looking down at the valley below like a general, surveying a battlefield. He smiled with satisfaction as he saw his trap had sprung perfect. Ji-Huk's expression became pensive as he began to weigh his images of enemies like Kim Jong-yuk flashed through his mind, a reminder of those hunting him. Ji-Huk gazed into the distance, calmly analyzing the consequences of exposing China's conspiracy. Below the cliff, the bodies of the Chinese ambush team lay scattered, a silent testament to his. He smirked once more, deciding to choose the second option. Ji-Huk walked decisively, determined not only to expose, but also to blackmail his. Dark energy swirled around Ji-Huk as he decided to choose the most ruthless and profitable. In the forest, the survivors of the ambush team staggered and regrouped. Park In-gui and another accomplice exchanged glances, their faces still stunned by the opponent's power. Park In-gui's eyes turned cold, and he resolved that the target must not be allowed to leave here alive. Han Ji-Huk clenched his fist, listening to the two ambush survivors, Park In-gui and his subordinate, discussing their failure. The subordinate, Chinese warrior A, spun around when he sensed another presence, shouting a warning. He froze as he realized the person approaching was Han Ji. Han Ji-Huk casually walked forward, completely unharmed, a slight smile on his lips. Chinese warrior, A stammered, disbelief and astonishment clearly visible on his face as he saw his target still safe and sound. Memories of having personally seen Han Ji-Huk stabbed fatally in the stomach flooded his. The image of Park In-gui lunging with bloodshot eyes, stabbing through Han Ji-Huk, appeared, while Chinese warrior A could only watch helplessly from behind chains. The hand of an ambush team member lay limp on the bloody ground, marking the end of the attack. Amidst a sea of his comrades' corpses, Park In-gui stood up, the sole survivor of the massacre. He sighed in relief, raising his hands as a sign of surrender when facing Han Ji. Han Ji-Huk approached, patting Park In-gui's shoulder in a disturbingly friendly manner, startling him. Park In-gui looked up, his eyes pleading for his life. After the disastrous failure, Han Ji-Huk feigned innocence, responding to his plea with a calm expression. He casually admitted his initial intention was to kill Park In-gui after everything was over, leaving him stunned with shock. Faced with Han Ji-Huk's offer, Park In-gui forced a smile, hastily asserting his value to stay alive. Han Ji-Huk declared ownership, accompanied by a cold threat about the consequences of betrayal, and Park In-gui bowed his head in feigned gratitude. Park In-gui looked up, asking about his next task as a new subordinate. A sinister and calculating smile appeared on Park In-gui's lips, indicating that his submission was merely a facade. A self-satisfied smile appeared on Han Ji-Huk's face, his eyes obscured by shadow, signaling a larger plan taking shape. Meanwhile, at another location, the Chinese commander stood with his arms crossed, confidently awaiting the results of the ambush. The Chinese commander's eyes hardened with determination, vowing to destroy his enemy. A figure stepped out of the teleportation gate, black shoes landing on the ground. Park In-gui emerged, his face confident, as if he had completed his mission. The Chinese commander called his name in surprise, not expecting his. The commander stepped forward, eagerly asking Park In-gui about the results of the extermination mission. Another figure stepped out of the teleportation gate right behind Park In-gui. The Chinese commander froze, his face changing from surprise to utter confusion and horror. Han Ji-Huk appeared with a smug smile, as if introduced by the very prey he had subdued. Han Ji-Huk smiled modestly, feigning that he was merely doing what was necessary. As a human, in a daze of betrayal, Chinese warrior A grabbed Park In-gui's collar. Park In-gui brushed off his subordinate's hand, coldly dismissing questions of loyalty as unimportant. Forced cooperation. Han Ji-Huk whispered an offer into the Chinese commander's ear, a chance to bury the truth and blame everything on the monster. Cornered, the Chinese commander gritted his teeth in silence at the threat. Han Ji-Huk shrugged smugly, offering another option. If negotiations failed direct confrontation, his eyes turned cold, a silent warning given that there would be no leniency. Next time, the Chinese commander turned away, sweat beading as he weighed his options. Finally, he adjusted his sunglasses, a subtle sign of acceptance and a signal that he would contact his superior. A few days later, the scene shifted to a luxurious office, signaling a formal meeting. A hand was extended in a professional greeting. Baek Sang-ho, a government official, introduced himself with a polite smile. Han Ji-Huk responded with a radiant smile, introducing himself amiably. In the background, Park In-gui whispered to Chinese warrior A, Explaining that the person they had seen at the gate was being held for investigation, Han Ji-hyuk politely invited Baek Sang-ho to sit down, beginning the meeting. In the meeting room, Baek Sang-ho began by thanking Han Ji-hyuk for cooperating with China to defeat the monster. Han Ji-hyuk interrupted, getting straight to the point by asking about the fate of the remaining Awakeners and those who had died. Baek Sang-ho explained the government's plan to honor those who sacrificed and fully compensate all involved. Han Ji-hyuk nodded, appearing satisfied with the prospect of a peaceful life awaiting. However, his eyes darkened, revealing his true intention to collect a debt for handling the monster. Baek Sang-ho maintained his professional demeanor, but was inwardly astonished by Ji-hyuk's composure, ready to meet his condition. With Park In-gui standing behind him like a trophy, Han Ji-hyuk made his first demand: he would take over Park In-gui. His guild members and their families. Park In-gui nodded smugly, confirming that he had agreed to the arrangement. After a moment of consideration, Baek Sang-ho accepted the demand, acknowledging that this was the only way to resolve the situation. Han Ji-hyuk continued, making his second demand with a cheerful smile: the lifting of China's embargo on his monster corpse trade. His eyes sharpened, emphasizing that the price must at least be commensurate with handling an SS-grade monster. Baek Sang-ho looked away for a moment, then decisively agreed to relay the conditions. With a confident smile, Baek Sang-ho assured that the conditions would be accepted and arranged to speak again tomorrow. Outside the high-rise office window, the city at night stretched out under a starry sky. In the luxurious office, Lee Jin-young expressed her surprise and concern to Han Ji-hyuk, who was relaxing in a chair. With a serious expression, Lee Jin-young explained that she had been truly panicked upon hearing that the skeletons had suddenly ceased functioning. Han Ji-hyuk closed his eyes, offering a calm smile and a vague apology for the situations that had occurred. Lee Jin-young continued to question him about the incident at the gate, but Han Ji-hyuk dismissed it with a casual gesture, asserting that it was nothing significant. Though she accepted the answer, a trace of doubt lingered on Lee Jin-young's face. A fleeting memory crossed her mind: the image of a Chinese army pouring out of a gate. She justified her concern by recalling the panicked call from Kim Deokbae, who had reported the skeletons ceasing to function. Han Ji-hyuk offered a somewhat forced smile, giving a perfunctory apology for her worry. Lee Jin-young sighed in relief that he was safe, but was immediately interrupted by the vibrating phone on the table. She stood to answer the call, professionally identifying herself, while Han Ji-hyuk observed from a distance. As she listened to the other end of the line, Lee Jin-young's professional expression quickly turned to astonishment. The news from the call made her exclaim in shock, drawing the attention of Han Ji-hyuk, who was leisurely sipping his drink. He heard information about another SS-grade undead gate having just appeared in China, and his eyes widened. The shock made Han Ji-hyuk choke on his drink. His composure completely shattered, his expression hardened and became serious, as he sensed an ominous premonition from this unsettling coincidence. The scene transitioned between a peaceful mountain region and a dark fortress where a spatial gate glowed menacing. From within the gate, an army of black-clad skeleton warriors began to emerge. Back in the office, Han Ji-hyuk slowly set his cup down on the table, his mind analyzing the situation. He looked directly at Lee Jin-young, seeking confirmation for the incredible news he had just heard. With a solemn expression, Lee Jin-young confirmed that the information was entirely accurate. Her story began with Awakener male, Top-Knot discovering a lone skeleton warrior in a forest. Next, bodyguard Park was dispatched and quickly eliminated this S-grade monster with a decisive attack. Afterward, an investigation team led by Awakener male, Top-Knot approached the monster's origin, a glowing gate. Upon stepping through the gate, they found themselves in a desolate, snow-covered wasteland. Awakener male, Top-Knot's face contorted into utter horror at the sight before him. A massive army of skeleton warriors, equipped and neatly arrayed, stood silently in the snow, overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. The investigation team was forced to retreat in panic from the deadly land. Lee Jin-young urgently suggested they should return to their country to avoid getting entangled in. Han Ji-hyuk decisively rejected the idea. With a resolute expression, he declared they would go straight to the gate. Lee Jin-young sprang to her feet. Stunned by his reckless decision, she questioned him, pointing out the absurdity of him having just escaped another gate. She tried to persuade him with logic, suggesting that China's lack of manpower was an opportunity to help, but her tone was full of skepticism. Han Ji-hyuk merely smiled inscrutably at her protests, further irritating her. To emphasize her point, Li Jinyoung asserted that there was no reason for him to personally intervene. He admitted her arguments were valid, but maintained his mysterious demeanor. Explaining that he had his own reasons, Li Jinyoung remained unconvinced, pointing out that there being undead monsters was not a sufficient reason for him to take such a risk. She emphasized her responsibility to protect South Korean awakeners, not to send them into danger abroad. With genuine concern, she pleaded with him not to overexert himself and to let China handle its own problem. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes turned cold as he revealed part of his deduction that this gate was not created by China. Memories of the Chinese ambush team's bodies strewn across the ground flooded his mind. Following the memory was the image of an army of black armored skeletons, an army he suspected was his own. He concluded that this was a personal matter he had to resolve himself. Despite China's involvement, to reassure Li Jinyoung, he offered a noble reason, stating that his intervention would minimize casualties. Ultimately, Li Jinyoung had to concede, but stipulated that they would retreat immediately if the situation became dangerous. She looked at him helplessly, admitting that she could not deter his resolve. Han Ji-hyuk merely smiled, a tacit acknowledgement of his stubbornness. Afterward, Han Ji-hyuk informed a subordinate of Park In-gui of their intention to help. Subordinate In-gui, subordinate A, bowed in feigned gratitude and promised a reward. The scene shifted to a vast mountainous region where an SS rank gate glowed brightly, and three figures approached. Han Ji-hyuk, Park In-gui, and In-gui, subordinate A, stood before the gate. Confirming its scale, In-gui, subordinate A, reported that, according to the scouting team, there was a colossal number of monsters inside, and asked if Ji-hyuk needed further assistance. Han Ji-hyuk turned to Park In-gui with a loaded question about whether he could trust the Chinese awakened, then dismissed it as a joke. He confidently explained that he merely wanted to assess the situation himself, and the presence of others would only be an impediment. He raised a hand, signaling Park In-gui and his subordinate to stop, ordering them to wait while he entered alone. A figure stepped out of the brightly glowing teleportation. Han Ji-hyuk set foot on a frozen land, leaving footprints on the pristine white snow. He stood alone, his gaze sweeping across the cold, snow-covered mountain landscape. Han Ji-hyuk shivered slightly at the biting cold of the land, his eyes beginning to scan his surroundings. His footprints sank deep into the snow as he advanced into the forest to begin his reconnaissance. He swept his gaze across the snow-laden trees, confirming the presence of an undead legion in the area to avoid detection. Han Ji-hyuk concealed himself behind a tree trunk, his gaze highly focused. From his hidden position, a sea of skeleton warriors stretching to the horizon appeared before his eyes. The skeleton warrior army stood motionless, a vast and organized force. A skeleton warrior in black armor stood tall, silent and menacing. From the perspective of a skeleton warrior, Han Ji-hyuk observed, his analytical gaze recognizing alarming similarities in their design. He realized he could not control them, and a cold resolve appeared on his face. All must be destroyed. He assessed the colossal scale of the army, a fleeting overwhelm in his eyes. With such a large force, he deduced that a high-ranking commander must be lurking. His eyes suddenly gleamed with sharpness. He had found his target. A death knight riding a skeletal steed with blue flames appeared, exuding the aura of a commander. Aware of the danger, Han Ji-hyuk decided that he needed to prepare more thoroughly for this confrontation. He quietly turned, intending to retreat strategically to plan. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he sensed a lightning-fast attack hurtling towards. An invisible energy shield materialized, deflecting a streak of blue light by a hair's breadth. An arrow plunged into the snow right beside him, evidence of the ambush. In the distance, the Death Knight drew its bow, its glowing red eyes fixed on its target. A self-satisfied smile briefly appeared on Han Ji-hyuk's lips as he assessed the enemy. To prepare for his retreat, his hand drew an intricate purple magic circle in the air. He dashed away, leaving a shattered heart-shaped bone shield behind him, blocking a volley of arrows and sending a silent challenge. Han Ji-hyuk reappeared from the teleportation gate, where two people were waiting for him. Park In-gui stepped forward, his eyes inquiring about the outcome of his Han Ji-hyuk reported back, his grave expression confirming the colossal scale of the threat. An army of hundreds of skeleton warriors and a scythe-wielding death knight appeared, a formidable threat. Han Ji-hyuk gazed into the distance, his expression pensive as he assessed the danger level of the task ahead. Park In-gui's subordinate offered a cautious proposal, suggesting that a group of awakened should be assembled for safety. Ji-hyuk decisively rejected the idea, his eyes flashing with steely resolve as he asserted he would go alone. Park In-gui looked at Ji-hyuk skeptically, while his subordinate appeared astonished by Ji-hyuk's confidence. A self-satisfied smile subtly formed on Park In-gui's lips. He challenged Ji-hyuk to explain his audacious plan. Ji-hyuk raised a finger, a sly smile evident as he began to reveal his surprisingly simple strategy. Park In-gui listened, his expression unimpressed, awaiting a logical explanation for Ji-hyuk's arrogance. In-gui's subordinate presented a logical argument explaining that the Chinese side had nothing to lose whether Ji-hyuk succeeded or persuade them. Ji-hyuk offered a trustworthy smile, asking them to place their faith in his abilities. Standing before the brightly glowing energy gate, Ji-hyuk admitted that he needed time and resources to prepare. In-gui's subordinate looked at Ji-hyuk with a professional smile, agreeing on behalf of his superior to provide everything necessary. To show agreement, In-gui's subordinate clasped his hands together decisively. The deal was sealed. Ji-hyuk smiled with satisfaction. His plan had unfolded as intended. In a luxurious room, Honorable stood still, signaling the transition to Ji-hyuk's preparation. A skeletal ribcage was being assembled, dark magic beginning to shape a new creature. Ji-hyuk's hand swept over the skeleton, a vibrant orange magic circle enveloping it. He hummed with delight, purple dark energy swirling as he imbued his creation with power. Sitting on the floor, Ji-hyuk watched proudly as a complete S-rank skeleton stood before him, emanating a purple aura. The new skeleton raised its hand, a crackling blue orb of electrical energy erupting. Demonstrating its newfound power, Ji-hyuk grinned triumphantly, gloating at having created a powerful warrior at others' expense. The S-rank skeleton stood silently as 3 glowing pink cards floated up from it, indicating the completion of some process. At Ji-hyuk's command, the skeleton stepped into a dark spatial gate, ready for deployment. Ji-hyuk crossed his arms, his expression full of confidence as he calculated the new power he had just acquired. His eyes sharpened, determination evident. He was ready to begin his conquest. A knock echoed in the quiet room, a voice from outside calling out Chairman Hanji. The door opened, and Ji-hyuk's female assistant entered, her silhouette cast against the light. She faced Ji-hyuk with a worried expression, but he only responded with a self-satisfied smile, indicating he would not heed any dissuasion. Ji-hyuk's female assistant sighed, her face full of concern as she tried to convince him of the danger of going alone. Han Ji-hyuk brushed aside her concerns with a confident smile, reassuring her that he would let the skeletons handle the fight. Helpless against his resolve, the female assistant could only sigh exasperatedly, while Ji-hyuk maintained a nonchalant expression. He pointed to the shattered bone fragments, implying that his power had increased thanks to resources from China, which brought her some relief. Her expression immediately became urgent. She asked about the time he intended to begin the conquest. With a ready smile, Han Ji-hyuk announced that all preparations were complete and he would depart tomorrow. He politely asked if she needed any further assistance, causing her to hesitate at his offer. Han Ji-hyuk's expression turned serious. He issued an important directive, asking her to closely monitor China while he was inside the gate. The female assistant appeared confused and bewildered by the sudden request, not understanding the hidden meaning behind his command. She looked at him with an inquiring gaze, but still accepted the task, while he nodded with satisfaction. The next day, the scene shifted to a rugged, lush mountain range. At an open clearing before the gate, the female assistant, Park In-gui, and his subordinate stood, watching Han Ji-hyuk prepare to depart. Han Ji-hyuk turned, calling Park In-gui aside for a private conversation, his eyes full of hidden meaning. He sternly reminded Park In-gui of his role, ensuring his new subordinate understood the strict oversight. Han Ji-hyuk leaned closer, his tone dropping to a subtly threatening warning, causing Park In-gui to break out in a cold sweat. After receiving a fearful assurance from Park In-gui, Han Ji-hyuk returned to the group, patted his shoulder, and declared that everything was ready. With a final confident smile, Han Ji-hyuk turned his back to the swirling gate and bid farewell. He took a decisive step into the snow-white land inside the gate. His body gently hovered above the icy ground. Han Ji-hyuk hovered in midair, observing the frozen land below with one hand shielding his eyes from the blinding light. His expression became focused and serious as he identified his target. In the distance, a massive skeleton army stretched across the valley, standing motionless in wait. To seize the initiative, Han Ji-hyuk raised his hand, beginning to cast a large-scale destructive map. Countless gigantic, Intricate magic circles appeared in the sky, radiating deadly purple energy. The final cold gaze, he commanded his magic to attack. Magic energy erupted from the circles, tearing through space as they plunged into the valley. A series of terrifying explosions engulfed the entire skeleton army. Smoke, dust, and residual energy rose from the ground, leaving only silence after the devastating attack. Han Ji-Huk's skeleton warriors raised their shields, struggling to defend themselves in an uneven battle. Han Ji-Huk watched the scene with a frustrated expression. Realizing his current strategy, he took a decisive step, determined to change the tide. Standing before a vast snowfield, Ji-Huk observed the enemy's skeleton warrior army swarming everywhere. A surge of purple magic energy flared around Ji-Huk as he prepared to summon new forces. With a confident smile, Ji-Huk summoned his own diverse skeleton army. Declaring he would overwhelm the enemy with numbers, his new army appeared, comprising skeleton tactical units equipped with modern weapons and skeleton workers in protective. Facing them were ranks of skeleton warriors in black armor, their eyes glowing red, ready for battle. Han Ji-Huk's mir, challenging the unseen enemy who had created that. A chaotic battle erupted as the weapons of the two skeleton armies clashed fiercely. An enemy skeleton warrior swung its sword brutally. The sword sliced through a defenseless skeleton worker. The poor skeleton worker's head rolled on the ground, a testament to its weakness in combat. One of Ji-Huk's skeleton tactical units swung a baseball bat, retaliating fiercely against the skeleton warrior. A glowing purple sword blocked an attack, indicating the presence of an elite warrior. Han Ji-Huk frowned, realizing that the combat strength of both sides was equal, and that was a major problem. A fearsome skeleton commander riding a skeletal warhorse charged from the enemy ranks, its sword radiating deadly energy. Han Ji-Huk was stunned as he recognized the enemy's true commander. The skeleton commander charged across the battlefield, its fiery aura incinerating everything in its path, easily slaughtering Ji-Huk's army. Cold sweat trickled down Han Ji-Huk's temples as he watched his army crumble. Brushing aside his hesitation, Ji-Huk crushed a mana core in his hand, deciding to intervene himself. Countless purple bone arrows shot down from thin air, surrounding the skeleton commander. The skeletal warhorse neighed in pain as the arrows pierced it, throwing the skeleton commander to the ground. Han Ji-Huk stared directly at the unhorsed enemy, his eyes coldly declaring that he would finish it himself. The skeleton commander rose, its glowing red eyes locked onto Ji-Huk with intense hatred. Its skeletal hand grasped a large bow, and fiery energy began to gather. With a practiced motion, the skeleton commander drew its bow, knocking multiple flaming arrows simultaneously. A volley of fiery arrows was unleashed, hurtling straight towards Han Ji-Huk. Hovering in midair, Han Ji-Huk effortlessly neutralized a barrage of incoming attacks from multiple directions. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Ji-Huk's face as he realized his opponent was not simple. As the skeleton commander unleashed a powerful slash, Han Ji-Huk simply raised his hand, and an invisible energy shield shattered as it blocked the blade. Han Ji-Huk dodged another powerful attack, causing it to veer off and crash into the icy ground. A fierce explosion of ice and snow erupted at the point of impact. He landed on the cracked ice, a frown indicating his displeasure at the enemy's unexpectedly sophisticated attack. He stood upright, analyzing his opponent with a serious expression. Realizing it knew how to counter a mage, noticing his close combat weakness, a fleeting look of concern crossed his. With a confident smirk, Han Ji-Huk gestured, and two skeleton tactical unit warriors materialized from thin air beside him, ready for battle. He pointed forward, issuing a silent command, and his skeleton army immediately charged into battle, led by a skeletal warhorse. The skeleton commander was enveloped in magical energy. As Ji-Huk's subordinates began their coordinated assault, a skeleton warrior charged in for a direct attack, drawing the skeleton commander's attention. The skeleton commander's expression remained unchanged as it effortlessly dealt with the attacks. Another of Ji-Huk's skeleton warriors enveloped itself in magical flames, charging in like a living fireball. While his subordinates held the enemy at bay, Han Ji-Huk observed the battle from a distance with a calm demeanor. He began to concentrate a dense black orb of death energy in his palm. Utilizing the time his army had created, his gaze turned cold, determined to end the battle. He raised his hand, unleashing a massive stream of death energy towards the skeleton commander. A vortex of purple energy engulfed the skeleton commander, who was still busy dealing with Ji-Huk's subordinate. A gigantic ghostly skull image formed within the energy storm, signaling destruction. All the energy converged into a compressed orb, ready to explode. Han Ji-Huk calmly observed, certain of the outcome. After the explosion, all that remained of the skeleton commander were shattered armor fragments and a glowing blue mana core. An unusually tattered piece of parchment fell from where the monster had just. Han Ji-hyuk curiously caught the parchment before it touched the ground. His confident expression vanished, replaced by extreme astonishment as he read its content. The parchment contained a threatening message written in ancient script, a note from an unexpected enemy. At the same time, in another location, a mysterious woman stood motionless, seemingly waiting for something. Han Ji-hyuk's female assistant looked askance with a silent, worried expression before turning back with wide, astonished eyes. Han Ji-hyuk stood there, his expression serene, silently declaring that the mission was complete. Ji-hyuk glanced over his shoulder as the energy gate behind him dissipated. Confirming there was no longer any threat, Ji-hyuk's assistant rushed over. Her movements flustered as she checked him for injury. She breathed a sigh of relief, placing a hand on her chest after being reassured that he was safe. Ji-hyuk smiled smugly, a gesture affirming his confidence in the outcome. Ingui, subordinate A, a man in a suit, approached, standing opposite Ji-hyuk and his assistant. Ingui, subordinate A, bowed formally, expressing gratitude for Ji-hyuk's assist. He gestured generously, promising a lavish reward for Ji-hyuk's. Ji-hyuk grinned, happily accepting the offer without hesitation. A few days later, the scene shifted to Korea International Airport. Stepping out of the arrival gate, Ji-hyuk, now wearing sunglasses, was immediately surrounded by camera flashes. He took off his sunglasses, smiled at the crowd, and signaled that he was ready to answer a few questions. A female reporter in the crowd posed the first question, her face showing concern and skepticism about the rumors. Ji-hyuk raised a hand to reassure them, calmly explaining that it was just a minor power supply issue, and he was unharmed. A news segment appeared on television, with experts analyzing and questioning Saron's reliance on Ji-hyuk alone. Ji-hyuk listened to the next question, his expression becoming pensive as he acknowledged the validity of the concern. He turned his back to the crowd of reporters, his tone becoming serious as he admitted the lesson learned from the incident. He declared his intention, a mysterious smile on his lips, to prepare Saron to operate without him. The crowd of reporters buzzed, whispers of skepticism and curiosity spreading. Another reporter shouted, asking Ji-hyuk to explain his plan further. Ji-hyuk raised a hand, refusing to disclose details, and signaling that he needed to test it first. He concluded the interview with a vague hint, his eyes sharp, only revealing that it was an energy business project. The scene shifted to a luxurious office nameplate CEO Han Ji-hyuk. In the meeting room, Ji-hyuk presented his plan to key associates Park Ingui, Kim Deok-bae, Han Seo-a, and Ingui subordinate A explained his core concept, creating artificial monster essence by extracting energy from humans. An illustration appeared showing many hands reaching for a glowing mana core depicting a past Saron experiment. The image shifted to a hand holding meager coins, illustrating the reason for the experiment's failure. Inadequate compensation caused public dissatisfaction. Han Ji-hyuk, with a confident demeanor, presented a bold business plan, emphasizing potential profit. Ingui, subordinate A, listened, his face revealing concern about the ethical aspect of the plan. Ji-hyuk reassured his subordinate, asserting that he could control all risks and would refine it through testing. With a persuasive smile, Ji-hyuk downplayed the potential side effects, calling them merely insignificant fatigue. Kim Deok-bae suddenly objected, his sharp tone expressing worry for Ji-hyuk's health. Taken by surprise, Ji-hyuk glanced to the side, where Park Ingui stood silently. Ji-hyuk gestured to introduce Park Ingui, who humbly bowed, a gesture of submission. Researcher A, a member of the room, clenched their fists in excitement upon realizing Park Ingui was an SS rank awakened, dismissing concerns. Ji-hyuk rubbed his hands together eagerly, urging everyone to get to work. Kim Deok-bae's hands clenched, veins bulging as he suppressed his anger at Ji-hyuk's stubbornness. Kim Deok-bae erupted in an angry roar, the force of his words making Han Ji-hyuk and Han Seo-a fall backward. Ji-hyuk tried to justify himself awkwardly, giving the reason that there was too much work to do. The cunning look, Ji-hyuk tried to evade, claiming he had rested enough. Kim Deok-bae sighed wearily, firmly demanding that Ji-hyuk take a real vacation. Ji-hyuk turned the tables, pointing out that Kim Deok-bae himself had also been working tirelessly. To defuse the situation, Ingui subordinate A clasped his hands together, Preparing to make a suggestion with a clever smile, Ingui, subordinate, A, suggested that everyone go on vacation together. Ji-Huk rested his chin on his hand, his face thoughtful as he considered this unexpected. A plane took off into the sunset, signaling that the group had departed for their vacation. Meanwhile, in a dark kingdom, a colossal stone gate stood silent. Demon, Aid reported to his master that the Death Knight army had been completely annihilated. Seated on his throne, the Demon Lord listened indifferently to the report. Without a flicker of emotion, Demon, Aid continued his report, his face tense as he inquired about a letter that had been sent. The Demon Lord's long black claws tapped lightly on the armrest of his throne as he pondered. With a resolute expression, the Demon Lord ordered preparations for the next action. He confirmed his command, determined to retaliate for the defeat. The Demon Lord smirked as he summoned his ultimate weapon, the colossal and hideous meat golem. Memories of a humiliating defeat flooded back, showing Taros collapsed, covered in blood. In a gloomy hall, the Demon Lord spread his arms wide, issuing an arrogant and malicious challenge. A mischievous finger poked Hanji-Huk's ear, breaking his tranquility on a sunny beat. He startled, lazily opening his eyes with annoyance, searching for the disturbance. After the short vacation, the clear blue sky signaled a return to work. Ji-Huk sat behind his desk, his gaze focused and serious, ready for his next plan. A sphere of artificial essence glowed brightly, forming the foundation of his new project. Acero Manager, Saran Manager A, held the sphere with a puzzled expression, trying to explain the concept of extracting energy from humans. A young man, civilian, male, B, placed his hand on a sphere at an energy collection station, selling a small portion of his recoverable energy. Civilian, male, B, happily looked at his phone as he received instant payment, proving the system's safety and benefits. Skeleton Worker was activated, its eyes glowing as it absorbed energy from the artificial S. A massive stadium was built, ready for skeleton control competitions to collect combat data. Two skeleton trainee, A, charged at each other in a controlled match. A winner. Competition, winner, A, joyfully raised a giant prize. Other skeleton workers practiced combat moves, demonstrating that the collected data was being applied. The skeleton army was deployed into diverse fields, from logistics to military missions. All funds were poured into the ultimate goal, creating SS-rank Death Knight guards. Weapons for the coming war. The driving force behind Ji-Huk's ambitions stemmed from a scorched piece of paper. He held the paper, the threat of revenge for the Falm incident clearly visible. Memories flooded back, replaying the Falm battlefield covered in demon corpses and the remnants of the final battle. Returning to reality, Ji-Huk was pensive, the weight of the threat heavy on his mind. In a fleeting flashback, the defeated Demon King's powerless hand appeared. Ji-Huk frowned, considering the disturbing possibility that the Demon King might still be alive. He dismissed the uncertainty, his gaze becoming sharp and resolute. He told himself that the only option was to strengthen himself to prepare for any situation. Ji-Huk considered creating his own ultimate weapon, envisioning a colossal creature, like the Demon King, standing. His train of thought was interrupted by the ringing of his phone on the. Ji-Huk picked up, his tone immediately turning professional. Over the phone, a voice rang out, formally requesting a meeting with Chairman Han. In his office, Han Ji-Huk listened to the phone, signaling the person on the other end to continue reporting. An ominous pink energy gate swirled next to a greenhouse, signaling an invasion. Outside the gate, an exhausted, brown-haired awakened sat on the ground, the sole survivor of a catastrophic attack. Ji-Huk's expression became tense as he received information about the defeat of the teams, including an S-rank awakened. He clutched his phone, awaiting the video containing evidence of the new threat. Ji-Huk's eyes widened in horror as he began to recognize something terrifyingly familiar. On the phone screen, the image of a gray-skinned creature with its head wrapped in white bandages appeared. Memories flooded back, replaying the image of the meat golem, one of his own weapons of destruction. The monster's full image appeared, with a second fanged mouth gaping wide on its chest, an entity that had once confronted even the Demon King. Li Jin-young, over the phone, urgently requested Ji-Huk's help, as he was the only one with enough expertise in the undead to deal with this catastrophe. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji-Huk decisively accepted the mission. He ended the call with Li Jin-young, commissioner of the awakened manager. Ji-Huk lowered his phone, a resigned expression on his face as he realized he was once again drawn into an old conflict. In Pyeongchang, the energy gate still swirled menacingly. Lee Jin-young, with her distinctive mole under her right eye, turned to greet Ji-hyuk as he arrived at the scene. Her face was full of worry as she expressed gratitude for his swift arrival. Along with a subordinate in a suit, Investigator Bae, she began to report the dire situation to Ji-hyuk. Ji-hyuk turned his back to them, his gaze fixed on the gate. Assessing the danger himself, Lee Jin-young offered maximum support and suggested forming an assault team of high-level awakened. Ji-hyuk coldly dismissed the offer, stating that he would go alone. Investigator Bae objected, suggesting at least letting him accompany for support. Ji-hyuk turned back to face them, his eyes sharp and cold. He explained bluntly that he was going alone because he wasn't confident he could protect anyone else while saving him. His brutal confession stunned both Lee Jin-young and Investigator B. Lee Jin-young was speechless, trying to comprehend the extent of the enemy's danger when even Ji-hyuk admitted such helplessness. Ji-hyuk admitted that, based on the video, he wasn't sure he could win. He turned back to look at the gate, shifting to a strategic mindset and asking about the remaining time before it reached its limit. Despite Lee Jin-young's anxious dissuasion and Investigator B's stern gaze, Han Ji-hyuk resolutely turned and advanced towards the magic gate. He glanced back, his eyes reassuring them that he would only conduct a quick reconnaissance. Without hesitation, Han Ji-hyuk stepped alone through the spatial threshold, disappearing into the purple light. Inside the other dimension, he closed his eyes, focusing his energy. His eyes opened, sharp and determined, ready to face what was to. Han Ji-hyuk stood on a desolate land under a blazing red sky, looking towards the horizon with a heavy sense of self-satisfaction as he prepared to confront an old creation of it. The scorching sun cast harsh rays down on the barren lands. In preparation, his hands glowed as an intricate defensive magic circle materialized from the air. He continued to reinforce another protective circle swirling around his arm. Han Ji-hyuk erected multiple layers of defense, from energy barriers to magic shields, enveloping his body in a magical fortress. Satisfied with the safety measures, he clenched his fists, ready for the next. He shot up into the air, hovering over the dead land for a more comprehensive view. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, spotting the target in the distance. Below, the colossal figure of the meat golem appeared, making him gasp at its size. A bead of sweat trickled down Han Ji-hyuk's temple as he blamed himself for creating such a monster. The meat golem stood towering, a grotesque mass of muscle with a second mouth on its chest, gaping hideous. From afar, the golem's presence dominated the landscape, a reminder of its terrifying power. Accepting the situation, Han Ji-hyuk decided to retreat to devise a careful battle. His eyes suddenly widened in horror as another unexpected threat appeared, a white flying undead. A swift white skeletal creature with sharp teeth swooped down from above. Han Ji-hyuk watched in stunned silence as the strange creature plunged straight down to attack the meat golem. The meat golem appeared confused as the white flying undead sank its teeth into its head. The white flying undead tore a large chunk from the meat golem's head in a brutal attack, causing dark energy to gush out. To Ji-hyuk's astonishment, the terrible wound on the meat golem's head began to regenerate at an alarming rate. Realizing the dual threat and the golem's terrifying regenerative power, extreme panic surged in Han Ji-hyuk's eyes. He questioned himself for a moment, his fear quickly replaced by an iron resolve as he realized he couldn't run from his own creation. Meanwhile, the meat golem, fully recovered, let out an angry roar, ready for the coming battle. Han Ji-hyuk smirked confidently, deciding to test his strength. While still keeping an escape plan, his hand reached out, manipulating a swirling orb of dark energy. His expression became tense as he felt a colossal power being unleashed from his magic. He unleashed a fierce vortex of dark energy, engulfing everything in its. Inside the magical storm, the meat golem roared in pain and fury. A smug smile appeared on Han Ji-hyuk's lips as he believed his attack had. Suddenly, a colossal chained hand clenched, and the dark energy around it dissipated. In response, the meat golem swung its massive chain, tearing through the air towards Han Ji-hyuk. The smugness on Han Ji-hyuk's face vanished, replaced by extreme shock at his opponent's unforeseen power. The chain slammed into the ground with terrifying force, creating a concussive explosion. Han Ji-hyuk was thrown backward by the force of the blast. His clothes tattered, he looked up in horror, realizing that his defensive magic had barely saved his life. The meat golem stood tall, its colossal frame obscuring the fiery sky. blood flowing from its shoulder. The wounds on the colossal creature's body began to heal rapidly, sitting on the ground. Han Ji-hyuk stared in despair as he witnessed its extraordinary regenerative ability. The meat golem tensed, its muscles bulging as it prepared for another attack. Han Ji-hyuk recoiled unconsciously, letting out a silent affirmation of his creator role over the creature. Despair turned into indignation, and he glared at his disobedient creation with a silent accusation. From above, Han Ji-hyuk, clad in a conqueror's cloak, looked down at the skeletal army he had just summoned to confront the meat golem. His skeletal army stood in formation, ranging from black armored warriors to a strange skeleton wearing a worker's hard hat. The undead army advanced towards the meat golem, a wave of death ready to obey. The worker skeleton, equipped with a sledgehammer, charged forward to lead the skeleton's powerful blow made the meat golem stagger, blood splattering from its chest. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, revealing that he had anticipated ordinary skeletons wouldn't be enough. He gestuurd, and one of his elite skeletal warriors flew up, its hands emitting magical energy. It charged at dizzying speed, its hands transforming into blue energy. Another high-level skeletal warrior, with runic patterns on its skull, accumulated blue energy in its arms, ready to unleash a destructive attack. An S-rank skeleton shot through the air, unleashing a massive blue energy slash. Another S-rank skeleton, with fiery eyes, launched a blazing energy orb towards the target. The meat golem took both magical attacks head-on, causing the ground around it to tremble. Witnessing the explosion, Han Ji-hyuk nodded in approval of the initial outcome. To maintain pressure, Han Ji-hyuk ordered a relentless assault, a magic circle forming before him. Despite the attacks, the meat golem roared in fury, its body flaring with crimson energy. From a distance, Han Ji-hyuk watched his bone warriors continuously bombard the meat golem with fire, and the meat golem writhed under the incessant magical barrage, yet astonishingly stood firm. A self-satisfied smile appeared on Han Ji-hyuk's lips as he realized his opponent was passively enduring the blows. Standing before a pitch-black spatial gate, Ji-hyuk's expression turned serious, acknowledging that he needed a tankard to end the battle. With a powerful summoning gesture, Ji-hyuk reluctantly called forth a colossal creature from within the gate. The meat golem clenched its fists, dark energy beginning to gather around its arm. Colossal dragon skull emerged from the spatial gate, its blue eyes glowing brightly at the summit. A complete bone dragon materialized, its massive skeleton enveloped in a magical aura, ready to obey. The bone dragon stood guard before the skeleton warriors, ready to face the enemy in its assigned role. The bone dragon spewed a stream of dark energy at the meat golem, which retaliated with a similar surge of energy. The meat golem easily fended off the bone dragon's attack. Demonstrating its superior strength, Han Ji-hyuk's confidence shattered as he realized his plan to use a tanker was failing. A flash of light appeared, signaling a sudden shift in the battle's dynamic. At Ji-hyuk's new command, 3 S-rank skeletons lunged at the meat golem from multiple directions, their sole objective to pin it down. The S-rank skeletons coordinated seamlessly, unleashing attacks of electricity, ice, and shadow. The energy streams collided, creating a blinding explosion at the meat golem's location. The meat golem emerged from the explosion, slightly scathed but still defiantly standing. The meat golem's fists clenched, Dork energivenge bulging, signaling an impending counterattack. Sensing the deadly danger, Han Ji-hyuk retreated, his face tense as he prepared a defensive spell. The meat golem unleashed a destructive energy punch downwards at the low-flying bone dragon. A terrifying explosion engulfed the battlefield as different types of energy collided. The meat golem's muscular body trembled under a surge of dark energy. Sharp ice crystals suddenly sprouted from its shoulders and back, inflicting further injury. Cornered, the meat golem threw its head back and roared in savage fury, the mouth on its chest also opening wide. Witnessing that, a self-satisfied smile appeared on Han Ji-hyuk's. The meat golem continued to roar, an act of final defiance before being. Han Ji-hyuk's expression tensed as he realized the escalating threat from the contracting meat golem. Han Ji-hyuk raised his hand, concentrating dark energy, with the intention of delivering a finishing blow aimed at the opponent's core. Sweat streamed down his temples, intense concentration evident as he prepared for the decisive attack. At the command, a skeleton guard charged with terrifying speed, ready to attack. To execute the order, the skeleton guard unleashed a massive stream of dark energy at the meat golem. The attack tore through the golem's flesh, revealing a pulsating purple energy core within. Han Ji-hyuk's confidence shattered, replaced by utter astonishment as he witnessed the impossible. Instead of collapsing, the meat golem began to regenerate at a dizzying speed. The energy chains binding it shattered. Noticing a fleeting opportunity, Han Ji-hyuk immediately ordered an attack. A skull-shaped energy stream forming in his hand, the meat golem activated its final defensive mechanism, contracting its entire body into a dense mass of flesh to protect its core and prepare for escape. Han Ji-hyuk concentrated a colossal sphere of dark energy in his hand, determined to seize this sole opportunity. With a silent roar, Han Ji-hyuk lunged into the air, unleashing his full destructive energy upon the meat golem. The purple energy completely engulfed the contracted mass of flesh, creating a terrifying explosion. From the center of the explosion, the meat golem's core, a cracked purple orb, was flung out. On the desolate battlefield, the bone dragon stood tall beside the remaining fragments of the meat golem. Han Ji-hyuk landed on the ground, his appearance showing fatigue after a fierce battle. He gently patted the bone dragon's skull, a gesture acknowledging its indispensable role in the victory. To retrieve the spoils, Han Ji-hyuk began to chant a spell, energy gathering in his hand. A mysterious, crumpled piece of paper with red characters fell from what remained of the golem. Han Ji-hyuk calmly picked up the paper, his expression indicating he had anticipated its existence. The message on the paper appeared as a threat. This war was not yet over. He looked towards the horizon, where a fireball erupted, his pensive expression confirming a disturbing truth. The true enemy had escaped. Han Ji-hyuk's face hardened. Annoyance etched deep on his forehead as he secretly resolved to make the one who ruined his retirement. A vibrant pink-purple spatial gate glowed, swirling into. Han Ji-hyuk stepped out, his presence immediately drawing the attention of the waiting Lee Jin-young and Investigator B. Lee Jin-young looked at him, her expression a mix of relief and a silent questioning about his delay. In response to her worried gaze, Han Ji-hyuk stepped out of the dissipating spatial gate, raising a hand to signal that he was fine. Lee Jin-young quickly checked Han Ji-hyuk from head to toe for injuries, then sighed in relief upon seeing he was unharmed. Han Ji-hyuk offered a wry smile, reassuring her once more, while a small energy orb hovered beside him. Lee Jin-young and Investigator B looked towards the vanished gate, asking in astonishment if he had truly defeated the monster alone. Han Ji-hyuk calmly confirmed, explaining that was why he returned. He scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing they had almost sent in a rescue team. Feeling relieved to have gotten out in time, Lee Jin-young bowed her head in gratitude, acknowledging that thanks to him, they had resolved the incident without further damage. As the incident at the meat golem gate concluded, dusk fell, signaling the end of a long day. At a deserted stadium, Han Ji-hyuk stood with Han Seo-ah, contemplating the upgrade of his creation. Han Seo-ah crossed her arms, grumbling at Ji-hyuk not to dwell on useless thoughts. As he analyzed the weaknesses in his creation's defense, ignoring her words, Han Ji-hyuk began to cast a complex red magic circle, determined to restore its original form. As time passed, the image of the building outside the stadium shifted from day to night, indicating the prolonged regeneration process. Finally, Han Ji-hyuk smiled in satisfaction. His work complete. From the shadows, a new form of the meat golem emerged, reinforced with a formidable white bone arm. Meat Golem Fair 2. Ling, 0, stood, towering, dwarfing both Han Ji-hyuk and Han Seo-ah, who stood admiring their creation. Han Ji-hyuk looked at his creation with self-satisfaction. Contemplating the next step of perfecting its control system, his smile faded as he realized this process would take a very long time. Temporarily, setting aside the work, Han Ji-hyuk waved to Han Seo. Deciding to leave the colossal creation there, he turned away, his gaze becoming pensive, as he noticed a disturbing pattern. Zombie gates seemed to appear only around him. A sense of unease crept into his mind. Fearing that he might become a walking disaster, he envisioned the horrifying scene of a meat golem appearing and wreaking havoc in the heart of Seoul. He was besieged by the prospect of the public's accusing fingers. Realizing that his peaceful retirement plan would vanish into thin air if the truth were exposed, facing Han Seo, Han Ji-hyuk's expression became resolute. Understanding that he could not leave the city because he needed money to build his undead army, an idea flashed in Han Ji-hyuk's mind as he looked at a deserted island, a perfect base. Isolated from the world, he pondered, realizing that his bone army could not swim, making an island an ideal natural prison. His memories of the Skeleton Legion, programmed to avoid deep water, further solidified his isolation plan. A map appeared, charting a flight path from Korea to a secluded island in the middle of the ocean. A solution for safe. Sitting on the desolate beach, Han Ji-hyuk realized a major flaw in his plan: extreme loneliness and boredom. He was startled to realize that living in seclusion alone was completely contrary to his original goal of retiring and integrating with people. Shadows enveloped Han Ji-hyuk's face, revealing only a sinister smile as a grander, crazier plan formed, building a resort. Elsewhere, Han Seo crossed her arms, her face filled with frustration and helplessness upon hearing about her cousin's latest plan. Han Ji-hyuk stood atop an island, looking out at the archipelago he had just purchased in the Pacific. Ready to turn his vision into reality, he raised his hand, and a purple orb of magical energy formed, ready to initiate a large-scale terraforming project. A terrifying energy explosion tore through the landscape, leveling a portion of the island to begin the construction process. Han Ji-hyuk observed the results of his work, the ground shaking and transforming under his power. The shallow waters between the islands were now filled with shattered rock fragments, forming the foundation for new land. With a self-satisfied smile, Han Ji-hyuk continued his reclamation plan. Purple death energy surged from his hand again, ready for another targeted destruction. Rocks on the mountaintops shattered into pieces under the impact of the magic. Massive boulders plunged into the sea, filling the gaps between the islands according to his design. A skeleton worker in a worker's uniform carried a massive rock. Beginning the leveling work, the diligent skeleton worker toiled, demanding no occupational safety or additional cost. The skeleton worker army toiled tirelessly, some using shovels, while another scrambled up after a fall. A testament to the perfect labor force, Han Ji-hyuk raised his hand, counting the next steps in his plan: building runways, staff housing. He smiled as he thought of the final step: using the skeletons themselves as staff for his resort. Han Ji-hyuk clasped his hands, his eyes gleaming with the dream of a paradise where everything was automated. Kim Deok-bae stood behind Han Ji-hyuk with a worried expression, seemingly overwhelmed by the project's scale and cost. A ledger opened, revealing enormous sums being withdrawn for island development and Skeleton Legion production. A diagram appeared, illustrating Han Ji-hyuk's endless loop, doing business for capital, developing the island, creating a Skeleton Legion, then returning to business. The Sarong Company logo shone brightly, symbolizing rapid growth and minor conflicts resolved on its path to overseas expansion. A tranquil beach stretched to a clear blue lake, part of a luxurious, modern complex. The full view of the colossal resort was revealed, nestled into lush green mountainsides under a brilliant. Han Ji-hyuk looked up at his creation, a coldly satisfied expression on his face as he assessed his new fortress. Two skeleton guards, clad in security uniforms with glowing blue eyes, stood vigilantly, a testament to his unique security measures. His expression hardened with strategic resolve, believing his defenses were sufficient to withstand impending threat. His train of thought was interrupted by a vibrating phone, displaying an incoming call from Commissioner Lee Jin-young. Han Ji-hyuk answered the call, his face a neutral mask of curiosity. On the other end of the line, Lee Jin-young began reporting exciting news. Ji-hyuk's eyebrows raised slightly, his interest piqued by the mention of a rare single-species monster. An illustrative image explained the normal, a chaotic horde of orc monsters pouring out of a typical. In stark contrast, an image of a formidable meat golem illustrated the overwhelming power of a solitary monster in a single species. Another image showed a group of awakened preparing to raid the meat golem, emphasizing the necessity of a collective effort. Lee Jin-young's explanation continued, showing a group of adventurers confronting a gigantic rat monster, to emphasize that this new monster was SS ranked, even when considering a team. The true scale of the threat dawned on Han Ji-hyuk, his eyes widening as he processed the information that required multiple S-rank heroes. He listened intently as Lee Jin-young confirmed the grim prediction: at least 10 top-tier warriors. In an instant, astonishment transformed into raw predatory desire, his eyes glowing with a dark, purple ambition. His mind reeled, envisioning the immense power he could wield by transforming such a formidable creature into one of his undead subordinates. A self-satisfied smile spread across his face as he realized this monster was the perfect raw material for a decisive weapon. The decision made, he confidently instructed Lee Jin-young to prepare a private jet for his immediate departure to England. A map charted his rapid journey across continents, his private jet flying directly towards the United Kingdom. Upon arrival, he was intercepted by an English knight with a scar over his eye, who raised his hand to assert his team's priority over the gate. Han Ji-hyuk responded with a friendly smile, waving his hand to clarify that he wasn't interested in the raid, but only in acquiring its results. He and Kim Deok-bae stood before the group of English knights, preparing to make a business offer. Leaning forward with confidence, Ji-hyuk began to present his simple, lucrative solution in place of their standard. The English knight leader hesitated, voicing his own plan to use the monster's parts to craft new equipment. Han Ji-hyuk shattered the hesitation with a single powerful gesture, raising 2 fingers to signal a doubled offer. The English knight leader and his bun-haired companion stared in disbelief, their practicality clashing with the shock of the outrageous offer. The English knight leader hesitantly nodded, accepting Han Ji-hyuk's irresistible offer for the monster's corpse. Inovastarana. Han Ji-hyuk stood before the corpse of the colossal ultra bear on this S-rank trophy. Han Ji-hyuk tapped the bear's body, a satisfied smile appearing as he felt its sturdiness. A surge of death energy enveloped the bear's corpse, indicating the malevolent energy still lingering within its bones. A perfect material. Han Ji-hyuk rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with eagerness, ready to begin the craft. Weeks passed. Han Ji-hyuk secluded himself in Seron's facility, completely dedicated to his project. To create a weapon that could decide the final battle with the Demon King, Han Ji-hyuk focused his entire mind, a complex magic circle forming on his hand. Espared no expense, draining Seron Corporation's bank accounts for this ambitious. After days of strenuous work, sweat trickling down his temples, Han Ji-hyuk let out a sigh of relief. A satisfied smile lit up Han Ji-hyuk's exhausted face as he declared his masterpiece before him. The Ultra Bear had now risen, a colossal undead creature with glowing purple eyes and sharp bone spikes, exuding an overwhelming aura of death. Han Ji-hyuk looked at his creation, his self-satisfied expression affirming his belief that the power of money was absolute. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Taros looked out the window, recalling Han Ji-hyuk's astonishing work speed. Now, he held 2 decisive weapons for the final battle, the meat golem and the undead ultra. But he knew that the Demon King still had 4 other destructive weapons in his arsenal. Deadly shadows. Realizing the disparity in forces, Han Ji-hyuk's expression became tense. He knew he could lose. Facing the prospect of defeat, Han Ji-hyuk made a bold decision to commit all his assets and borrow to build an army. His actions caused a market upheaval, sending bona prices skyrocketing. News channels began reporting on Seron's unusual activities, sparking rumors of a new business venture. Han Ji-hyuk focused all his efforts on creating an undead army. From high-tier units to cost-effective types, he chose Seron Island, a secluded resort, as his base of operations and final fortress. He couldn't forget the threatening letter from the Demon King, a warning of a large-scale invasion that could happen at any moment. Standing on his island, Han Ji-hyuk looked out at the sea with a resolute expression, knowing that this place would buy him more time if the battle failed. In a dark room, he meditated, holding a mana core, patiently waiting for a spatial gate to appear. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes suddenly widened. He sensed a familiar and powerful surge of energy. Han Ji-hyuk shot into the air, flying over the treetops at astonishing speed. He stopped, his gaze stern and focused forward, ready to confront the new threat. In the middle of a lush valley, a colossal army of skeleton workers stood guard when a blast of light swept through their van. Han Ji-hyuk stood there with a calm expression, his sharp eyes waiting for the true enemy to reveal themselves. In a flash, an image of the enemy's gate appeared, revealing the silhouettes of terrifying creatures, a Death Knight guard, an Ultra Bear, and a horned entity. Returning to reality, Ji-hyuk looked at his army, a gesture of his hand, a silent challenge, demanding the enemy to appear in person. With a silent roar, he swung his hand forward, ordering his army to attack an invisible enemy. In the blink of an eye, a skeleton worker on the front line shattered into pieces under an unseen force. Ji-hyuk stood frozen, watching the fragments of his warrior vanish into thin air. The battle ending before it truly began, his expression shifted from confident to utterly bewildered by this swift and absurd. A crumpled piece of paper, a mysterious note, gently floated down from where the explosion had just occurred. Ji-hyuk caught the mysterious note, his face filled with surprise as he realized it was a message. He gritted his teeth, fury rising as he read the provocative words on the paper. In a fit of rage, he crumpled the mysterious note and threw it away. Ji-hyuk's anger erupted into a furious challenge. He stomped his foot and roared at the sky, determined to crush everything the enemy threw at. Time passed. 6 long months, condensed into a single moment. Han Ji-hyuk stood with his arms crossed, his face annoyed and weary as he looked at a fading energy gate, one of 3 minor attacks over the past half-year. Isaihed, recalling the half-burnt pieces of the mysterious note with their repeatedly provocative words, completely exhausted by the waiting and psychological games. Ji-hyuk slumped his face onto his desk. Suddenly, a blue energy crack flashed into space, signaling an unusual event. Ji-hoo lifted his head, the weariness on his face replaced by a new spark of realization. He looked out and saw a pink-purple energy gate forming. Unlike the previous times, with a wary expression, Ji-hyuk stepped towards the gate, preparing for whatever was to come. He stood before the gate, his expression stern, ready to face a true battle. A complex architectural diagram of a dungeon appeared in his mind, a revelation of the true nature of this gate. Ji-hyuk's eyes widened, a terrifying yet exhilarating realization. Flashing in his mind from the darkness of the gate, the demon lord appeared, hovering majestically, long black hair and fiery red tattoos on its body, exuding an ancient power. The demon lord's fiery red eyes locked onto its target, a gaze filled with the arrogance of a ruler. Contrary to fear, a radiant and utterly excited smile spread across Han Ji-hyuk's lips as he welcomed the enemy he had long awaited.